Watch it, earn it.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन में द फर्स्ट एवर ऑफिशियल लैंड टूर्नामेंट फॉर द गेम। मेरा नाम है रंजीत मामा सीने पटेल, मैं हूं आपका होस्ट इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए। और यहाँ पे होने वाली है भिड़न 24 टीमों के बीच में जो आ रहे BGIS, BMPS और BGMS से, and they're going to battle it out for 15 lakh rupees. And that's not it. This is day one of all the action, all the drama and all the madness. उनका सिर्फ एक ही goal है, and that is to get their hands on this trophy. And 24 teams are going to fill up this arena. But right now it's time to call on all these teams on the stage. Give it up for Revenant Esports! From making their presence felt in BGIS, Revenant is here to make a stronger statement. Up next, we have uDOG India! Truly an undergod and upcoming team with rising talents, uDOG is here to get their team across the finish line. And the next team in question is AUTOBOTZ Esports! From giving the top teams a scare in BMPS, AUTOBOTZ are at it again, but stronger this time. Next up is Team Esportswala. The team is here to make a mark and give the other teams a run for their money. And up next is Team INS! One of the oldest orgs in the country that comes in with great firepower, skill, and a lot of experience. And up next, we have Big Brother Esports! Big Brother Esports have given big teams tough competition in the past. Let's see what they're up to in this one. And the next team in question is Revenant Esports! one of the most experienced teams in the lot, Revenant is here to showcase the game prowess. And up next we have Enigma Gaming, a roster that is said to be one of the most stable in the country. Avian boys are here to take it to the next level. And up next we have TSM. The team has shown their raw firepower in the past, and the showdown is where they come in, raining down on their opponents. And up next we have Team Kinetic! Team Kinetic brings all the energy to the stage. We hope to see an electrifying performance from this up and coming team. And up next we have Hyderabad Hydras, the rulers of the Southern Derby. Hyderabad Hydras are a force to be reckoned with. Up next we have Team EXO. The team needs no introduction. One of the most feared teams in here today. Commander Sensei and his boys are here to slay. Up next we have Esports. Erangel and his big brain plays will always leave you in awe. One of the most entertaining teams, and one that definitely strikes fear in the hearts of their opponents. And up next we have C Esports. Prince and company have made aggression their motto. The team that loves to go all guns blazing. And up next we have Esports. We know what Canary and team are capable of on the big stages. It is their time to go on a rampage. And up next we have Team Xbox! The team that nobody wants to face because of the firepower that they bring is enough to clean sweep teams. And up next we have FS Esports! The team that has impressed us a lot in the recent times. K47 and his squad is surely a team to look out for. And for the next team we have NIGMA Galaxy. They have a taste of the big stages. They know their opponents inside out. NIGMA Galaxy will be a tough one to put down this tournament. And up next we have HYDRA official. HYDRA brings in calculated gameplay and aggression served in perfect balance. We'll have our eyes fixed on this team. And up next we have ORANGUTAN. The AF Army is here to make their presence felt with their unpredictable gameplay and firepower. And up next we have Skylightz Gaming. The BGS winners are here to showcase their talent, and when Somraj and his team hits, they hit it out of the park. There are only a few teams you don't want to take fights with, and Skylightz is one of them. For the next team, if you've had any finish streaks, you know what this name means. Up next we have GodLike. A star team with star players playing star-studded tournaments. They were GC contenders, and the team recently proved that form is temporary, but class is permanent. And for the next team in question, a team that I do not need to ask you to make noise for, nation's most loved team. Give it up for Team Soul! This rocket is not going to stop for anyone, and they're also the winners of BMPS, and they're here to prove once again that they are the best of the bunch. And last but not the least, we have GodLike Esports! A team that loves having their back against the wall. A team that came out of nowhere to win the BGMS. They are the recent champions, are running high on confidence, and they are the true comeback kings, and they are not scared of anybody. So these are your 24 teams, ladies and gentlemen. They're here to play and slay, and they're not here just for this trophy. They're here for pride and for glory, and of course establishing their dominion over all the other teams. 4 दिन की मैचेस होने वाली है. कौन सी टीम जीतेगी और कौन सी टीम हारेगी, ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा. But for now, we will hear a lot more about these teams from our experts at the desk. So over to you folks.
Thank you so much, Mamba. It is a pleasure being here. Well, of course, we did have this question asked by the host itself that, there have been so many teams that have won so many accolades in the past. But the question is, which team is the best? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the BATTLEGROUNDS Mobile India Showdown is all about, because over the next 4 days, this dispute is finally going to be settled. My name is Angat Singh Chahal. I go by The Experiment, and with me, I have 2 esteemed gentlemen joining me. On one side, we have Varun John, or Super Johnny, as we like calling him. And of course, the sun himself is going to descend down to the earth, because Arca is in the studio as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Let me just ask you, how are you all doing?
I mean, I'm super excited. It's exciting to be back on the casting desk for a change. I mean, but with this tournament, I mean, especially with what's on the line for the lads that are going to be on the stage right now, I mean, things could not be better. We have a lot of veteran teams, a lot of veteran players involved, along with a few undergods showing up from the recent BGIS and BMPS that happened. And, well, I can't wait to see these lads in action. Arka, what about you?
Oh, I'm pretty excited because I really want to see whose strategy is going to be red and who's going to be coming up with the perfect counter strategy, because it's all about putting the best up front and letting go of the past and deciding who's going to be the best of the best.
I like what you did there, Johnny. The under gods that are coming up, of course, the up-and-coming teams that are making a mark. In fact, they've left quite a mark on us already. But we did have a look at the format. It is 24 of India's best teams as far as BGMI goes. They're going to be battling it out. And, you know, we've heard a certain phrase from gladiatorial arenas in ancient Rome, even up till now, because the SAS have this as their motto: he who dares wins. And, well, a lot of points are going to be on the line to win. And looks like it is something that we are used to. 15 points to the first place, 12 points to the team that ends up in the second position, 10 points for 3, and, well, you don't want to be caught in the 8th to the 16th position.
Well, definitely, because you get nothing for being in the bottom 3 at this point. And those finish points we have sort of seen in the tournaments in the past, as well as to how important they become, especially for teams like Team Soul, Team GodLike, Global Esports. I mean, the reason they went on to win the recent BGMI Master Series was the fact that they were very aggressive during those finals. But hey, it's a different tournament right now, it's a different day, and, well, our expectations for Global Esports are going to be decided after they are done with their first game, of course.
That is, of course, correct. And Arka, I mean, you've had the privilege of, in fact, having, you know, you've seen these teams in action in the past as well. What do you think is going to happen today? Of course, we do have Group A on our screens. Any team that stands out for you?
Yes, Team INS, because they've become the aggressors lately. It doesn't matter who's standing in front of them. All they're going to do is mow the lawn, pick up those finishes, and make sure that the presence are felt. And apart from that, obviously, Global Esports is going to be one of those names which will be standing out with the Master Series domination they have shown. But what I'm worried for them is they're going to be visible, more visible than any other team on the battlefield.
Well, the first 2 games today are going to be battled out between Groups A and B, and of course in Group B we have AUTOBOTZ Esports, FS Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, OR Esports, Reckoning Esports, Team Esportswala, Team Soul, and TSM. They're going to be going up against, as you mentioned, 7C, Global Esports, Team GodLike. A lot of heavy names in the first couple of games, but that is, of course, what the showdown is all about, because, well, you've got to put your best foot forward right from the get-go.
I mean, for sure. We have, as you mentioned, a lot of big names, a lot of heavy hitters, but as we move on to Group C, things still remain the same. A lot of big names are going to be here as well. We have Enigma Gaming, HYDRA Official, Enigma Galaxy Team, EXO, Xbox, Skylightz Gaming, Revenant Esports, and then there's Big Brothers Esports. I mean, I've heard a lot of great things about them from our colleagues over on the Hindi desk, but when it comes time to perform, things can sort of take a turn for the worse sometimes for the team, especially when they show up for the first official LAN, by the way, guys. That is also additional pressure upon these lads.
But it looks like we did have a look at all the gentlemen walking out, and boys, some of them, they are ready. They have that steely determination in their eyes, and of course, I did see a couple of them carrying their teammates around. I wonder if they're going to be carrying them in the game as well. And speaking of such teams, Skylightz Gaming, our BGMS final starts coming up on our screen right now. Now, these boys, they were the ones who came in and conquered everything right at the beginning, winning the first tournament that did take place. And, well, I'm going to put this question to both of you. How do you think they're going to fare in the showdown?
I do believe that, you know, we have to watch out for this team, because lately they've not been performing, so they would want to give the 100% or even outperform themselves and make sure the presence are known. So I will be looking forward for those early skirmishes for the side of Skylightz Gaming, because they tend to fall off in the beginning itself.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Arka said. Skylightz Gaming usually do end up having quite a slow start to those major tournaments, but the problem over here is the fact that we're only going to be here for the 4 days, right? 3 days are going to be the qualifiers, the league stages, if you will, and then we have the finals, so they will have to step up. 6 matches a day, I think they can pull it off. The last time during the Master Series, I think one main issue that was there was the fact that Vexy was unavailable due to certain issues for a couple of days, and that sort of impacted Skylightz Gaming's performance in the entirety of the tournament, because it's really difficult to build up momentum in the later stages when you're getting so close to the finals. So this time, since Vexy has showed up, I am going to be hopeful that I'm going to see Skylightz Gaming in the top 4 or maybe in the top 3 by the end of things.
You know, as I like saying, Vexy, the man who is just too sexy, you got to keep in mind, just to refresh the memory of all you lovely viewers out there, they were the team that did win the India series when it first came out, as far as BGMI is concerned. However, ever since, they haven't had that accolades in their kitty. However, the other team that's going to be up on our screens, Team GodLike. boy, oh boy, did they have a good run in the past. And again, I'm going to pose this question to Arca once again early on. Now, we haven't seen them in the Pro Series that took place just a few months ago, right? How do you think they're going to be, coming into this tournament? Because they are going to have a little bit of, an issue, basically, as far as the confidence goes. Do you think that is going to be the case, or are they going to come in guns blazing?
No, I think they're going to be coming in blazing, because ultimately, even in the most recent of the tournaments, we saw that, they were the top contenders and they almost lost it because of a small choke which happened in the final game. So they'll be looking forward for redemption, and I would see that I wouldn't be shocked if they start things off in a very, very high note, pick up as many finishes as possible. They have the MVP who's always been there for the team, picking up finishes after finishes, finishes after finishes, a little bit of a backup. I do believe GodLike could be the favorites to be taking this home.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and especially with the phrase that Arca used, the MVP, because Jonathan has been the MVP as far as the entire BGMI is considered. I mean, the man has been hitting it out of the park every single time he shows up. But as far as the backup point is considered, I believe Neo has started to step up quite often. I mean, we are seeing the same old Neo as we were used to back in the days. And since that has started to happen, I think, again, GodLike, it is going to be an opportunity for redemption. But the competition is going to be quite stiff as well. So they need to be extremely careful.
Well, let's see if he can channel the Matrix this time and actually dodge all those bullets. That's going to be something that we are going to be waiting with bated breath. But now, as Arca did mention, the MVP, of course, Jonathan. I mean, all the accolades are going to be in his favor. However, we are going to have another team that is going to be popping up on our screens. And again, just to remind all you lovely viewers, they were the winners of the Pro Series that took place just a few months ago. I'm, of course, talking about Team Soul. And in Team Soul, there's a certain green goblin that likes to run awry and cause a lot of havoc. So as far as the MVP title is concerned, I'm going to put this up to you first, John. Is Goblin going to be a little torn in the side for Jonathan?
I mean, obviously, that should not even be a question. It's happened every single time. The man likes a challenge, right? And Goblin has been that person that has been giving the fight to Jonathan for a very long time at this point. Like, it's been a couple of months since we've seen them go head on. These two teams have been clashing quite a lot. It feels like GodLike, they know exactly what's going through Omega's head, because they always seem to find Soul off guard in the middle of their rotations. But Team Soul is not a team that is going to back down from a fight, and they know this as well. It is going to be a fun couple of matches, but for the greater good, I would hope that these two teams avoid fighting each other in the early stages, because that does not really work out for either of them. The other teams do end up taking advantage of that.
Oh, absolutely. And Arca, if I could just quickly add another question to you. Now, since Team Soul did win the Pro Series, are they going to get a bit complacent today?
No, not really, because not only the MVP competition, it's also one bigger picture. Who's going to be the best support out there? There are two names which keep popping up. One is going to be Aru and one is going to be Hector. So I would want to see how Hector's performance is going to be bringing up that complete formula for the side of Team Soul when it comes to the close range and the mid range battles. So I'll be looking forward for a new Soul altogether when it comes to this tournament.
You can't forget the unsung hero Akshat as well, because although he is going to be calling all the shots in the game, when the need does arise, boy, does this boy step up to the plate, because we've seen him take on teams all by himself. And now, the last thing that did take place before the showdown, of course, we are going to show you another fourth team, because they were the masters, if you know what I mean. I'm, of course, going to be talking about Global Esports. And, well, John, you were there in prime position. In fact, you were in the thick and thin of all the action. How does Global Esports look for you right now?
I mean, they are the threat you never see coming. When the BGMI Master Series started, we saw Global Esports struggle quite a lot, even sometimes barely making it to the league finals, the weekly finals, and then all of a sudden you see them in the finals just going for every single fight, getting all those finishes, putting up an amazing performance. The last day, they start off on the 7th position, and by the end of the day, they are the ones lifting the trophy. I mean, I've never seen a closer finish in my entire career. Global Esports, they are definitely going to have a massive target on their back. But hey, if anyone can deal with that pressure, I think it has to be these lads.
Arca, do you concur with that statement?
Obviously, 100%, but I will also be looking out for Knuckle, who can give a run for both Johnny and Goblin when it comes to the MVP, because looking at the highlights, you can see every single time it's got to be him, in the foot forward, making sure he challenges the people out there. Let him be inside the circle, let him be outside the circle. I'm not saying the others are not giving him the right kind of backup, but what I'm trying to say is that They have the manpower, they have the gunpower, they have the daringness, and I do believe they can do wonders when it comes to this tournament.
And you got to remember one thing, again, he who dares is the one who's going to win. And of course, Global Esports up on your screen right now. I liked what they did as soon as they did enter the stadium as well. They all looked around. They were like, this ain't nothing. And then they silenced their crowd. And basically, they look like they are ready for all the action to come in the next few games. Of course, we are going to have a look at the schedule. And everything is going to be on your screens. But boy, oh boy, let me just say one thing. I'm excited. I'm feeling that little giddiness inside me right now because I love the fact that this is the showdown. And, well, we did tell you that the schedule is going to come up. There you have it. We're going to kick things off in Erangel, and then we're going to be coming back to Erangel full circle. But, Johnny, why don't you just take us through the games today?
Yeah, alrighty, so as we said, the first game is going to be on Erangel, and there are going to be groups, ladies and gentlemen. Since we have 24 teams, they have been divided into 3 groups, 8 teams per group. We're going to be starting off with Group A and B, playing the first 2 matches, Erangel and Miramar. And actually, I do realize why you're getting giddy, right? You love chaos. I love chaos as well. We know it's all going to go down right now. The stage is set. I'm quite frankly looking forward to seeing how the undergods, as I call them, they are going to perform. We have a lot of exciting names. There's AUTOBOTZ, there's the lads from FS Esports. Did see them on the recent LAN, the BGMI Master Series. They were looking quite good. R Esports is another team I'm looking forward to. So it's going to be quite exciting to see what these lads are going to pull off.
Well, it is going to be exciting to see that indeed. And of course, we all love the chaos. And Arka, let me just ask you another question as well. Now, how important is it going to be, right from the get-go, of course, you've got to put your best foot forward. You've got to make sure that, you are firing on all cylinders. But again, the mental aspect of the game, what do you have to say about that at the beginning?
Be as cool as a cucumber and make sure that everything falls in place. And that will be the only equation. Composure and consistency are the only 2 C's these teams have to look out for. And that is all I have to say.
Well, that is all you're going to say. And Arka, well, we're going to bid you adieu for now because we are going to see you in the next couple of games. Thank you so much for joining us up until now, which means, Johnny, well, you and I are now going to be taking things forward and presenting the next game for all our lovely viewers. But before we have all that commotion, before the storm does hit the map of Erangel, let's just take a moment and just appreciate all our teams, of course, all your favorite players on your screens right now. Let me tell you one thing. That stage looks beautiful.
I mean, it is quite pretty, ain't it? Plus the fact that we are back on LAN, ladies and gentlemen. The first official LAN. Woo! It's been a while. I miss this feeling. But
it's been a while.
Finally,
yeah,
it's here.
Even we didn't get to meet each other.
Yep. We didn't, but I mean, it was LAN along with it. I mean, for us, we are presenters, right? We're not the ones sitting on stage playing, so that's why we enjoy it. But for these lads, it is a totally different arena. Like, it's literally a different place that they are going to be playing in. Plus, just being right in front of the opposition does add a little bit of an extra sort of an intimidation factor to it. And that can sometimes work out with you if you are like XP, but... have you ever done that? Like, after you finish off someone inside of the game on LAN, like, just look at them in the eye and just be like, did you see what I do there?
You look at them in the whites of the eye, let them know when they're trembling and shaking, like, yes, I did that. But no, something interesting did happen. I've never seen someone drive a car with the claw finger like that before. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, all that is going to be set aside because game number 1 is going to be underway. The plane path is going to be kind of bisecting the top island in half as we are going to be flying from the west to the east, all the way from the hospital over to just north of Lipovka. But for now, all your favorite teams from Group A and Group B are sitting in the plane, jumping down from the heavens above. Question is, are we going to see any clashes as soon as their feet touch the ground?
Well, the possibility of that happening is going to be highly likely, but what is Revenant Esports doing right off the bat, going for the 3-1 split? It is going to be quite interesting because they're quite close to the lads from AUTOBOTZ, but AUTOBOTZ, we know they're going to move further south on the map, so LeBron is going to be quite happy about that. But as you said, XP, I mean, the first game, for the first time in the BGMI Masters Showdown, these lads are going to be dropping onto the map. There is going to be a lot of pressure because if you build up a good momentum for yourself from here on out, you can cruise along the way to the later stages of the tournament, which is definitely going to be the grand finals for now. But look at that, Revenant Esports and the lads from GodLike are going to be quite close to the players from TSM, and we have a circle towards the north.
Well, that is quite interesting because normally I was expecting, as it is in proper BGMI fashion, the circle's going to be somewhere around Gutka, but looks like we just might have some action breaking out early on, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you one thing, I am waiting for it because it is going to be the big boys in the form of Team GodLike, possibly going up against TSM. And let me tell you one thing, we do have a few friends on either sides of both teams, but for now, they aren't going to be calling to the friends, as there you have it. The first few shots are going to be fired. It's going to be Ninja's UMP, and well, down goes Neo. Looks like he didn't dodge those bullets this time.
Well, let's see, is a revive actually going to be a possibility? I mean, Neo is inside pretty decent cover, and since it's literally the first 2 minutes of the game, you won't have enough ammo to go for an all-out sustained fight. Neo's going to be back on his feet. Well, Jonathan is going to carry him to a corner before he brings him back up. But Ninja Jord, he has to realize that the more time he wastes on just keeping an eye on the lads of GodLike, the other two players from the opposing team, they are going to be collecting their loot and getting themselves in position to take on the players of TSM, and TSM is doing the same. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how these teams are going to look to progress further into the action. Right now, the best possible decision seems to be just back off a little bit, get some loot, get some ammo, better weapons, probably some throwables along the way, and then try and re-engage. But it's up to them. TSM, we've never seen them back off from any situation. Same goes for GodLike, so maybe we're just going to see them go all in this one.
See, now, we know that Neo is the one, right? I mean, he can see things that we can't. However, they did have an idea that someone is going to be near them because, well, once you open the chutes, you do tend to look around and you can ascertain that, oh, wait a second, another team is going to be dropping just north of us. Now, what I do believe happened in that situation was he wasn't expecting any shots to be fired this early on because, if you have a look at all that open space right now, I love this beautiful shot. Amazing timing. That is no man's land right now. So even though Neo was knocked down, it would have been a little bit of a suicidal motion if Ninja did try and go in for that finish because, well, Z-God would have had an angle. Jonathan would have been lying in wait for now. I do believe it is going to be a waiting game. Now, the thing is, TSM, they have those high buildings, right? They have all the buildings which don't really have spaces between them, which means they can maneuver a little easier and get a bit more loot as far as Team GodLike is concerned. But again, it doesn't really matter what weapon you're using, but the man who is behind the gun. And, well, let's see for now if anything's going to happen, because I do believe we are going to have a little bit of a stalemate at this moment. But elsewhere, I don't really see a lot of teams too close for comfort for one another. However, FS Esports now, we know they love heading to Rozhok every single time now. OR Esports, they're going to be just south, and it's not very often that both these teams clash this early on, and I think that might just be the case this time around as well.
I completely agree with that. I mean, OR Esports, they do like to take their sweet time in the early stages of the match, and it has worked out quite well for them in the recent days, but along with that, they need to bring in the aggression during the later stages, in the mid-game stages from 4th Circle onwards, because that is where we saw them struggle in the Master Series as well. But look at their Shadow on the flank. Can actually get a lot of information if the lads of TSM step out of those buildings. But it seems like Ninja Jord, with the way he was placing his crosshair right on the top of that hill, that even he knows where the shots can come from. Although, XP, what I'm worried about is the fact that Reckoning Esports is closing in on these compounds from the south.
Oh, buddy, you just read my mind, because we did have a look at the map just a few moments ago, and it looks like LeBron. I wonder if it's going to end up as a meme today. Let's find out, and if that's going to happen. You know exactly what I'm talking about. However, he could be coming in from behind, but looks like Jonathan is going to get the better of Nexus early on, and, well, Reckoning Esports' little advantage that they have, they were going to be a bit silent. That is going to be negated in an instant. And now, I do believe GodLike are doing the right thing, because they can't really take a fight at both ends just yet. So they're going to be moving a bit further away from TSM, in fact, right towards Reckoning Esports' direction, trying to finish the job. And for now, Ninja, the boys, all they can do is just helplessly look on, well, and gather all that information for themselves. But there you have it. GodLike, Z-God is going to lead the charge. In fact, that Scarwheel is going to let loose a few bullets, but Nexus is back up on his feet.
Well, let's see. They're going to be back up, but maybe this can backfire, as Jonathan, with an 8 in his hand, is trying to push forward and decides against it. It's a smart decision, as he will need his teammates. It's a 2v1 situation right now for Jonathan if he tries to engage against the players of Reckoning Esports. Shadow, he's going to close in on the first floor. Nexus right on the other side, and Shadow runs up top, just trying to avoid any sort of confrontation for now. Addy, he's trying to keep Jonathan pinned out. A lot of utility exchange, but Z-God is going to be the first casualty. Addy is going to find the knock. Takes a lot of damage, down to 50% HP, and he's going to be knocked out as well. Shadow, a good push coming forward. Oh, misses the opposition, turns around and takes him out. Quite a nice fight right there for GodLike Esports, and well, Team GodLike, they're going to be happy with the 2 finishes that they have now.
Oh, they are definitely going to be happy. Now, this is what kind of confuses me. In fact, I'm going to be scratching my head because we did see moments before that, Reckoning Esports' LeBron was on that hill where TSM are right now, but they decided to move further inland elsewhere. Looks like always he's going to be opening up with his weapon as he does get the better of Neo once again. And now, Team GodLike, well, their victory is going to be a bit short-lived as the one has been taken out, and now Z-God, Shadow, and Jonathan, well, they don't really have a lot of shadows to lurk around. And in fact, Shadow is going to be taking his little ride away, but looks like TSM, they are going to have some angles on him as Blaze and Always are scrambling to lay down shots, and well, before they could get the Shadow down, looks like he is going to make it to safety, but I can't say the same for Z-God and Jonathan.
Oh boy, XP, but while all of this is happening, the entire scuffle between Reckoning Esports, GodLike, and TSM, look at the team counter. Our Esports ended up taking a fight with Global Esports towards Milta, and they have taken out 2 of their players. One lad is going to be knocked out. Global Esports, not really a start that we wanted for them, not really a start that they want for themselves, but hey, now they're going to have to deal with that as well. And our Esports, they lost 2 of their players as well. So an early fight out in the blue, not really working out for either of the teams. On this side as well, TSM, I have to give them props. The addition of Oasis, all the experience that he brings to the table does actually add the advantage. The timing on that assault was impressive. But hey, Global Esports, the first team to get eliminated in the very first game, are the champions of the previous tournament.
Well, the Masters are the Masters no more because they have been wiped out in the 16th position. Not what they had intended. However, they do have those 2 finishes for themselves. That is going to be, well, it's not going to be anything for them just yet. Now, our Esports, we kind of, let's be honest over here, we did kind of just write them off. But it looks like the 2 members made sure they hunkered down as Jonathan. Well, of course, you mentioned this earlier. None of these teams, they like backing away from the fight. And Jonathan, in fact, is going to try and sneak his way like a predator stalking his prey as close as he can to TSM, who, again, keep in mind, Ninja and Always are still going to be keeping an eye out on Z-God, right? And what Z-God is doing is he's moving about. He's making a little commotion, just trying to keep them a little off balance. Now, this is when Jonathan can in fact strike. Now, he wants to make sure the enemy is completely oblivious, which is true. There you have it. A visual confirmation is going to come in. The UMP is going to be whipped out. Shots are going to be fired. In fact, he's going to be chasing him down, and there you have it. Always is going to be brought down to his bloodied knees. Now, Ninja, well, his work is definitely cut out as he's like, uh-oh, someone's right next to me on my right flank.
Well, the numbers have been equalized between these 2 teams, at least for now. But Aquanox, look at him, shows up in the buggy. He's going to try and take Jonathan down. He's going to be put extremely low, and I think should be an easy knock for TSM to secure. But Z-God is closing in. Aquanox is going to be dropped low as well with a massive nade. Shadow closing in from the back. GodLike, this team fight is just epic. They just collapsed upon TSM before TSM realized what was going on. And now all of a sudden the tables have turned. TSM, they're down 2 players. A knock is going to be secured by Aquanox. He finds another one. Switching the weapon to the Scar, but the nade is going to drop him, and now Blaze closing in from the distance. Jonathan, he's going to have ample time to go for a revive.
He is going to go for the revive, and Aquanox is going to try and make sure he gets as much information as he can. In fact, Jonathan is going to be forced to pull back just a little bit. That was a smart move coming in from Aquanox because it means Blaze can come in, but oh my goodness, lo and behold, he's going to be shot at from behind. It's going to be Akshat, the IGL from Team Seoul, who's going to put that final nail in the coffin as far as TSM are concerned. And well, they were trying to pinch GodLike in, however, looks like they became sandwiched instead, and now there you have it. Goblin is going to make sure that he is the new MVP as he's going to take the fight straight to Team GodLike. Shadow being taken down to his knees by a Car 98 courtesy of Hector. This is the fight that all the players and, well, all the viewers are going to be waiting for because the 2 big teams are going to be locking horns. Jonathan, in fact, is going to be spotted out, and, well, Akshat with his AK is going to be rattling up the shots, telling them who's boss.
XP, I'm going to be honest, I'm just scratching my head right now, wondering what is going on. We have seen Global Esports take an exit. TSM is out. It looks like GodLike, they're going to be next as Z-God. He's trying to run for his life. Barely any HP left on him. The blue zone is chasing him as well, and I think it's going to be enough to take him out. Bye-bye, good sir. See you in the next one. As Team Soul walk away with 3 free points. They entered that fight the last. They were the last team to join in. And they just wiped out TSM just because they were hurt too badly from the... GodLike. Just because GodLike was put down by TSM a little bit earlier. And now it looks like Team Soul, they've turned their attention to Reckoning Esports.
They have indeed. Looks like GodLike's mortality was tested, and turns out they're only human as they've been wiped out in the 14th position. 5 finishes for themselves is not going to be a bad start to the day. However, knowing the team, they would definitely want to get a few more elsewhere. We do have a scuffle breaking out between uDOG and Kinetic Esports as Diljit is down on his bloodied knees, and by the look of things, I don't think Respite is going to be coming his way anytime soon, as Storm is going to be rattling off that AK at distance, just trying to make sure he keeps the opponents at bay. But there you have the smokes are going to be deployed, and it looks like Max Kosh is going to be that daring member from Team Kinetic, who in fact did go down, and it looks like Diljit might just be back up on his feet, and well, Team Kinetic still have that potential energy to carry them forth. Now, you do have the map up on your screen. We are going to be shifting a bit to the north. In fact, all the action might just end somewhere in the shooting range.
XP? Out of the 4 teams we talked about before we started the day, 2 are already out!
Yes, sir, they're already out. It looks like another one might just be joining them.
Well, Kinetic, they are under heavy fire from uDOG and Empire along with Storm, where they are bringing in the Storm upon Team Kinetic, pinned out in the open, nothing but a shack for cover, and I don't think Diljit, he has a way out of this one. Even if the smokes are going to be lobbed out, there's way too much distance he's going to be required to cover, even if he starts scrolling back or if his teammates start approaching him. It's not going to be an easy job.
It isn't going to be easy, but keep one thing in mind. If you just remember, moments ago, Max Kosh did try to go up to him. Suddenly realized that, you know, this strategy is not going to work out. My question is, KU and Aryan, had they been laying down some suppressive fire in uDOG's direction, it could have been a different story altogether.
Well, yeah, I completely agree with that, but again, it is good. I mean, they will have to give up on Diljit. There was no question going for it, but oh, this is just looking not so good for Team Kinetic. Just stuck between a rock and a hard place. One more player getting caught off guard by the lads from 7C. And, well, now they're just going to be left with 2 players alive instead of the game. Only one option left. Just survive. Survive till the very end. Get some placement points in. Maybe a few extra finishes in the late stages of the game. Although, on the other side, Hyderabad Hydras. Now, it is going to be quite interesting as to what these lads are going to be up to. They're out in the open, a little bit towards the east of the center of the map, and they will also have an interesting opportunity. Well, look at that. Alright, so Hyderabad Hydras ended up getting that knock, and 7C just secured the finish for free.
I mean, of course, you know, whoever can get it, I mean, it doesn't matter how you get it, by hook or by crook, you know, one finish means 1 point is going to be added on to your tally, and, you know, all the crying and bickering can be left for later. Of course, at this stage, you want to make sure you rack up all those points for yourselves. Now, you did mention that Hyderabad Hydras are kind of in the open. They do have this little compound to work with. They do have that little makeshift fortification as far as the vehicles are concerned, and there you have it. uDOG are now going to be coming under fire as Maxi and his teammates are laying everything that they have in their direction. In fact, he's only lucky because that M4 magazine kind of ran out of bullets. That's why those extended mags are so important when you're spraying and praying.
Well, I completely agree with that, and I think M4 has, for a long time, just been the weapon that everyone has been practicing with. I think it's the first weapon you pick up inside of the game and just start practicing your spray. But at this point, I mean, with the recent updates, I think we are going to see a lot of players just switch over to the AKM. Not for the long-range sprays, of course, but anything between mid and close range, I think the AKM is just going to be the preferred pick. Scar for now in the hands of Saltander, as he does try and regroup with his team to go for a fight, or at least see if they can keep a check on the lads of Hyderabad Hydras. Now, uDOG, the team of uDOG officials, they did something quite interesting. They went for a 2-2 split. 2 players on either side of Hyderabad Hydras trying to pin them down. So now they're going to have to regroup. One team is taking the slope of this mountain just to get a high ground advantage. The other team, you can see them on the radar just trying to fight and see if they can provide some suppressing fire to their teammates. Just keep the Hydras pinned down. But on the other side, Team Soul, Akshat getting knocked out. It seems like the AUTOBOTZ, they are going to take this fight. And they're going to try and see if they can gatekeep the players of Team Soul.
Well, looks like Optimus Prime did send out the signal. Autobots assemble, and well, they're going to be setting up a blockade. And Hector, wait a second, buddy. Your head can be seen like a meerkat popping out over that little crevice over there. And, well, Mr. IGL and Fox are going to make sure they've let loose a few shots downrange. Now, after this can be picked up, Goblin, of course, we know that he's like one of those rabid dogs. He's going to be just pointing in a direction, and he's going to try and do as much damage as he can. Now, the thing is, Team Soul, they are going to be spread far and wide, right? But they've got that little advantage for themselves. The AUTOBOTZ, however, have that little downslope. They are going to be in the center of the valley. Now, I agree, they do have that shack for cover. They have a few, obstacles lying around that they can lie down behind. However, the thing is, they're making so much commotion that any team that comes in from the north, just as I was going to expect, like, for example, the orangutan, the apes coming in from the north, they could be a little thorn in their side, but looks like this time around, they went for Omega and Goblin, if I'm not wrong, because, Goblin, I beg your pardon, because Goblin, well, he was going to make his move against the AUTOBOTZ. However, as expected, from up top, he was shot down before he could do anything.
Well, let's see if push over here is actually going to be possible, as Hector has in fact closed quite a lot of distance against the players of AUTOBOTZ, but a lot of utility is being lobbed upon him right now. The nade almost connecting, dropping Hector down to around 60% HP, as for now he faces a 1v3 situation. Oh, the Molotov quite close, just on top of that ridge. Darya, he's going to try and peek the slope right there, but it's not going to happen. The suppressing fire from the backlines, and also the threat of the teams right behind them, just keeping the AUTOBOTZ at bay for now. But XP, I completely agree with what you said about making commotion when you're holding in the center. I mean, just attracting all that attention towards you, especially when you are fighting in the position, in a position like shooting range, where you don't have as many compounds. You're just going to be playing for those ridge covers, the small little dips that are going to be there in the terrain. You have to be extremely careful in which fights you choose to pick.
Now, the thing is, did mention the teams lying behind. Now, have a look at how OR Esports are being so patient. Now, had this been a regular game, they would have been popping up and taking a few shots. But for now, Akshat is going to be brought down as Hector's grenade is going to send Mr. IGL flying. The question is, he's just one man, and I do believe he's going to be the last man standing for his team. Now, he's got a lot of work cut out for himself, and I do believe that is the right decision. Get out of there. In fact, he's going to go right in the smoke, making sure he uses their cover against them. Does lay down a few shots, whips out that M4, but from behind, it is going to be Fox who is going to put him in the ground, and with that, Team Soul are going to be bidding us adieu in the 12th position as well. Elsewhere, FS Esports are taking the storm right to uDOG Storm as he's down on his knees, but Empire, oh boy, he is in a precarious situation. In fact, I do believe he's throwing a grenade right on OP's position, but there you have it. Clutch is going to come in, try and ascertain his position. In fact, he almost ran him over. However, the tree came in his way. He did let his gun do the talking. However, he's going to be brought down instead, and now it is going to be crazy taking the fight as far as uDOG India are concerned. But FS Esports, they are looking good. They are looking confident. Elsewhere, OR Esports making quick work of Team INS.
Well, INS, they are going to be down 2 players. Hitman, he's going to try and back off from this fight as, well, Crazy is just going to chase him away. FS Esports, like, in terms of firepower, this team is very impressive. The way, the part of the game where they seem to struggle, in fact, would be their rotation timings towards the endgame scenarios, where we are headed towards right now, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the 5th circle, the blue zone is closing in, and OR Esports, right after dealing with a few of the individuals from the side of INS that they had knocked out, they're going to try and secure their control of the shooting range once again, but they will have to be extremely careful, because it's like stepping into a bowl. But Joker takes a few shots from the rear. Hitman is going to find the knock. Joker is going to get taken out now. Crazy Soul providing a little bit of suppressing fire for his teammate. But I don't think it's going to do any wonders for INS at this point. His teammate is going to get finished off. Now Joker, he finds himself in a very unfortunate situation where he has the lads from FS right in front of them. That Jeep is going to blow up any given second. And let's not forget, AUTOBOTZ, they're going to be right behind, and that nade almost taking him out. But oh, the man survives. Crazy Soul just being crazy lucky at this point as OR Esports, they show up to the rescue, XP.
They do indeed. In fact, they were going to make sure to take advantage of the situation because they held their ground. They kept the trigger discipline, and now they can unleash hell on everyone that's flying around. Now, K47 might just bleed out unless OR Esports comes in and, well, steals that finish from the opposing team. Now, the thing is, they really don't have a lot of cover because we did have that massive hill just south of the shooting range. However, because it's not in the circle anymore, well, teams are going to be coming down, and this is where OR Esports, there you have it, making sure he rattles off that AK, is going to get that finish for himself as FS Esports are sent packing. Now, Kinetic Esports, they are survived by just one man, and that man is Max Kosh. But the question is, does Aditya know that someone is lurking in his vicinity? Because if he isn't aware, well, Max Kosh could strike at the right moment, and that could be troublesome for this team. But for now, 4 finishes for OR Esports, and boy, they are looking good.
Yeah, but look at the position of Hyderabad Hydras taking control of the eastern edge of the map. They are completely isolated in an isolated position, and the only
They have that dip too.
Yeah, exactly. They are in a wonderful spot. Now, the only thing that can mess up their victory in this game is going to be the lads of Reckoning Esports that are holding that center compound in the shooting range, or Orangutan if Orangutan starts to move towards the eastern side. First the north, then the eastern edge of the map. That's the only way Hyderabad Hydras lose this game. They have a great position to close out the match, but let's see. OR Esports still holding the center. Orangutan managing to secure a few extra points as they move up to 6 finishes already inside of the game. And with all 4 players alive in the final few moments, I think they're looking very strong and possibly could possibly be the winners of this very first match.
Oh, I agree. They are looking good. In fact, the Great Apes are playing wonderful. Now, the thing with Hyderabad Hydras is they have to peek over. There you have it. And the moment they do, this is what I was predicting. WizGod from Orangutan is going to come at distance and basically knock one of them down, as Aru is going to try and make sure he thwarts this attack on his position. Now, both sides are going to be lobbing grenades. Question is, which one is going to do more damage? Aru, in fact, does take a little bit of HP off one of the apes. Of course, I'm talking about AKOP, as Trigger is going to be on standby. That is a beautiful grenade. However, it was just a little bit off target. Otherwise, AK could have been brought down to his knees. But again, OR's got to be careful here because they are exposing their backs to the Hyderabad Hydras.
Well, the Hyderabad Hydras are stepping in. Maxi was knocked out, but it was a straight knock. Now Trigger has stepped back to go for a rescue, but AKOP, he can't join his teammates at this point because XP, as you said, OR Esports, they are keeping him quite busy over here. Ace Black is going to be taken out by Trigger, but he loses a lot of HP in doing that. Ash is going to be there on his knees as well. Trigger, he needs to survive, and whoa, he won't be able to push through. AKOP, though, he shows up right in the nick of time, forcing the Hyderabad Hydras to fall back, but it's not going to work out. Orangutan, they are going to be eliminated finally from this match, and now the ball lies in the court of the Hyderabad Hydras. All they have to do is finish OR Esports, Reckoning, and the final remaining player from the side of Kinetic Esports to win the very first chicken dinner of this match.
Well, of course, buddy, easier said than done, but I like the fact that he is going to make sure he carries his teammates quite literally, because he's going to make sure that every one of them is going to be back up on his feet, and there you have it. Hyderabad Hydras, the only team with all 4 members still intact. Now, this is that man advantage that they desperately need, but the problem is, OR Esports, if you just have a look at the terrain on your screens right now, you have all these broken walls. They have way too much cover to play around with, and I like what they're doing, right? They're not going to be clumped in one position. They're going to make sure they cover as many angles as possible. But again, you did kind of mention a few moments earlier, Reckoning Esports' position is going to be pivotal for whoever wants to walk away with that delicious chicken. And it looks like Hyderabad Hydras, they finally know that someone is going to be lurking inside. But my only issue is, if and when they do decide to make that move, can OR capitalize on anything that moves? But look at Maxi OP. He's going to make sure that that does not happen, because he's going to secure the right flank for his team.
Well, this is looking very interesting.
They're going in.
Oh, Gary, oh no, steps into the Molotov tossed by his own teammate. And well, he's going to get burned extra crispy right there. He's knocked out. Maxi, Ace Black, Strike, all of them fall in, but Reckoning Esports, they use this opportunity to capitalize. Oh no, Vito is going to be put down by Striker, And now Reckoning Esports, they're down to that last player. But XP, this fight for this compound, again, the zone has moved towards it. It's going to provide a lot of safety for either of these teams if they manage to take it. LeBron is going to make a run for it, leaving Viru behind just to take damage from that nade. A smart decision right there.
Yes, sir. I don't blame him, because you got to keep in mind OR Esports are going to be moving in like a pack of hungry hyenas as well, because they know that someone is going to be bleeding at the lion, is going to be taking the fight. A striker is going to try and chase him down, but as expected, there you have it. It is going to be OR's Aru who's going to make sure that LeBron is put 6 feet under. And I do believe Max Kosh was finally found out. Not a bad outing for Team Kinetic, considering the fact they lost so many players early on here, John. But now there are just 2 teams, and you know, like they say, then there were 2. It is going to be Hyderabad Hydras up against OR Esports. Now the thing is, OR Esports, again, have a look at how they're trying to circle Hyderabad Hydras. Now, for the Hydras itself, they only have that compound for cover, right? And if they don't keep their flank secure, and if they go down one by one, well, that is when trouble can arise. The bit there is going to make sure the right flank is going to be under a keen eye for OR Esports, and well, Aru and the rest are going to make sure they hit them hard from the left.
And this is quite smart from the side of OR Esports. Aditya, with all those smokes, is just going to try and see if he can funnel the players of Hyderabad Hydras towards one corner, allowing Aru to actually push in for the flank. It's going to be quite difficult because it is a 2 versus 4 situation. Hyderabad Hydras at any given point can just split up 2-2 and just pin down the players of OR Esports. But let's see. We have seen these clutches in the past, so I'm not going to say just like, yeah, OR Esports are going to be out of question. Hyderabad Hydras have had a wonderful run in this entire match, but closing it out, it's going to be pretty important. And imagine the first game of the day, walking away with the chicken din on the first official LAN. Well, Aru is going to be taken down. Now there's just one man standing in their way. Can the Hydras do this? Well, the chances are going to be there, because even though Aditya did manage to get 2 knocks, Striker instantly goes for a revive, and they back off. They are being extremely cautious about this.
Ooh, that's a big one. Had it been cooked a bit perfect and had it rained down all that shrapnel above, it could have been a different thing. But Hyderabad Hydras, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be your winners of the first game here in the showdown. There you have it, a few fist bumps by the IGL, Mr. Ace Black. And I like this. You know, they did win, but they are not going to let that affect their mood. They've come here with a game plan, buddy. Let me give you one thing. We did see them show some glimpses of brilliance during the Pro Series. However, they did fall short. How important do you think this first game is for them?
I mean, it's going to be quite important. Hyderabad Hydras is one of those teams that relies on their momentum, and this one it is going to set them up for success as far as day 1 is considered. And if your first day is good, you can definitely pull a number off on the other teams as far as the overall rankings in these league stages are considered. But Hyderabad Hydras, I want to see this aggression. We saw them pick the right fights at the right moments, and that is the reason that the number of finishes in this game was actually quite nice.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct. And of course, we are going to show you a few more facts and figures, because we're going to be heading to a quick commercial break. Don't be heading anywhere. We'll be back shortly. But before that, once again, let's just have a look at your favorite players.
Here we go now. Make it clap.
Watch it, earn it.
iCrew.
Welcome back to the Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown. And let me tell you one thing, we are going to be crowning a king of kings, so to speak. But it looks like the Hyderabad Hydras are here to make a statement. And boy, did they do it in style, making sure all 4 players were left intact right till the end. Boy, oh boy, Johnny, we were just discussing a few things right now. It could have gone another way, but the chances are really slim, aren't they?
Yeah, the chances were slim. I mean, decision-making in those final fights needs to be a little bit more precise. The only way Hyderabad Hydras, the win could have been taken away from them, one was Orangutan finishing them off, which did not happen because OR Esports kept 2 players busy. The other one was Reckoning Esports just lobbing a few nades when Hyderabad Hydras were trying to close in on that compound, but that did not happen as well. But we do have the MVP on our screen. Striker getting 9 finishes in the first game of the day.
You know, like Arca loves saying this, you gotta strike when the iron is hot, and Striker was doing just that. As you mentioned, 9 finishes, 892 points of damage. That is just ridiculous in game number 1. But again, it just goes to show that these boys are ready for all the action. And let's have a look at the top players and see if his teammates are going to join him. Well, we have one of them, Maxi, who's going to be joining him with a tremendous amount of damage. Just 1 finish, but again, at the end of the day, buddy, it's a team game. It doesn't matter who gets more finishes as long as you get the job done.
Exactly, and Maxi was a big part of that as well. We saw him in the thick and thin of things the entirety of the match and just dishing out that damage. 806 damage also equates to him just putting down players and relieving at least a lot of pressure from the Hyderabad Hydras. But again, we did see an incredible performance from the Hyderabad Hydras. uDOG was also uDOG India, a team that performed, I have to say, quite decent for the first game on the first official LAN. But on the other side, what about the big names? Those first few fights of the match, again, not really necessary to be this aggressive at the start of the day.
There you have it, the first few fights, in fact, on your screens right now. In case you missed any of the action, don't worry, guys, we got you covered. Now, it was the big dogs that did take the fight early on. Of course, GodLike going up against TSM, making quick work of them, but from the distance, it was Akshat from Team Soul who was a little thorn in their sides. Now, at this point, we did see this was when Hyderabad Hydras got their first knock. However, if you remember, Johnny, it was 7C, I do believe, who did steal that finish from them. But again, a lot of action going on over here. And keep in mind, this is the showdown. This is the confrontation to settle a dispute. And the dispute is which team is India's best. And, well, you all better make sure you tune in at the right time. For now, just have a look at all the action that took place just moments ago.
I mean, it got quite intense from this point onwards because from the 5th zone to the 6th zone transition, as you did talk about it during the game as well, the hill that's there on the south of the shooting range, that becomes a very tricky position to be in. Because while you are inside of the zone, you have the best possible advantage. You have the high ground, you can see everyone fighting right in front of you. But as soon as the zone moves up north, you are in trouble. You are going to be in a world of hurt. Pushing down that slope is close to impossible. You have to invest a lot of smokes in doing that, and when you lob out those smokes, you have to think about the fact that you won't have anything left once you actually get to the shooting range.
Again, you know, we keep talking about a few phrases, utility management and all that kind of stuff. It is going to be important, but there you have it. Your winners of game number 1, the Hyderabad, the Hydras, and of course, they are still going to have that little, you know, the game face is basically on. It's basically a little switchering, right? If you just do that, there you go, the game face is on, and then you can have a little chuckle once the cameras are not on you. But I wonder if they're going to be carrying this momentum forth in the next game, because I wouldn't say that the zone exactly helped them, because they were in a few precarious positions every now and then. However, it was that trigger discipline. It was just striking exactly at the right time, making sure you catch the enemy off guard. That is what they did, because, you know, we were talking about Orangutan Gaming. Maybe they could have been the ones who took them out, because if you remember, Carry was the last man standing at one point, and just a couple of bullets would have put him in the ground.
But I believe in a few moments we are going to get to hear their take on what happened inside of the match as well. And I'm going to be very interested in that as well. Because from what we see, our perspective is definitely quite different. We have a lot more information from their perspective. It's going to be quite interesting to see why the decisions were made the way they were made.
Well, we are going to be moving right over to that, because we do have Mamba, who is going to be questioning the team just about these questions that you just mentioned. Well, let's have a listen from the boys themselves.
of course players मेरे साथ खड़े जिनके साथ हम बातचीत भी करने वाले हैं. Striker जुड़ेंगे, A जुड़ेंगे, जिनसे पूछेंगे हम सारे के सारे सवाल. But Striker, I want to come to you first because we've talked about feeding off each other's energy, right? So I want to ask you, how important do you think is your own comeback for the team because everybody's feeding off each other?
Actually, this is not an individual game, right? So we actually needed like momentum. So we have to carry this momentum throughout the finals. My comeback is not needed, but our comeback is needed. Like how we like do as a team, comeback is needed. Like.
Oh, wonderful. But here's the thing, right? We're talking about feeding off each other's energy. There's one question about momentum as well, because look, you need to carry on the momentum. You want to make sure that you're carrying the same energy throughout the tournament. But I want to know, you constantly monitor the finish feed and sort of change your gameplay on the fly, or do you stick to the plan?
So actually, we saw the finish feed and a lot of teams are taking initial fight. So we don't actually want to change our strategy. So what I said to my team is just stick to the plan and do basics, and let's go for the chicken dinner. That's it.
So here's the thing, right? We talked about the plan, but my question to you is that you were really, really aggressive early on in the game. Are you planning to be this aggressive throughout the tournament, or are you going to switch things up?
No, it's basically according to the situation. If situation changes like that, if we want to go aggressive, then we'll go aggressive for sure. If we can play passive, then we'll play passive. It depends on our own strategy. It actually differs from map to map also. So in each map, we have a separate strategy, so we'll stick on to it.
That's wonderful to hear. Hopefully you guys carry on the momentum and you keep up with the performance. Congratulations for the last game, and hopefully we have better games up front. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, हमारे experts हमारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं and उनसे भी बातचीत करेंगे. So over to you folks.
Well, quite an interesting take on things from the perspective of Hyderabad Hydras, but hey, it's going to be Arka joining me on the desk right now. Arka, what are your thoughts on that first match, and do you think Hyderabad Hydras can continue that momentum in game number 2?
See, for Hyderabad Hydras, I said Lady Luck was kissing the forehead because ultimately every corner they went, they were kind of third-parting it. So I do believe that, that was the key for success for them to get those 15 finishes which they've got with 15 placement points, a total of 30 in the beginning shows that the hard work which they're putting in right now, they're going to be reaping benefits throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely. Quite a big head start right there as OR Esports. We do see them on the second with 19 points to their name. Orangutan on the third with just 12. Now, Orangutan, again, the results could have been a little bit better, but that fight against the players of Hyderabad Hydras and OR Esports, that 2-2 split towards the very end, not really working out too well for the side of OG, but look at that. Now, Arka, me and XP were talking about this one more thing as well, and I want to hear your perspective on this. All the big names that we were talking about, all the big names that were hyped up at the start of the day were the first ones to get taken out in this match.
No, even though they've got taken out, look at the amount of finishes they've gained. They understood how to maintain the points table to get an average of 5, 6, 7 points. But I do agree, all the kings have thought this. Once we take out the bigger person in front of us, or the best competition in front of us, then it's going to be much more easier for them to deal with the undergods or the stars in the making, because obviously they're going to have fear of these big people coming in. But none of them in this final circle, we saw the difference coming in. Everybody were playing it fearless. Everybody understood that, this couldn't be the team which we need to fear about.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, in those closing moments, you have to be fearless if you want to walk away with the winner chicken dinner. But we do have the team card for Hyderabad Hydras on our screens. We did talk about Striker quite a lot, 892 damage, those 9 finishes there as well. But look at the damage numbers on the other lads. Carry and Maxi also doing quite a phenomenal job in this particular game. Ace Black with 332 damage right there, 2 finishes secured. And as a unit, I feel Hyderabad Hydras, they've finally come together, they've banded together. They just need to make sure that this happens again and again, especially in the next game, because the map is going to change.
Now, consistency is the key. I really want to see how consistent they can be.
Yeah.
I agree that, the circle went to a northern-western side, and it's not going to be the same story every single time, a different terrain where someone else will know the topography much more better than the side of Hyderabad Hydras. I want to give a little bit of a limelight to Maxi. I do believe had the maximum number of damage with very less finishes. That shows that he was the person to do the talking when it comes to the bullets. making sure he places the team perfectly. Look at the rotation coming in. Pretty simple, to be frank. You know, they came in from the side of hospital region, and then from there on moved a little more forward to the northern side. I would say that Georgopol Northern Apartments were the exact spot where they, you know, came down and took themselves the loot which was required for them. From the hospital it was their flight path, and they jumped to the land.
Yeah. And I think the best decision over here was the fact, not the best decision, but the best thing that worked out for them was the fact that the teams that landed towards the Georgopol area did end up fighting against each other too early, so there was no one coming in from the rear trying to pressure the players from Hyderabad Hydras early on. And from there, this is where things get interesting, because ideally you would see a team that lands towards the northern Georgopol apartments just move up further north, either move towards the Severny area or take the shorelines, but no. Yes. Hyderabad Hydras, they move east. They take the solo isolated compound on that mountain.
Oh yes, they were concentrating on gatekeeping people coming into the circle. You can see that, you know, from the 3rd to the 4th circle, they were trying to hold the corners of the circle rather than respecting the circle and staying to the middle. But these were the final moments of the game where they met the side of Team OR. Before that, they used the high ground next to shooting range to see what's happening in front of them, and when they knew that the commotion is on the eastern side to them or towards the hill area, that is when they came in over there, took advantage of 7C, clear them off, used that as a hard cover, and then took the fight towards the side of OR as well. So I think it was a very, very clinical placement coming in from the IGL, just to make sure that, you know, Striker can do the magic with the gun. But again, Maxi has done the most of the talking when it comes to the Blitz, because the number speaks for itself. The amount of damage is dished in. Probably the Assaulter, all he had to do was go finish off the damage helmets and vest, so it becomes easier for him to get those finishes. So this team has been composed right, this team has been playing their roles right, but in case they lose that momentum, that is when the other teams can dominate.
I mean, definitely. And again, not losing that momentum in a tournament like this, very short format, everything is going to go by very quickly. It becomes very difficult, because you know the other teams are going to step things up in the very next game, especially teams like GodLike, teams like Team Soul, because the next map is definitely going to be one of their strong suits. But before we talk about that, let's have a head-to-head comparison between Hyderabad Hydras and OR Esports. Now, Arka, where do you think OR Esports in this match went wrong? Because we saw them take control of the shooting range quite early in the match.
Yeah, Atanki getting taken down, being one of the most aggressive person when it comes to the game of BGMI, he went out, and then I felt that, you know, that is going to hinder their performance, and it was visible. They tried to play for position points rather than taking those fights every single time. But the most important game changer for me was when I think it was Jelly who got taken on. The IGL himself got taken on by one surviving player of another team altogether and weakening them. And we all know, a man disadvantage in the final circle, the pressure is going to double as the number goes down when it comes to the man.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. A man disadvantage will double the pressure, losing out on 2 people in that 2v4 situation that OR Esports was in. Well, the situation basically becomes unwinnable. But things are going to change, because the map is going to change, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see the same 16 teams as we saw in the previous game, but this time on the map of Miramar. One of the biggest maps in the game. A lot of bolt action is going to be visible. Hopefully, we're going to be quite hopeful about that, because I love seeing those snipers in action. But apart from that, again, as we was talking about it, like Team Soul, Team GodLike, even Skylightz Gaming for that matter, seem to be the teams that turn out to be favorites on Miramar. But what do you think, out of the new teams that we are seeing, out of the new names that we are seeing, who do you think is going to stand up to the challenge this time?
I wouldn't say this team is new, but rather they have a very good potential of dominating in the map of Miramar, and that's going to be the side of Team EXO, as they'll be coming in over here. The rotation coming in from the side of Sensei to lead the fight in the front and lead by example as an IGL could be very, very important and versatile for themselves. And yes, as I said, Sensei leads the fight from the front, first goes in, gets the perfect spot for the team, from then on gives that opening for the Assaulter to take it forward. So I'll be watching for the side of Team EXO to see whether they'll be able to do the same as well. But ultimately, what I'm looking out for the most in the map of Miramar is the deadly anti-material rifle, the AMR, if it comes into play. And if some sniper is able to use it perfectly, now who's going to be backing that home?
Well, gone are the days when you thought the vehicles were enough to save you. They're not going to work anymore, especially in front of the, well, only in front of the AMR. But For now, at least, I would like to add one thing as we were talking about the top contenders of this game. I have to say Orangutan in the past recent days have been quite strong on Miramar as well. So not a new name again, a very well-known name, but the team has definitely stepped up their game as far as this particular match is considered. Our esports on the other side, we have seen them pop off now and then again, and once this team starts to get a little bit warmed up, once they start getting in the zone, they can be quite deadly, so you have to be extremely careful of our esports. uDOG, we did notice some interesting positioning from their side, I mean managing to hold that slow, but in the end just running towards the, going for that 2-2 split against the players of Hyderabad Hydras, knowing that 7C Esports was in the back lines, was the decision that sort of backfired upon them. Hopefully nothing like that happens for them on Miramar, because I would love to see what they have to bring to the table.
No, agree. Now, as you were speaking about the groups which were playing, it's going to be A and B, right? I know that I took the name of Team X who lands in the C group, right? But similar gameplay comes in from one other team when it comes to A and B, and they're going to be again the side of Team OR. I can expect them to be performing yet again. Obviously, now the fingers are warm. They were until the final circle, so they know how to move forward. The reflexes are going to be stronger compared to the others, and they will be knowing how to survive in those hard compounds as well. So, I do believe OR in this game are going to play a very vital role, because consistent placement points is going to be giving them a very good opening in the overall points table.
Well, let's see what's going to happen, how this map is going to unfold as the game has started, and the trajectory of the plane is going to be moving from Minas del Sur all the way just westward of Torre Amuda. We do see uDOG taking an early exit along with our esports. OR esports, we do know they like to play from the southern side of the map, so they're going to be out of the plane quite earlier on as well. TSM heading towards the Chumasera area with a 3-1 split. Waze moving a little bit towards the west. Seoul Esports also taking an early exit. Well, right in the middle of the map is where they're going to be headed. But again, every time Miramar pops up, everyone, all the eyes are going to be towards that Hacienda del Petron San Martin positions, because you know a massive cluster is bound to form in the next 5 minutes.
Now, with the circle favoring on the very places you just, put out, I do believe that the action is going to unfold to the northern side of the map anytime soon. But Global Esports, yet again going towards the western side of the map, their split in the map of Miramar is something which concerns me lately, because they're an open book. Everybody knows how Global plays in the map of Miramar, and in case they, go to take down one player at a time, Global Esports can be eradicated very easily from this lobby.
Well, definitely, I agree with that. You have to be extremely careful, otherwise it's quite easy to get taken out. But let's see, 7C Esports going for a very wide split earlier on. Same with Global Esports. We do see one of the lads, Joker, heading all the way towards the Oasis, the last man, I believe, to exit the plane right there. Hyderabad Hydras playing for Torre Amuda, hoping to continue the momentum that they are starting to build from the previous match. Quite a wonderful game for them, but oh my goodness, it's going to be Orangutan's Ash just spotting out Carry and Striker right next to him. He is cut off. It's a 1v2 situation. Do you think a backup is coming for him?
I don't think so, because in the mini-map is the best view for you to get who's the closest teammate he's got, and with none being visible over here, Hyderabad Hydras can actually push in a little, extend themselves a little further on and try to pick up this early finish which is lying in front of them. And again, Carry as well as Striker, both of them concentrating on Ash rather than going and farming. That is a bit concerning for me. Either of these players need to have the right kind of ammunition in case they want to take the fight with the side of Ash, right? So Carry holding that off angle could be restricting Ash from moving around. Probably this was the moment for him to capitalize, which he did try to press the trigger, but unable to control the recoil as well as placing perfectly. He'll be expecting his teammates to come in a bit more close, and there they come in, knocking at the doors. But Ash has got the deadly shotgun S12K. Will this do the magic?
Well, let's see, he's going to try and buy himself some time, because we do see the vehicle moving towards this compound, and well, Orangutan, they're going to try and save their IGL right now. But, well, he is pinned out in this building, and Trigger is going to be taken out as well. It's a backfire, Orangutan. A massive blunder from their side, losing out on one more player. At least AKOP is going to be out. Ash is out in the open, and well, Orangutan getting destroyed in seconds. The Hydras, Hyderabad Hydras, they've done it yet again. What a start to game number 2.
I mean, AKOP over there used an IQ of, I would say, a 10,000 plus, you know. He was on the other side of the vehicle, taking it as a cover. As soon as the person came in to shoot at him, even though the pixel of his helmet were visible, he could have gone in for a jump shot with such low HP. What did he do? He immediately sat inside the vehicle, changed his seat, and started firing at the opponents. And the opponent was a little oblivious of his position. He's looking out, where did this man disappear? But ultimately, for the side of Team HH, the teamwork came into the play, and a very good backup coming in from the other side. OGs, the team you told the team to watch out for, to be specific.
Yeah.
I mean, literally getting decimated over here. Literally. I don't know how come they just walked into a compound where 4 men were not even inside of a compound, but rather outside trying to cover off the IGL. I don't know whether there was a right move coming in from their side, but ultimately they'll learn the lesson the hardest way.
I agree with that, because I also agree with what you said before. When Ash was completely pinned down, there wasn't a point in showing up to take that fight. You know that man is going out. Hyderabad Hydras had clear cover to go for the push on the building, and even without that utility coming into play, they could have easily taken that fight and come out on top without losing a single player. And while approaching that fight, you have to think about it this way. You are already down 1 player. Your player is pinned out. He's not going to be part of the action. It's going to be a 3v4 situation against Hyderabad Hydras. And outnumbered scenario in the early game situation, it becomes a little tricky to take that fight. But hey, as you said, Orangutan, they learned the lesson the hard way, and Hyderabad Hydras 4 finishes as soon as they start the game. Let's see where they're going to go next.
Now, one other thing which I love about the side of Hydras over there, Hyderabad Hydras to be specific, is they were using the deadly Thompson, the gangster gun, when it comes to the close range battle, which helped them out so much to put down both the players coming in from the vehicle. They did more damage than possible, obviously thanks to the buff coming for it, right? Not many use it, but ultimately Hyderabad Hydras proved to us that if you do use it, you have an upper hand when it comes to a close range battle.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Thompson, I mean, has its own little merits and advantages, but as you mentioned, it is going to be quite restricted to those close range battles. As mid-ranges, if you manage to catch someone off guard out in the open, you might be able to take them down, but if they have even a UMP, or they will destroy you.
Yes.
Yeah, but let's see. GodLike Esports, what are your thoughts on the first game fight that we see GodLike in Arca?
Yeah, Johnny's split was something which we thought would be phenomenal, but what they did not expect is the retaliation coming in from the side of Aquanox. That person was just tracing the horizon with that AK red dot. Literally, he was like that calligraphy artist who was able to, you know, exactly lock his crosshairs to the helmets of the opponents, dishing the damage. And I would say that, you know, the strongest, I would say the weakness of TSM was the IGL not being over there for them. Now OSS coming in for them, adding on to an advantage and making them the strongest when it comes to placing themselves inside the circle was the best thing for them. But the strongest link was broken. GodL did put down OSS first, and that became the biggest problem for the side of TSM. And after that, they kind of trembled down with the pressure building on their shoulders. And you know, I would say that, you know, that's a story which is already told. Now the next story coming up is where they'll have to perform right here in the map of Miramar. I see that towards the side of El Pozo at this point of time we're going to have the side of INS, and I do believe when it comes to INS, now they split always something which backfires at them. With a new lineup coming up from the side of Team INS, I'm expecting a lot coming in from this team, because they have become a little more aggressive. They were from the beginning a very aggressive team. With Gil being added up for the squad, they'll be looking even more stronger. And let me remind you, they have one of the best of the icons out there, and he's going to be one of the probably the best support they would also want in a mid-range and a close-range battle. But ultimately, Johnny, I'm looking forward to see how much more sprays can Jonathan over here be pouring out, because ultimately it's all about him maintaining those resources as he'll be stepping forward into this game. As we all know, in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away as Shadow. Still got to be persistent with his teammates and making sure he puts players down. He's got to be max current they're going to be concentrating at. But with all this commotion being brought out by the side of Team GL, that's GodLike, are there any teams which is going to be coming in a bit more closer to them, trying to third party, thinking that there is a fight taking place over the horizon? Because not only do they have the high grounds for themselves, but also they're burning their resources. Now it looks like Team Soul might be making their way into the circle towards the side of San Martin, and trying to do wonders over here, as finally, as it's going to be San Martin area where 7C and GodLike might be coming in a bit closer to one another. But yeah, GodLike completely concentrating towards the side of Team Kinetic over here, trying to make sure that, they still damage out the player before they rush in towards the side of Hazian the Telpatron, where the epicenter of the circle is still over there. Now let's see what's going to happen next.
Not just the circle, but the teams are all headed in the same direction. Now, what I find most interesting right now is the fact that uDOG India, once again, the team has decided to go for a very wide 2-2 split on the western side of the map, and that's just going to make their approach towards the zone a little bit difficult to pull off, because there is definitely going to be a decent amount of gatekeeping with OR Esports right in front of them as well. But on the other side, we did see Global Esports on our screens a few moments earlier, and as you guys can see, they have taken control of that eastern Craterfield Mountains. A lot of vision is going to be available for them, but it is going to be a dire situation when it comes for their time to just drop down to the lower ground, just step down from the mountain. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. Well, they are doing it quite early.
Oh yes, Manya. He's going to be the person first coming down and making sure that, he finds an off angle in such a way that he can cover up the blind spot for the team as they make it downhill. But with this next circle forming in towards the side of water treatment, I have a strong feeling that it might head towards the side of Hacienda del Petron or the water treatment area. And with most of these teams actually making to this place, I'm looking forward to see who's going to be pressing that trigger first. I'm looking forward to see which are those first few teams to pick up those early finishes, because ultimately they will have better position points with the numbers dwindling.
Yep. I agree with that. I mean, if you do start shooting first, and if you do actually, in fact, manage to secure that first knock, automatically the fight is going to be, it is going to be a massive advantage for you, especially in a map like Miramar, wherein it becomes quite important to keep vision and get all that information from every single direction. If you lose out on one of the key players, that means you're not getting any information. And well, at this time, it's going to be Crazy Soul from the side of INS, who's going to be knocked out. 420 OP, a veteran in the scene, just keeping the vision. The tap shots with the M4, in fact, do connect on Clutch Guard, as Crazy Soul is just going to crawl towards his IGL, go for a revive, get a revive in, and we're going to be back with a 4v4 between these two teams.
Now, when we speak about Team INS, right, I did speak about how of an aggressive team they were, with two more aggressors coming in from their side, Clutch God and Gil. This is where a question I have to put into for you. Do you think that, INS needs to keep their aggression control most of the time? Because ultimately, the only time I see them getting taken down is the rotation clashes.
Yeah.
And it's not the close range battles, rather. But still, we feel that, they need to amp down their aggression. Do you agree on this point?
I do agree with you on this, because even in the last game, we saw them just start to pick fights quite early in the match. But if you do survive to the late game stages, you have to think about the fact that the placement points are already secured. You're free to secure those extra finishes, which is going to be like a bonus for you on the rankings and on the points table. But talk about bonuses. It looks like, well, FS Esports, they were about to get another one. 420 OP decided not to push on Oasis all of a sudden. Just backs off towards his teammates, realizing that TSM, well, they were going to make him pay if he went anywhere close to their IGL.
Now, TSM, again, a new lineup altogether. One OSS coming in new as an IGL. He'll have to not only adapt to the players, the mindset of the other three players, but the split coming in from their side, even for the map of Erangel, to be specific, there was OSS always leading the fight from the front, trying to be the assaulter rather than allowing his teammates to do so. What's your thought on these?
Oh, well. Well, I mean, it does take them a while to get used to things. That's the only problem right there.
Because they're trying to cover up the strongest link, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of questions does, come in our minds as to see whether they're doing things right. But for now, we're going to be skipping this question to witness the fight to take place amongst the two of the strongest aggressive teams in the lobby. One is going to be INS, obviously, against the side of GE. But GE, you were speaking about, you were concerned about their rotation, about coming downhill. But they've done it very, very successfully with 3 men over here. And Mania, yet again, going in for a split. Can they take down the side of Team I and S, whereas it's going to be Seoul versus the side of Team OR far, far away?
Well, this is going to be quite interesting, but on the other side, Team Seoul, they're going to be dropped as well. We see them losing a lot of players. It's down to the last player from the side of Seoul, and, well, it is not looking good. Goblin is going to be taken out as well. Quite an unfortunate position. OR Esports, prop to OR Esports for the amazing gatekeeping, because Team Seoul, they were just destroyed in seconds, and now Reckoning Esports, they're going to look to capitalize on this as well. Hector, like always, just becomes the last surviving player for the lineup. He's outside the zone for now. OR Esports have just a wonderful opportunity not to just secure the points of the players of Team Seoul, but also drop the players of Reckoning Esports, because now the blue zone damage is going to kick in. It's going to pile on. LeBron has already been dropped. Viru is going to be down to around 50% HP. But, hey, Arka, you and I can see the map, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Do you see the players of AUTOBOTZ?
Nope. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Towards the side. Yes, side, who now will have to take another rotation altogether towards the southern side. Hacienda del Patron is where they're going to be making their way, where OR is right now firing towards the side of RGE. They want to eliminate them. They want to pick up the finish, clear off their backlines, and then concentrate on the fight in front of them. But with the AUTOBOTZ rotation coming through and they backstab the side of Team OR, who's got to be oblivious, obviously thinking that they clear out their backlines, that could be the game changer. But AUTOBOTZ are still thinking twice before they get into those vehicles and taking this fight. But some bolt actions coming in over here from the side of uDOG to take down the side of TSM. A little bit of a shocking thing for me to see is TSM using bikes to traverse around the map of Miramar.
Well, they are a lot more quicker, but you are also quite exposed on those motorcycles, and, well, luckily for TSM, uDOG Storm did not really have a scope to pin down his spray, and TSM, they were able to walk away quite unscathed from that entire situation. But same can't be said for the lads of Reckoning Esports, as right after Seoul, we see Reckoning Esports bite the dust on Miramar and get eliminated from this game. We are down to 13 teams, still 49 players still alive, and Esportswala up against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. This is going to get intense.
Obviously, Carry is going to be using the same basic textbook thing, fisting the air, getting it a bit more closer, making sure that his footsteps are not going to be heard now. He's got more information than the opponents, as Tango pressing the trigger to perfection. As Tango was trying to hit the deck, will be paying a hefty price for it. As the push comes in from the side of Carry, is he extending too much? Even though he's firing on the opposite side, it's not going to be easy for him to evade that gunshot, as he'll be heading right to his skulls. As Maxi will be coming in from the other side, it's going to be a chaotic situation, as it's going to be ESF who's going to be coming and knocking at the doors of Team HYDRA, but HYDRA's retaliation is almost coming to an end, with Striker the last man standing.
Oh, well, let's see. One fight went their way, and the next one backfires. Esportswala eliminating Team Hyderabad Hydras, the winners of the previous game. And, well, they're going to be pretty happy about it, but they need to make sure that the revives come in ASAP, because AUTOBOTZ are moving up north right towards these silos, and TSM is closing in on their position as well. So in a few seconds, Esportswala, they're going to be sandwiched from either sides, and they're going to be picked off.
Now, it's good for us to say they're not going to be a patty in the sandwich, but rather a sausage in a hot dog. Literally, there's going to be several teams who's going to be sandwiching towards them. But ultimately, I really want to see how this fight is going to turn out, as Joker is still wanting to go in, but without any scope on that AK iron sight in the circle like this. What is this man thinking?
Well, let's see. We are about to find out what he's going to be thinking. And what the result is going to be. Oh, look at this. TSM. also collapsing on Esportswala. In the meantime, INS just putting additional pressure on the players of Global Esports while GodLike is closing. Jonathan just said bye-bye and left these lads to their own vices. He's like, you guys fight it out. I'm just going to focus on the zone, take the position inside the circle, join my teammates, Z-God and Neo, who are sitting smack in the center right now. The only team inside the circle is going to be Team GodLike, and it's not even the entire team, it's just 2 players. What is going on?
Now, Jonathan, one thing which I loved about him was the kind of damage he did against the side of GE. As soon as he got to know it was GE, he made sure that it was persistent to put them down. Now, the rotation coming in with Shadow trying to give him a cover fire, probably regrouping and making inside the circle with the high ground being held by Zgar and Neo. Things can be way too different, but OR coming in from the southern side of the circle. I want to see which of these 3 teams will be in the final circle, because I can still see that KE with all 4 men standing still outside the circle.
Well, let's see. I mean, being outside the zone right now, it's not really going to work wonders for anyone, especially as you mentioned, Kinetic Esports. Quite an interesting rotation right there, sticking towards the east. TSM at any given moment can collapse upon them on the other side. GodLike Shadow is going to be knocked out. FS Esports looking to close in. Our Esports in the rear as well. This is going to get interesting because now FS Esports, they're going to think about entering the zone. But our Esports, they are in the perfect position to gatekeep this entire team.
Now, Shadow not going with his teammate inside the circle has paid a very hefty price. He's down on his knees. He won't be able to relay any kind of information. All he's going to do is bleed out. Probably not even scream for help, as he's going to get shut down by Jadoo from far away. Our Esports with 2 men standing inside the circle. How much more fights can they commit to? Or are they going to be playing for placement points, as FS is going to make it inevitable for them to go in for a close range battle, and they're going to be finishing them off in a snap of a finger. It looks like FS could be the Thanos of the lobby, as it's going to be GodLike looking towards them. Can they answer them back? Can they make sure that they put an end for the side of Team FS? Or in case Team FS comes in a bit more closer, we know what they can do to the side of GodL.
Well, definitely FS Esports, definitely one of the top teams in terms of raw firepower. Just the advantage of experience to the other sides, but talk about experience. And well, we do see TSM collide against the players of Kinetic Esports. 2 players down on either side. TSM with 1 knocked out. Well, now the lad has been finished off completely, so it's going to be 3 on either side. 1 knocked out on each. And OR Esports all of a sudden turn out to be the favorites of this game. TSM collapsing on the players of GodLike. Ninja Jod finding an important pick for his team. On the other side, though, Kinetic Esports are going to be taken care of, and they're going to be eliminated from the match. Top 6 teams remaining. 17 players alive. Arka, who do you think is going to be walking away with a win in match number 2?
I think it's going to be OR, the team I vouched for in the first game. Almost had it. I'm going to be sticking with them yet again with a man advantage inside the circle, and also knowing most of the locations of the team inside the circle. If they play the strings right, they're going to be playing the right music to take that winner chicken dinner for themselves, as Aru will be lofting a Molotov, the right throwable to be using to clear off the final player. But that retaliation coming in from the side of Sarang. Now Jelly, he's going to be checking out all those players out there. Once he gets an information that nobody's going to be tagging out, that is when he'll have to rush in and pick up his teammate. None of them inside the circle. He's called in Athanki to do the job, and the revival will be coming in through.
Well, but let's see. GodLike Esports, well, taking care of the players of TSM, as TSM is going to be down to the last surviving player. 9 finishes secured, but the placement points are going to fall a little bit short. On the other side, though, Neo just trying to deal with the players of FS Esports all by himself, while Jonathan and Z-God are trying to climb in from the rear of this mountain. A 1v1 against Explicit, and Neo manages to come out on top. K47, he's going to be the next one climbing this ridge. Neo, the jump shots come in, and Neo's going to be dropped down. FS Esports, they find the important pick, but they have committed and lost a little too much in this fight. And Arka, I think what you said a few moments ago, it's going to come out to be true. OR Esports, the only team standing on the top of this mountain with all 4 players alive. And the chicken dinners is going to be theirs.
Now, bird's eye view is what they've got. With that high ground advantage, they exactly know where are the side of Autobots. Now, I did point out one more thing, that FS Esports can do the damage against the side of GL, but I was not expecting them to come in, take a jump shot against them into their faces and telling that, you know, we are also over here when it comes to the lobby. Now, two other players, now they're in the wrong crosshairs. Now they're in the crosshairs of OR, who are hungry to get this finishes in their name. It's going to be the path for redemption for the side of OR. Recently, they couldn't get that winner chicken dinner, but this time, they want to make sure that they do get it, as the grenade is going to be lofted into perfection. It does a lot of damage, but was not enough to put him down. But the follow-up grenade coming in from the side of Aditya, those kaboom, as it's going to be the final man, 47S. Can he change things around? Can he take the fight up close, as Johnny on the other side is going to be hitting the deck thanks to Autobots? Hell, will Zegod somehow survive the other fight?
Well, it is definitely going to be a challenge. OR Esports now stand uncontested in the winner chicken dinner forecast right there. 56% win probability, as it's a 4 versus 1 situation. Hell, his position has been compromised. Jelly is just going to force him to stay pinned down. Zegod ends up getting that extra finish point for his team. Before, ladies and gentlemen, OR Esports, they do what we know what was going to happen. They secure their chicken dinner.
Obviously, right? I mean, look at their faces. They came in the inside without any kind of pressure. They were enjoying the first game, literally, with no Atanki, with Aditya, you know, trying to look at what Jelly is doing. He's like, calm down, my boy. We still have 4 more games to go. Probably they are thinking of, you know, taking the assault into the faces of the enemies, but it was an amazing day for the side of OR. Rarely do we see them smile so much. I just hope that they're not gonna be cursed in future games to come.
I completely agree with that, but we have to give props to the players of Team Godlike as well. At one point, we saw them surrounded from every single direction. I remember there were the players of Team Soul closing in on them. INS was going to try and close in, but hey, they handled all that pressure. And OR Esports quite consistent today. But for now, we're going to walk away to a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, a very warm welcome to you once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the BGMI Showdown. We have been asking the question, who dares to win? And for now, well, we got to change it that who dares to face against OR Esports. 2 consistent matches. This is Super Johnny. Arka, what do you have to say about this team?
I mean, they're doing the heavy lifting, and that's the best part about them. We all know what's going to happen when somebody does the heavy lifting from the get-go. They're going to reap benefits in the final few days, and they're going to prove themselves to be champion or get an opportunity for themselves in the final few games. Just enjoy, pick up as many finishes as possible, and with all those things, pick up the title for themselves.
I mean, definitely. Because in the first match, we were sort of questioning what OR Esports was doing with their rotations. One player lost early, but they still managed to make it to the top 2.
Yep.
In game number 2, though, they did prioritize that position super early on. The fights did happen in the later stages, and I think it was a very well done job from the entire team. We do have the MVP, Aru, once again, a support player. You don't see this, but I'm making air quotes with my fingers right now, because 6 finishes secured, 475 damage dished out, and we did see those nades in the very end.
Now, I did speak about this man when we had a comparison of Team Soul, and he's going to be proving to me that, you know, we have to watch out for him. Look at the numbers. He's like double the number of the others who are out there. Even though Johnny has done damage, the maximum number of damage when it comes to the top 5, and just with 2 finishes, it's going to be Aru grabbing the limelight. Good to see that OR Esports as well as Aditya trying to come in and backing up for Aru when it comes to the side of OR. The number speaks for themselves when it comes to the finishing game by the side of Team OR.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And the numbers are there on our screens. And Aru and Aditya, I mean, the dynamic duo just working together quite nicely, quite fluidly inside of this match did, in fact, become quite troublesome for the other teams to deal with. On the other side, though, GodLike Esports, I want to talk about them. Because that one situation where we saw Zgod and Jonathan just pull away towards that compound on the northern edge, and Neo being left behind, not purposefully, but that off timing of when FS Esports just showed up. It was an interesting decision. It was an interesting rotation that did not really work out. But hey, I mean, they did walk away with a decent number of points from this game as well.
Yeah, FS Esports on the other side, never show your back against this team because they can do wonders. Because OR Esports, on the, you know, they were also being very aggressive, and the weapons they were using is something which I love. They're using all those buff weapons, especially Scarel coming in from their side. Even TSM lately have started to use that Scarel. We have seen Ninja Jot even before the buff had come. He was actually using it, and all these are a blessing in disguise for those Assaulter using this very deadly AR. But again, as we ask the question for the side of Global Esports, especially, it's going to be a Joker coming in with no scope AK and eventually getting taken on, not able to concentrate on the teams in front of him, and also oblivious about the teams coming in behind him. That was a very sad ending for them.
Yes, I actually do want to talk about that. Teams running into fights with lack of information. We saw that in game number 1 as well. We saw that in this match as well. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is never going to work out for you. You need to know exactly where the threat is going to come from, or at least be prepared for it. We saw Global Esports do that in the previous match as well, just running into situations against OR Esports quite earlier on in the game. They do know where OR Esports like to drop, but just charging in towards them, not really knowing how the team has positioned themselves in those compounds towards Milta, and losing out on 2 players so early on in the match. I believe it was in the first 10 minutes of the game. That decision making is bound to backfire. You have to be cautious.
Now, one other speculation I want to bring in from the side of GE. Probably it was Manya getting that, you know, 1-3 split, and he was far away from his teammate, and with the circle almost forming in towards him, after he got taken on, probably was trying to relay information to Joker, telling that, you being the Assaulter, I'll give you that information. But rather that did not take place as he got taken down.
Well, let's see. Let's head over to the interview though for now with OR Esports.
टूर्नामेंट में भी हम लोग अच्छा ही परफॉर्म किए थे, बस फाइनल्स में कुछ चीज़ें इधर उधर हो गई थी, एंड अब वही ट्राई करेंगे कि हम लोग हमारा बेस्ट है, जैसा हम खेलते हैं वैसे नेचुरली खेलें, एंड अभी वो खेल ही रहे हैं जैसा आपको दिख रहा है.
बट ये देखिए, बात करें टीम अभी अच्छा महसूस करिए. मास्टर सीरीज की बात करें, वहाँ पे भी शुरुआत अभी बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी थी, लेकिन बाद में स्ट्रगल किया. यहाँ पे शुरुआत वापस अच्छी करी आपने. मोमेंटम कैसे कैरी करना चाहते हैं आप?
मोमेंटम तो इजीली कैरी हो ही जाएगा अगर पूरी टीम मिस्टेक्स नहीं करेगी. तो बात इतनी है कि हम लोग जो पिछले मिस्टेक्स किए हैं उनको हम लोग वापस दोहराना नहीं चाहेंगे. बस हम लोग को इम्प्रूव करना है, मोमेंटम को कैरी करना और फाइनल्स में भी हम लोग को एकदम विदाउट चौकी हुए निकालना पूरा का पूरा सीरीज।
ऑफ कोर्स विदाउट चोक यहाँ पे पूरा का पूरा सीरीज निकालना है, लेकिन प्रेशर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। अब सवाल ये है मेरा आपके लिए कि देखिए जितने भी आपने मैचेस खेले बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रगल किया था, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपकी जो टीम है सपोर्ट प्लेयर्स बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, सॉलिड खेल रहे हैं, जो आपको पीछे से बैकअप चाहिए तो वो मिल रहा है, उसका क्या कारण मानते हैं आप?
उसका यही है कि अगर आप मतलब जैसे सपोर्ट होता है, आइजल होता है या असॉल्टर है, अब सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग उनको अपना रोल तो चेंज करना पड़ता है। एंड अब मैं अपने आप को सपोर्ट नहीं मानता, मैं अपने आप को एक असॉल्टर ही मानता हूँ टीम का। हम 3 असॉल्टर्स हैं एंड एक हमारा आइजल है। तो बस यही है कि जब आइजल हम पे भरोसा रखता है तो असॉल्टिंग वाला कॉन्फिडेंस अंदर से आ जाता है, तो वो सपोर्ट प्लेयर वाली भी बात रहती नहीं अंदर।
ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पे एक और बार कहूँगा कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू बोथ ऑफ यू, क्योंकि आपने देखिए आपकी टीम अच्छा कर रही है। होपफुली आगे के मैचेस भी और अच्छी जाएंगे, लेकिन हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हमारा इंतजार करें तो उनके पास चलेंगे और देखेंगे कि एक्सपर्ट्स का क्या मानना है इस चीज के बारे में। सो ओवर टू यू फोक्स।
Oh, big words coming in from the side of Oru, and the big man is going to be joining over here. Welcome back, XP. I mean, I want to really point out with the final statement being coming over there. Oru was like, he was considered as the best support out there in the game of BGMI, hands down, in the previous tournaments, which has been played. But here, he makes a statement telling that we are 3 other assaulters with just 1 IGL. And when he believes in us, we're going to just switch roles and make sure we do the assaulting. What do you have to say about this?
See, the thing is, you are only as strong as your weakest link, right? Now, the whole support idea is basically you got to make sure that, you complement your teammates' game style. That's what it all comes down to. And when you have 3 pit bulls running around and someone to basically, direct you, that is the dream come true. There you have it, OR Esports getting that chicken dinner in style. 12 finishes along with that as well. Whew. 27 points, not a bad outing from this game.
Now, GodLike on the other side. They have also done a decent job, I would like to say, with the sprint coming in. I know that, they've got just 6 finishes, half the number of OR, but ultimately it's that position points which are going to keep them in the second spot with 18. As we step into the damage graph, we're able to see 2 teams were talking the most when it comes to the gun. One was GL and the other one was OR.
Of course, you can't forget about FS Esports and TSM as well. They did have their fair share as far as the damage is concerned. In fact, TSM ending the game with 9 finishes for themselves. Now, just coming back to that little godlike scramble at the end over there, which we did kind of mention. I mean, you and Johnny were kind of pointing it out that, godlike, they at one point of time were the only team inside that circle. However, 2 of the members, as you correctly pointed out, were a bit to the north. Now, that is where Jonathan and Neo, I believe, were kind of taken off guard and they were wiped out in the blink of an eye. However, the remaining 2 members really couldn't do so much. And that is where OR comes in from the south, takes the hill, and, well, the Kings have been crowned in Miramar. However, the thing is, the next game, buddy, it's going to be in the tropical forests of Sanhok, and, well, all your game plans, well, you can just chuck them right out the window. But before we do so, let's just have a look and see what OR Esports were up to in Miramar. But, of course, Arca, you're going to be able to describe this a bit better than me.
Tumasera is where they landed themselves and towards the side of Porto, and after that they then stopped themselves until they hit that perfect spot towards the side of Hacienda del Petron, taking that high ground for themselves. But before that, the way they were able to get the farming for themselves, look at the roads they've taken in every single place they've gone through. They've got some hard compounds for themselves, and they would have picked up a lot of loot for themselves, especially towards the side of Hacienda del Petron area where they had the high ground. We can see 3 players were on the top, whereas 1 player on the bottom was trying to hold an off angle, and from then on they again moved in towards the side of Hacienda where 1 team could have backstabbed them. They respected the circle, stuck to the corner which is the closest to the blue zone, and then made it through into the final circle.
I liked how when, of course, the telestrator was pointing a few things out, you did see those few arrows. Now, what OR Esports basically did was they played along the periphery, right, as far as the final few circles is concerned. They made sure, well, they do have their back against the wall, and how do you do that best? Well, you have a look at what's behind you, basically aim all your weapons in that direction, and if anything comes your way, well, you might want to stop them right in their tracks. That is what they did, and now this is where, we were talking about godlike going up against OR. OR took advantage of the fact that godlike just had 2 members, half the team, on that Soul Hill, and basically they did have the number advantage. They came up from the south, as we did see, had a good high ground advantage at the end, and, well, they were just picking off all that was left over at the end. But now we're going to have a look at the overall rankings. And of course, when you have two consistent games back to back, well, you are going to be crowned the kings for now, because OR Esports are going to be in position numero uno with 46 points for themselves.
Hyderabad Hydras getting a 30-pointer in the first game is going to give them the second spot and probably give another fighting chance for them to retain the very spot. But sadly, they won't be playing the next two games, and that is where the new teams are going to be coming in, and that's going to be C and B. And they're going to be coming in into a very different map altogether. Before we head over there, GodLike, AUTOBOTZ, FS, and TSM have all picked up the pace. 10-pointer, 3-pointer, 7-pointer, 4-pointer on the ascending order. You know, they have done very good job over here. By the bottoms of the table, I'm a bit concerned for the side of Team INS over here.
Well, Team INS, Team Seoul, Global Esports, a few big names languishing in the bottom over there. However, it is still just day one and only 2 games have been played thus far, which means they still have a few chances to make it back into the top 16, because you've got to keep one thing in mind. 3 days we have a little bit of a league play action, right? And then on the final day, that is when 6 games are going to decide the fate of who's going to be crowned the kings in this showdown. However, for now, we're going to keep them aside because, as you did mention, Group C is going to be coming in the next game, which means we're going to be finally witnessing Big Brother Esports and the rest. But before we go on and talk about them, AUTOBOTZ Esports up against Team Kinetic. Pretty even Steven if I have a look as far as damage received is done and the finishes as well. And well, they're only 1 point apart on the leaderboard.
Now, AUTOBOTZ on the other side, it took them only few damage to put them down. They have not been reviving one another. They have not been making sure that they retaliate perfectly, due to which, you know, the dealt by them is going to be the least, but the damage received is the highest. Oh, I said the other way around. I'm so sorry. So the damage they received was so much that, you know, they eventually was able to fight back, whereas the damage dealt by them, the talking by them from the gun, was the least.
I was waiting for your trademark word over there. It was clinical, because you love it. Let me just tell you guys one thing, just a little backstory in case you are joining us now. So Arca loves it when you only have to fire the right amount of bullets for the finish, and he says one thing which is etched in my memory: clinical. However, it wasn't the best situation right now for them. I wonder if we are going to see some clinical plays in the next couple of games for these teams. But now, as you did mention, it is going to be Group A that's going to be sitting this one out, as 2 games have been dealt with. And now we're going to be heading over to Sanhok, which means Group B is going to go on a head-on collision with Group C. And speaking of Group C, we're finally going to witness Big Brother Esports, Enigma Gaming, HYDRA Official, Enigma Galaxy, Revenant Esports, Skylightz Gaming. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Team Xbox, and of course, Team XO.
Different names altogether. Enigma coming back over here because they're well known for their heal battles, right? We have seen that, you know, the last man standing will always be coming in from the side of Team Entity, going in for a heal battle in case they don't have the circle for themselves. Entity noob. Let's see how many medkits he's gonna get. Is he gonna rewrite history over here to be holding the maximum number of medkits by a single man? But yes, that's gonna be answered late. And as the doctor uses,
Speaking of medkits, Team Seoul's going to be in this game as well. That's all I'm saying. And there's a nice guy. I mean, we knew him back in Troy, but now he's here in the BGMI circuit. Hector might just have a few for himself, because I remember last time around, I've seen about 24 on that lad. I wonder if they're going to see 30 medkits on one player, because, well, that is, of course, the name of the game as far as Sanhok is concerned.
Entity noob on the other side, the last time I saw him in another event altogether, he'd got 48 in his hands. And that was just in the 4th circle. And before that, he had not healed himself at all. And that's why I said, I won't be shocked if I see a 50 plus, but I'm wanting it.
Well, we might just see that. But for now, what we are going to see is all your favorite players on your screens as they get ready for the next battle that is going to be taking place in the tropical island of Sanhok. Now, of course, it is beautiful. However, sooner rather than later, oh boy, all that hot blood is going to be dripping on all that luscious grass. And, well, only one team is going to come out alive. But the question is, who is going to be crowned, well, the champions in due time? But again, I love the fact that, you know, this tournament, it isn't one of those ones where you have those long league stages, because, again, you know, if you make a mistake, chances are that you can always rectify that in the next couple of days. However, Arca, with just 3 days to make it or break it to the final day, well, all the pressure is definitely going to be mounting on their shoulders. But looking at all the pillows, I think they're going to be a bit comfortable for now.
Better be comfortable rather than regretting later on, giving reasons as to why you couldn't perform. But yes, the name Showdown says it all, right? It's going to be the final battle for you to take to make sure that you have done enough hard work when it comes to grinding and proving yourself to be champions out here. But you're able to see that everybody have taken this way too seriously. The map of Sanhok has been the game changer always when it comes to the points table. The teams in the bottom tend to rise up, whereas the teams on the top tends to fumble down. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 3, or map number 3, Sanhok will be taking place. The Big Bird hits the skies. The flight pod is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon.
It is indeed, and looks like we are going to be heading due north with a little bit of a tilt towards the east, as things are going to be heading over towards Cow at the end. Now the thing is, it doesn't really matter where the flight path is, because this is Sanhok at the end of the day, and well, you can reach your favorite destinations in just a minute or two. But for now, Team Soul, we already know that they are going to go for that split, right? I mean, Akshat, if you have a look, is going to be just a little northeast of Tambang, while his teammates Omega is going to go to the Northern Island, and of course, Hector is going to be somewhere around the ruins itself. So now their aim in this game is basically, well, of course, you want to take the fight to the enemy, but, you know, make sure you have enough first aids for yourselves for all those latter stages. But for now, as we are going to wait and watch where the first circle is going to form, it isn't going to be too drastic this time, Arca. All 3 islands have a little bit of it inside the first zone, but of course, the epicenter of all the action to come is going to be the beautiful Paradise Resort.
Now, Skylightz Gaming, they still have to make it, right? They still have to travel towards the side of Kampong or the cave area, or probably towards the docks area. That is where they usually land themselves, but still in the air, in case Hyderabad Hydras land themselves first and get 1 or 2 good guns for themselves, probably they'll shoot down the birds which are still flying in the air. But my eyes are going to be going down south towards the side of Team Soul, very, very close towards the side of Enigma Galaxy. And Team Soul, with 2 games going very bad for them, I hope that this one they play a little safe, as Goblin's location is kind of compromised over here, as Apollo and Dreams know that there's going to be another team pretty much close to them. It seems like Goblin is still not going to step up from this one. But the process of Apollo almost put him down thanks to those trees and rocks, that he's going to be surviving a bit more better.
Man, you just spoke too soon, huh? You're the man with the silver tongue over here, because the moment you mentioned that Goblin is just going to make it to safety, out comes the weapon, brrr, goes the gun, and, well, Goblin was almost put 6 feet under. But for now, as Dreams is going to try and ascertain whether he can find a location on the Green Goblin, well, he is going to make sure he uses that terrain to his advantage as he skedaddles out of harm's way and finally gets a few meds for himself. He needs to make sure he gets every single thing he can, because again, although, you know, we did kind of speculate just moments earlier, Arca, that Team Soul, yeah, sure, they're not going to be, you know, all out aggressive here in Sanhok, because their game plan basically revolves around the meta in Sanhok, the heal battle, so to speak. But again, you know, you got to be careful with your surroundings, and if you start losing your members one by one, well, your chances of success are going to be slimmed down that much more. But for now, Apollo, the god himself, is going to be making sure he loots to his heart's content, as Enigma Galaxy, well, they don't really have any enemies nearby. However, Fierce from Team EXO could be a thorn in their sides sooner rather than later. Elsewhere, as we do have that beautiful map display for us, no teams really trying to get into each other's vicinity just now.
Now, one thing which I would like to point out, since we have the map, as you already mentioned, is how Skylightz have replaced Hyderabad Hydras towards the side of Quarry, where Hyderabad Hydras were the team who first landed towards that place. So that means there are some fears struck in the hearts of Team HH with the performance going down in the previous round. Let's see whether they'll be able to bounce back. But the team to due north of them is going to be the side of Team OR. And I can see that Oro is coming a bit more closer towards the side of Ace Black, or probably Carry himself. And in case they get knowing that both the teams are very close to one another, I think a skirmish could take.
Well, of course, that is something that you and I are definitely going to be hoping for, in fact. But for now, as we do have a look at that beautiful river going in between those islands, 2 enemies are going to be on either side. Of course, there's no bridge over the river quite this time, but it is going to be open waters, as Skylightz Gaming Samraj is going to be looting up, oblivious to the fact that, someone is going to be lying in wait on the other side. But again, we did have a look at the first circle, right? I mean, all these teams are going to be happy. And, speaking of a few teams, we did see FS Esports on our screens a few moments ago, and there you have it. This is something that I was anticipating because FS has an idea that someone is lurking in the distance. And speaking of FS, looks like the Costas thing is going to be coming in because K47, wait a second, they're going to be taken down. In fact, 420 OP did try to get a few shots off of the enemy, but he's going to be taken down as Clutch is going to be meeting his maker as well. And let me tell you one thing, Esportswala, boy oh boy, they are looking good, but there you have the retaliation comes in from the distance as Paradox from RNT, from the Revenants themselves, is going to make sure that they are going to be depleted by one man as Bajwa is going to desperately try and patch himself up. But again, it is going to be just a waiting game for them at this moment. And I do believe, well, you're going to be hearing my voice just a little bit extra. But for now, the thing is, Team Xbox, these boys are going to be sitting up top this mountain right now. Now, keep one thing in mind, ladies and gentlemen. You do want to be the king of the hill. I do understand that, right? However, the problem in Sanhok is, everyone, Arca, kind of expects someone to be up top a hill as it is. So, they're going to be scouting out the terrain from distance, and chances of you being silhouettes in the background can kind of give your position away, well, every now and then. But again, well, for now, Team Xbox, all they are going to try and do is make sure they ascertain as much information as they can, because yes, I get it, everybody wants all the teams to be constantly in a pitted battle against one another. But let me tell you one thing, as in real life, all the knowledge definitely helps. We always love saying that, you have to do your homework. Make sure you get all the information in your kitty because, well, it definitely does help you sooner or later. But for now, it does seem like Reckoning Esports, they're going to be making sure that they are going to bunker down in those compounds down below and, in fact, fortify them, praying that the circle is going to be heading their way in the next few circles. But for now, again, it is going to be waiting game over here in Sanhok, something that we do kind of expect, because either you're going to see action right at the beginning, as we did see in this game, because teams drop down a bit too close for comfort to one another. And speaking of things dropping down, looks like a crate is going to fall from the heavens above, and this time it has the AUG, damn, one of the most stable guns in this game right now, and of course the level 3 military vest and the helmet kind of helps as well. But as we do have a look at the circle, no teams are really vying to pick a battle with one another. They're going to be content with their position so far. And you know what? I'm not really going to blame them because it is Sanhok and, anything can come from the bushes on either side. You've got to make sure, basically, if you are going to be moving into the circle as a unit, you want to have your backs against each other because every single direction, I'm talking northeast, south, and west, needs to be covered because you never know, someone could be lurking in a bush just nearby. And as expected, the stalemate between Team Xbox and Reckoning is still going to be continuing as the Autobots are going to be looking over from quite a safe distance. But now, of course, we have the map on our screens, and we just saw the map on the main screen a few moments ago. Looks like I just heard a few shots fired. Someone might just be taken down. But for now, of course, this is that proverbial calm before the storm, quite literally, because it does seem like no one wants to budge from their position, as we did have a look at the Autobots just moments ago. Now, the only debate that I have about this little game plan is the fact that, yes, all right, you have a good position for yourselves. You have a nice little 360 vigil. Because the thing is, you have mountains, you have all these boulders, you have a tremendous amount of tree cover. However, you are denying yourself the chance of gathering all that loot, which might just come in handy in the next few circles. And now we did kind of mention down south. I want you to focus on the south of your screens right now. Have a look at Team EXO, just making it into the zone just west of the cave. Now, we kind of did anticipate that Enigma Galaxy might just lock horns with them early on, but Skylightz Gaming, they're playing a dangerous game here as well, Arca.
Oh yes, but OR versus BB is something where my eyes are going to go forward, because ultimately the circle, they're going to be on the peripheries of the circle, just like looking the formation of the circle coming in. But it's going to be the side of Hydras who's going to have the maximum medkits for themselves, as Helgod would have heard the vehicle sounds coming in from the side of Aro and Jelly, and they've relocated themselves, falling back from a fight. It's good to see that, you know, Team OR are actually doing this every time and then, that they're not taking unwanted fights, but rather concentrating on the fights in front of them and making sure they clear off their backlines. And with such kind of a mindset and sticking on to every single textbook basics, right, no wonder they're on the top of the table.
See, you know, I'm just gonna say one thing. Now, normally I have a few phrases like you have a few for yourselves. Of course, striking when the iron is hot. That is one of my favorites, by the way, Arka. And you know, I like saying coulda, woulda, shoulda. That is something I'm going to keep aside. But I also like saying another thing. I'm going to hold on to that thought because the circle is going to be imploding in on itself. And once again, nothing too dramatic. Now, quickly coming back to OR Esports, the thing is, in Sanhok, right? This is again something that I've probably said a few times already. If you fire a shot, buddy, everyone and their mothers are going to hear it in about a 700-800 meter radius, and you are basically advertising to the world that, hey, guys, we are pretty much in this general vicinity, taking a few shots. So you got to make sure you have that trigger discipline, and as you love saying clinical, you have to be clinical when you let those bullets fly.
I completely agreed on this point. I mean, I would want to see some more of this happen, but finally, it's going to be FS trying to give out their location by exploding a vehicle.
I do believe, well, the bike is up in flames. Something definitely went wrong. I think somebody just blew it up from distance.
I mean, if that's the case, then that's going to be the side of Team EXO, right? They were watching this team far, far away, and that's the best thing for you to do. Make sure that you weaken your opponents in the map of Sanhok. How do you do that? You're going to make sure that, you know, you eliminate all those vehicles, and they're going to be traversing through the foot, and that is how easily you can take them down. Sensei on the other side, using the right vehicles to traverse through the map of Sanhok as quickly as possible. He's going to be using those bikes and running away were explicit. If he had continued to scope into the very direction where he was, probably he could have found another player of Team EXO.
He probably could have, and as one bike is going to be laying there just on fire, another one is going to whiz past them. As you mentioned, Fairs using these utilities and vehicles to his advantage, but now TSM Ninja Equinox, they're going to be heading over to Hell's position. Is he going to create a little hell for TSM? No, he isn't, because he was taken out in an instant. In fact, he did take a massive chunk out of Ninja Job's HP. However, it wasn't going to be enough, and I do believe Equinox has an idea where Orba is, and a few grenades could be flung in that direction. In fact, a couple of them are already being prepped. Orba's going to get out. Somebody should have their weapons ready with the crosses set in that direction. However, looks like Orba is going to survive for this moment.
Now the TSM's gameplay is evidently changed as soon as a new IGL comes in. Look at OSS using the bird's eye view, making sure he gives information of every single player out there, and the pack of wolves which we keep speaking about. If you show them the direction, all they're going to do is go forward, hunt the opponents down, as it's going to be Mr. IGL falling back, and Fox would want to retreat as well. The three of the dark horses from the side of TSM will have the complete hard compounds for themselves.
They will have the compounds indeed, but looks like another team outside does not have the same abilities. Wait a second, looks like we're going to see them on our screens right now as Revenants are going to be opening up on Mr. IGL from the AUTOBOTZ from the other side. Now, this is a position you do not want to find yourself in Sanhok. Now, TSM also have to be a bit careful because, yes, they are taking shots down below, but there you have it. Revenants are going to be laying down some suppressive fire in their direction as well. And looks like hunting season is finally open as the Fox is going to be taken down. And with that, the AUTOBOTZ, well, they're going to be bidding us adieu in the 16th position elsewhere. FS Esports' K47 is taking the fight straight to Enigma Galaxy. However, it's going to be Dream, who is not living a nightmare this time around. He's going to make sure he thwarts that attack, as Explicit is now the last man standing, and lo and behold, from behind, he's going to be shot, and it's going to be Immortal testing his mortality, as FS Esports, well, they're going to be sent packing as well.
Now, AUTOBOTZ on the other side, even though they went away from a pack of wolves, they just walked into the jaws of the sharks and they got bit off. I wasn't expecting Revenant to come in and hold that angle, but ultimately, it's the sharks who've given out their locations, and TSM are going to be looking forward to win them in over here. You said something, I'm sorry?
I was like, they smell the blood.
Oh, yes, obviously, right? It's both of them, right? Wolves on the land, sharks in the sea.
Yes,
both
sir.
of them know when the blood is dropped, as the next circle will be coming in, making sure all these animals from the animal kingdom coming in a bit more closer, no matter whether the land or the sea. I believe it's going to be the snakes, the reptiles, who will be singing the final song when it comes to the map of Sanhok. As finally, all these teams will be in close proximity to one another, but nobody will dare to press their trigger.
You know, I like what you said right now. It doesn't matter land, air, or sea. And you just also said dare to press the trigger. It's basically what our motto is right now. He who dares wins. Of course, I'm giving a little shout out to the old SAS motto. But again, for now, looks like we do have a little bit of a kerfuffle taking place as Carey was brought down. However, his teammate is going to be right by his side, making sure he brings him back up to his feet. But now, Jelly, he could be cooking a grenade. In fact, he is going to throw one. It is going to go inside. It is going to go boom. However, it's on the other side of the wall, but looks like another grenade is going to be coming in from elsewhere. As now, finally, Aru, he's had enough. In fact, he's going to take that tuk-tuk right up to the enemy as Max is going to lose a big chunk of his HP. And then Aru, in fact, is doing something smart. He's just making a little noise. He's going to keep them guessing. And there you have it. There goes in. He rattles off that AK. Goes the gun. And Maxi is going to be brought down. And Hyderabad Hydras, buddy, well, looks like they are going to be down to one lost man.
Now you're going to agree when I say this. I think War had a very good sleep, and before the sleep, they had a very good party. The IQ, the brain, how fast it's running, it's going to be Aru coming in a bit more closer. And what is he going to do? He's going to grab all the attentions of the opponents, and he's going to be safe as well. And how does he do that? He goes under the building, and he keeps rotating around. The opponents don't even know where he's moving around, but rather concentrating on him. They forget that the grenades and the other players pushing in towards them and completely getting eliminated. A beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of Team OR.
Oh, it was beautiful indeed. And I wonder if in the future updates of BGMI, maybe we might just see a few bullets being shot to the planks. That would be a game changer.
Oh, yes.
Because, you know, there might be someone down below. I might make a few movie references right now, but I'm pretty sure all our players, there you have it. We've got Rambo, we've got Inglorious, this one movie. But, you know, it's all going to be fun and games for now. But on the other side of the island, looks like HYDRA official, they do have an inkling that someone is going to be occupying that compound out ahead of them. And again, I like what they're doing, right? You got to get off. You got to make sure you scout out ahead before you hit a wall willy-nilly, because what can happen is the moment you alight from your vehicles, chances are 4 members of the opposing team could be laying down all that lead in your direction. And I think they have a little idea that, wait a second, you know what, bud? I think that compound could be taken. Let's not take a chance. Let's stick to the high ground for now.
The circle. The next circle is what I want to look out for. I mean, we all know there's still 52 of them still remaining, but all of them visible inside the third circle is something which I'm kind of shocked, because by now, and when we compare it to the other tournaments, there would have been one person outside in the blue trying to go in with those bandages or probably the boosters to keep himself alive and then try to come inside the circle. But rather this time the story is way too different, as Team Soul will be losing one of their players and now getting picked up to the center of the circle. They're going for a split. It's going to be Goblin and his teammate, whereas Hector and Obeying are far away coming in. This is the moment of truth. This is the moment of truth where teams will decide whether Lady Luck will be kissing their forehead or walking away from their doors.
Well, the circle is going to implode in on itself. Team Soul, a couple of the members are going to be happy. XO is going to be happy. OR Esports, if they can make it to Jelly, are going to be a happy bunch of people as well. Now, one thing, we did mention Team Soul. We know that they are going to be split up at this point because, well, chances are Hector might just have a tremendous amount of first aids on himself. Elsewhere, Skylightz Gaming is taking the fight to BB as Beast OP is going to be brought down to his knees. But for now, Enigma Galaxy, I like what they're doing. HYDRA official, I do think they have their backs against a secure wall, but chances are someone could be coming in and striking at the right time from behind, as Beast OP is finally going to succumb to his injuries and meet his maker. For now, we have a little bit of a stalemate, making sure that each team in their shroud of smoke overhead does pick up his teammates, as Hellgod is going to be lobbing a few deadly shrapnel grenades in Skylightz Gaming's direction.
Now, I really love the way few people use that smoke as a deceiving, maneuver rather than using as a defensive maneuver. You know, put up a smoke somewhere far away and just try to stay away from that position so that the opponents, what will they do? They'll try to loft grenades towards that smoke and eventually giving out their location. Through the projectile, you can find out where the opponents are, and the prediction game will go into your favor where you can put down the opponents, as well as Team Soul versus HYDRA takes place. It's got to be OR coming in close proximity towards the side of BB as well. And it's good for us to say that BB have become the patty in the sandwich.
Well, it looks like they are trying to claw their way out of the sandwich situation because two members of Enigma are going to be brought down as Sabathar and Rex are down and out as Avi and Eggy are going to try and move to greener pastures. Now, the thing is, I was kind of just enthralled by what Soul did. Remember, Goblin was with Akshat about 200, maybe 300 meters away from his teammates. They realize that someone is coming up from behind in the form of HYDRA officials. I'm going to hold my thought for now because it looks like Team Xbox are finally going to be taking the fight to the enemy. They do get one finishes, in fact, two finishes for themselves, and now they're going to be vying for more as Skylightz Gaming. Keep in mind, there were the silent advances coming up behind, I do believe, HYDRA officials, who are now going to be laying down lead in BB's position. ZOP down on his knees behind a tree. Well, looks like he can be written off for now as TSM are coming in. The Pokari is going to go in for the finish. In fact, Scream is going to be screaming as the big brothers, well, they're going to be sent packing in the 13th position. Skylightz Gaming, still a four-man squad as now Team EXO are going to try and thwart an attack coming in from Enigma Galaxy. Dream, once again, living his nightmare. He's going to be brought down first as Apollo is going to try and creep his way closer and closer to Fierce. Now, if Fierce pulls out, in fact, Fierce is going to spot him and he's going to put him down on his knees with that M4.
Now MJ is going to be coming in from behind, making sure he does the damage, but he's not going to be doing so as Vexy is going to be hitting the deck as well, and that's going to be saying goodbye Enigma Galaxy at the 12th position with Team Soul, HH, Enigma Gaming as well as TSM with single man standing. I would want to see which team will be taking it home as EXO versus the side of, I think it's a three-way Mexican standoff which I can witness from the side of Team EXO, but ultimately since they've cleared out their backlines, they're going to be having 7 finishes strong with all 4 men standing. Now heading towards the only hard compound inside the circle. If they hold it for themselves, I do believe they're going to get this winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, I definitely agree with that statement over there because it is the only massive compound in the circle. But for now, we are going to focus on the fight between Esportswala and the Revenants. Question is, have the Revenants been pious? Because, well, they are lobbing a lot of grenades in that compound, but Bajwa, if he decides to be a little thorn in their side, could come in from that left flank and, well, spell trouble for Top Dog and his teammates, because you got to keep one thing in mind. They are one man down, and I do believe Paradox is going to be their little contingency plan because he's way out in the blue, bud. He's going to make sure he patches himself up as Team Soul. Well, Akshat couldn't really do much against an onslaught of enemies heading in his direction. That's a good grenade. However, it's just a bit off to the right as Juicy is going to be brought back up to his feet. And this game between TX and Reckoning, something we did see early on, they had quite a long stalemate, is finally going to be coming through as they are going to be trading a few knocks on either side as Virus brought down. Now this is where Marvin and the boys need to push in and seal the deal.
Ultron on the other side needs to respect the circle. He's already done the damage against the opponents, but they all have to make it inside the circle or else the blue is going to eat them up. Dark is going to be lofting a Molotov just to evade the enemies from the vicinity so that it becomes much more easier for them to make it inside the circle. But I do believe Team Xbox is making it way too late, due to which they'll be finding the crosshairs of the opponents, and Nexus is going to make sure that he makes them pay for the late rotation coming in from their side.
I like what Reckoning are doing. They're going to make sure they run along the blue zone. They're not heading straight in the circle because a lot of teams are going to be waiting. And of course, talking about Team EXO. Have a look at Fierce. Have a look at Sensei. They heard all that commotion in Nexus's direction. And now he's going to make sure that he keeps his backside clear as Ultron is still one man standing. Unfortunately for him this time around, every Avenger was against him as he's taken down as Nexus, again, just trying to distract the enemy. Let me tell you one thing. This was a distraction maneuver over there. He does get taken down, but the question is, can Adi, Viru, and LeBron do something out of his teammates, sacrifice his Team EXO? As you mentioned, buddy, they've got the compound, they've got the high ground, they are looking good.
Now, with the mini-map being visible, a bit visible over there, we're able to see that Jelly will be trying to play as good as Sensei. He's going to be coming in first inside the circle, trying to find a place for his team to come in. And once the Assaulters are inside the final circle, that is where the final fight is going to take place, as RGE on the other side will now be visible for both these teams, because Team EXO knows exactly where they are. Now, OR also knows where RGE is. It's good for us to say that LeBron, the last man standing, is going to get cleared off anytime soon. And once that happens, two big bulls will be locking on to the center of the circle as Reckoning is going to get finished off in the 5th position. And let me tell you, Skylightz Gaming and HH are still battling it out for the inside the zone for healing themselves.
In fact, speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, Striker is going to just slink his way just behind Team EXO. We are going to see that in due moments because it looks like Team EXO's Immortal might have an idea that someone is going to be close by behind. But for now, as you mentioned, the two big dogs taking the fight against one another. It is going to be OR Esports. Question is, buddy, can they get that back-to-back chicken dinner here in the showdown? Because, well, they're really definitely going to be making a little bit of a statement. Now, you did have a look at that little bird's eye view. I'm sure a lot of you might have just spotted a little different color in the background because, well, Striker for the win is still keeping the hopes afloat for Hyderabad Hydras.
No, he's done a lot for the team, to be specific, because coming into the top 3 with a single man standing, we have to give it to this lad. But ultimately, OR showing that consistency is the key as Jelly puts down Sensei. The IGL versus IGL seems to have come out through from the side of Team OR. Now, can they capitalize on it? They get the finish as well. They have to turn the equation around. They're going to be taking it a 4v3 fight. Now, a lot of pressure over the shoulders of Punk as well as Immortal as they have to strike in against the side of Team OR. With the circle not favoring either of them, especially with Immortal outside the circle and Punk trying to hold that very close proximity towards the side of Striker as Jelly is going to be slithering a bit more closer. Let's see who's going to be taking it home.
Striker is actually flinging Molotovs from the background on his position right now, and looks like finally he's going to be taken down, but Punk is going to be brought down courtesy of Jelly's bullet. There you have it, a trade coming in. Jelly is going to be taken down by Striker, in fact, as he does strike from the shadows. Unfortunately, well, that was a bit short-lived for him as he's going to be taken down in third position. It's down to Team EXO up against Team OR, and looks like it is going to be a 1-on-2 situation at this moment. Immortal making sure he capitalizes and claims all those finish points for himself, which of course is the start. Smart thing to do. But for now, oh, his chances are looking bleak. There you have it, OR Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Back-to-back chicken dinners coming in because, well, as you did mention early on, the lads themselves said it. We have 3 assaulters in our team and an IGL. He points, we shoot.
Oh my goodness, IGL on the other side, as soon as the things got over, Oro was just patting on the shoulder of his teammate and telling, good job my friend, even though I got taken down, you were there to cover it off. And I do believe that Immortal made one small mistake over there, and Sensei, as we can see, is trying to teach him a lesson. He's trying to look into his eyes and say, what did I tell you to do? But rather, do not argue with me, because ultimately, all you have to do is listen to the IGL, and the best example is sitting across the table, and that's going to be the side of OR.
Man, that left flank for Team EXO was the Achilles heel in this situation. I'm pretty sure that is the conversation taking place because, you know, they did have the compound. However, they got a bit complacent and they just kind of extended themselves a little bit too much. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. As OR Esports, they have the momentum as we are going to be heading into a quick little break. But the action is going to continue after. The question is, can they get a third chicken dinner after this?
Watch it, earn it.
You know, they say that consistency is the name of the game, and well, in the showdown right now, OR Esports, boy oh boy, they are showing exactly that. I mean, talk about back-to-back chicken dinners, a second place finish in game number 1. They are still going to go for that treble. Let's see if you might have a hat-trick over here. All these records already being set over here in the showdown. It's going to be difficult, Arca, for all the other teams to even try and dent their little momentum right now.
Yeah, they already made a statement, right? 3 assaulters and 1 IGL. But one other thing which shocked me, which our speculations have come out wrong, is no heal battle took place in the map of Sanhok. Big shocker for me over there. Everybody were wanting to take that frontal battle. Probably the heal battles will be coming in a little later when it comes to the game. But yeah, ultimately now is the time we'll be heading down to see who's the MVP of the previous game. We're not going to be shocked as the Phoenix on his hand speaks for itself. It's going to be 8 finishes coming in from the side of Aditya as OR are coming up from the ashes to be the next big bird in the sky.
Look, I'm of course, we did just have a little discussion just moments ago in the break, and I'm not going to be dampening the spirits of OR Esports or their fans just now, because we all know they do wonderful as far as the league stage is concerned. But before I go on to my statement, let's have a look and see who's going to be joining him. Of course, his teammate Aru is going to be right there with him as far as top players are concerned. 4 finishes for himself, and well, looks like Team EXO's Fierce and Immortal are going to be joining them as well. Fierce with 8 finishes, Immortal with 4, and all of them having a nice chunk of that damage.
Man, but you know what I love the most? I love to see who's been the clinical, who has pressed the trigger only when required. That's going to be the Fierce and Immortal, both of them. Like literally compared to Aditya and OR as a team and Fierce and Immortal as a team, they're going to be standing out on the top. But obviously, this is the first time in the history of Sanhok, as far as I've casted. You know, I've been new to the scenes, I do understand that. But I've never seen a team holding the hard compounds in the map of Sanhok and getting finished off, whereas the teams in the open fields are actually capitalizing on them.
Again, you know, I mean, this is something that is going to be changing, because let's just have a look at that, you know, because compound fights in Sanhok are a bit tricky, especially because of the amount of windows that you have and all these angles that sometimes you might be aware of, but, you know, it just kind of goes over your mind. But OR Esports, boy, these guys are playing good. They are playing clinical, as you love saying, and, well, they are putting up quite a show for us. Now, Team X-Park over here, they did have an advantage. They were the kings of the hill, so to speak, for a long time. However, they left it a bit too late. The blue zone started chipping away at them, and of course, all those bullets coming in from Revenant Esports, well, they didn't help as well.
Now, this was the moment where they could have made it inside the circle, but rather trying to extend that fight too much. Least did they know that they were trying to balance themselves on a candle which was burning both sides, and ultimately had to suffice for the fire coming in from either side. But whereas on the other side, RGE making inside the circle, they were taking a fight against one team, even though it was a small circle. After that, they came and got their, you know, presence compromised with another team altogether. But the game changer moment was when Jelly put down Sensei, and after that, everything became a little fickle in the minds of Team EXO. And I do believe OR were able to capitalize on that with no pressure over their shoulders. They knew that they got that chicken dinner, and they've been placing their top 2 throughout the day. So it was like, you know, just take it home because we are already on the top 2.
Well, they already are in the top 2. Of course, they're going to be extending their lead at the top by quite a few points now. In fact, that margin is going to become bigger and bigger. And, well, it is going to be a bit difficult for all the teams to try and catch up. But again, I want them to go for that treble. I want that hat-trick because they do have the momentum. And as I love saying, they're like a truck with the brake lines cut. And, well, they're just smashing through all the opposition right now. And I wonder if it's going to be the case in Erangel as well. But, you know, you did kind of mention one thing. Now, sure, we did have a few clinical finishes and a few clinical fights coming up over here. But before that, let's just do one thing. Let's go back to the interview once again, see what OR has to say.
दोनों प्लेयर्स बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा हमारे साथ. हमारे MVP भी जुड़ने वाले हैं, आतंकी भी जुड़ने वाले हैं, एंड दोनों प्लेयर्स काफ़ी ज़्यादा खुश लग रहे हैं. लेकिन आपके पास आना चाहूँगा सबसे पहले. MVP तो बने ही बने. आपने बात करी थी मोमेंटम कैरी करने के बारे में, एंड यहाँ पे शानदार तरीके से बैक टू बैक चिकन निकाले. आपने कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पूरी टीम बहुत अच्छे से कोऑर्डिनेट करके खेल रही है. प्रॉपर कॉल्स आ रहे हैं जो कि हम लोग का बेसिकली नहीं हो रहे थे पहले टूर्नामेंट्स में. अभी टीम बहुत अच्छे से हर चीज़ कैरी आउट कर रही है. बस हम लोग को यही चीज़ फाइनल्स में कैरी करना है, एंड हम लोग को वो ट्रॉफी ले उठाना है.
क्रॉस ट्रॉफी उठाना जरूर है। फाइनल्स की बात करें तो मेरा सबसे बड़ा सवाल है, ये कहा जाता है आपकी टीम के बारे में कि लीग स्टेज में तो काफी अच्छा खेल लेते हैं लेकिन फाइनल्स में दिक्कत होती है कहीं ना कहीं, लेकिन इस बार एक दिन का फाइनल होने वाला है, तो यहाँ पे उस चीज को कैसे चेंज करेंगे?
इस बार जो सेमिस में हम अच्छा करते हैं, थोड़ा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाते हैं, वो अपने ऊपर चढ़ने नहीं देंगे और फाइनल्स में अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे और पक्का करेंगे।
ऑफ कोर्स पक्का करेंगे। यहाँ पे बात करें, देखिए आप जब एंड में खेले थे, आपके साथ साथ एक्सो खेल रही थी, उन्होंने भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा फिनिशेस निकाले, लेकिन मैं जानना चाहता हूँ आपके हिसाब से आपकी कौन सी बड़ी सामने वाली टीम जो खेल रही है, वो कॉम्पिटिशन है आपकी?
लाइक कोई भी टीम कम नहीं है इधर कंपटीशन में, सबकी सब इंडिया की बेस्ट टीम खेल रही है, तो कोई भी टीम को हम अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं कर सकते। सब टॉप कंपटीशन है, सब बेस्ट खेलती हैं इधर, सो कोई एक ऐसी टीम नहीं है, सभी बेस्ट कॉम्पिटिटर्स हैं इधर।
ऑफ कोर्स। एंड यहाँ पे बात करें मास्टर सीरीज के बारे में, मीरामर में स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे बहुत ज़्यादा, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपने चिकन निकाला, क्या चेंज किया था आपने यहाँ पे अप्रोच में अपने?
मास्टर सीरीज़ में हमने पूरा रोटेशंस बाकी टीम्स का ज़्यादा स्टडी नहीं कर पाए थे, तो उसकी वजह से थोड़ा दिक्कत हो रहा था। अभी अपना होमवर्क करके आए हैं तो अच्छे से जा रहा है, अभी होपफुली आगे भी अच्छा जाए।
क्रॉस होपफुली आगे अच्छा जाएगा ही जाएगा, और जिस तरीके से आप खेल रहे हैं मुझे नहीं लगता आप गुड लक की ज़रूरत पड़ने वाली है, मुझे शायद दूसरी टीम्स को गुड लक बोलना पड़ेगा कि संभाल के खेलो। बट नॉनदलेस थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़े, बाकी सारी गेम्स में और भी ज़्यादा एनर्जी से जाइएगा, लेकिन हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स इंतजार कर रहे हैं ऑफ कोर्स, एंड आई नो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड आप लोग, जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं। सो ओवर टू यू फोक्स।
Well, thank you once again, Mamba. And of course, I love that response coming in over there because, these are India's best teams as far as BGMI is concerned. And, well, you got to put your best foot forward. And I like the fact that, they're not going to be underestimating anyone, because if you do that, well, chances are you might just be taken down, John.
Well, I do agree with you with what you said, but I mean, we do like ourselves some masala, right? So we know that
are they being politically correct right now?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to play it safe, and it's quite contradicting to how our esports is playing inside those matches right now, to be very honest, because that is anything but safe, especially those final fights. But hey, I mean, the numbers, they speak for themselves, right?
I mean, 27 points in the last game, 32 points in this one. Maybe they might just hit the 35 mark in the next one. I mean, let's see if they do get the treble. But Team XO coming in second position, 14 finishes for themselves. They are going to be a happy bunch of lads out there. Now, Skylightz, they did make a few waves in the last game. Of course, you and I were just watching the game. Well, you were sitting pretty much right next to me. 6 finishes. However, they found themselves in that situation they do ever so often, John, surrounded by the enemy at all sides.
I mean, but to be fair to Skylightz Gaming, we talked about them when we started the day, and our key points were they do start off very slow in every single tournament. So with those 14 points, I have to say, not bad for the very first game of the day. They still have opportunities later on. I mean, we're still left with 3 more matches. Hopefully, we're going to see them walk away with at least 1 chicken dinner. But for now, I guess the stats again on our screens. OR Esports were just dominating in this match as well. Quite similar to what they did on Miramar and the Erangel before that.
They did indeed, and one thing that does kind of stand out is the damage received, 500 compared to 1,000 plus for the team. I'm going to hold on to my point because, well, the damage graph does kind of speak for itself. These two teams that we just saw go head-to-head up against one another, OR Esports and Team XO, pretty much going away with the massive share of all the finishes and the damage done here in Sanhok as well. Something which is kind of unprecedented, because usually this was a kind of weird Sanhok, John, because we didn't really see a lot of different skirmishes taking place. Against all odds, it kind of seemed like the teams did survive to the last few circles, and then they
I'm trying to heal right now.
You are basically, that's what you're doing. all the healers, mind you, injecting all those adrenaline first aid syringes, they were taken out in the blink of an eye before, because as Arka said, aggression was what we saw here in Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that became the key focal point towards the end of the game, because usually these days, specifically, I mean, for the last 6 months at least, that is all we have been seeing on Sanhok. You leave one lad behind right off the 5th circle onwards, you give him all your first aids, 30 plus first aids on those healers, and they're just going to stay back healing and healing and healing till they get those placement points. But this time, as you said, they were nowhere to be seen.
Well, 34 points is now what the difference is going to be between numero uno and, well, the people languishing in the second position. Hyderabad Hydras with 44 in second. OR Esports with a good commanding lead, 78 points for themselves. Now, if you have a look at all the other teams on your page right now, 26 is where Team EXO is, and again, these couple of teams are just head and shoulders above the rest of the competition right now.
Yeah, and it's quite impressive from Team EXO, especially considering they have only played one game till now and they're already in the top 3. So things are looking good, but they have to be consistent in the rest of the matches. On the other side though, as we move to the next page of the rankings and well to the bottom 8 in fact, because this is what we like to call our red zone. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, 24 teams have started this tournament, but only 16 will make it to the finals. And we do see some of the biggest names right now just struggling. We do see Team Seoul after their 3 matches, just 5 points secured. And the next one is going to be the last game of the day, so they need to make sure that they step up in the next one.
Of course, just to just add to your point, this does mean that Group B, for all of you watching right now, are going to play their last game, as we are going to have a look at the schedule up on our screens once again. There you have it. Group C are going to be battling it out in Erangel for this day, after which, well, Group B is going to be saying bye-bye, and, well, the next few games are going to be between Groups A and Group C, which means, as you mentioned, John, Team Seoul, OR Esports, this is it. This is the last game for the day. Maybe. All right, let me just put you on the spot. OR Esports and the hat trick. Is it going to happen or no?
Do you want me to speak from the heart or my brain?
Be honest with me, buddy. All right, let me see what your heart says.
My heart says yes, my brain says it's highly unlikely.
Because they have that target on them right now. Because, again, the moment you read something on the finish feed, it's like, oh, that's OR Esports. Let's go and spoil their party.
Yes, that's exactly what the competitive lobby is all about. I mean, the moment you realize, you hear the shots and you read the feed on the left side of your screen, you know there's an opportunity for you to take out the biggest contenders in the lobby. And if you break that momentum on day 1, it's going to become more and more difficult for them to recover in the later stages of the tournament. And that is just you securing your spot in the finals. Again, 8 teams will be kicked off from the league stages. You have to make sure you're in the top 16.
You know what I like about this tournament? It's bring your own gear, basically, because whether you have your headphones, whether you have your earphones, everything is going to be plugged in, because, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be time, as the midway mark has been left behind, and now, once again, we're going to be flying high above the plains of Erangel as Team EXO, like you mentioned, the first game of the day, they've come in, and, well, they made a few statements, and Hyderabad Hydras also getting that first chicken dinner, letting everybody know that they might have been down in the past few tournaments. However, you can never count them out.
Well, I wonder what's Juicy looking at over at Team X-Pac. They need to be prepared for that.
I like how they came out though. That was good humor.
I mean, he's just staring at Mavi's screen right there, like, buddy, what are you up to? But I mean, and nonetheless, Team X-Pac again has to be one of the top contenders, I have to say. They have good firepower. Dark is there in the lineup stepping in. Ultron is going to be there as well. Juicy, we saw the sort of brilliance he brought to the table with Team 8-Bit back in the Master Series a few days ago. In fact, the finals did not really work out for them, but those league stage performances from that team were looking very, very deadly. And I think Juicy was one of the brains behind it all. So if you can bring that with the sort of the firepower that Team X-Pac has, X-Pac can also turn into a deadly lineup. But hey, we are just getting started. Even these lads are just getting started. And well, we do see the map, well, the plane on our screens. And it looks like XP, this trajectory is going to be a little bit off. It's quite south and head towards the east.
It is indeed, but I like where it's flying over. My favorite place in Erangel, this is Novka military base. That is where I love dropping down, because it's easy to find your bolt action rifles. It's easy to get a bit more loot, but for now, a couple of teams do like calling it their home. Question is, are we going to see some skirmishes taking place early on? Because it also does kind of come down to where the first circle is going to form, right? Because last time around, we saw a pretty normal kind of circle, a bit inclined towards the north. This time, buddy, I want to see the entirety of the Cisnodka military island in the first circle. I want to see some bridge fights. I want to see some old school BGMI action.
Well, if that happens, let's see if that happens, because I'm going to enjoy that as well. Anytime there's a military circle, it becomes a question of how do you get there. And well, right now we do see just 2 teams dropping towards the military island. And World Reckoning Esports have gone for quite an interesting split, by the way, with LeBron, and I believe He has his teammate Nexus alongside with him, landing on the island quite close to the base. The other two lads heading towards the main island quite close to Ferry Pier. This can backfire quite badly if the circle is on Military Island.
You know, I do agree with you, but the same can be said. Well, looks like that little equation is taken out because our prediction is wrong. We're going to be heading up north. In fact, looks like Yasnaya and those open fields to the south are going to be pretty much the center of all the action to come. But, you know, I was just going to add on to your point. The same could be said for Revenant as well, because they're splitting between Novo and the military base. But for now, it does kind of seem like Reckoning Esports, they aren't taking any chances as they're going to be backing away. And wait a second, we do have some action breaking out. Gumla Boy is down from Skylightz. And I do believe, speaking of Reckoning Esports, they just got a knock on a member from AUTOBOTZ Esports.
Yeah, that is correct. Fox from the side of AUTOBOTZ has been taken out. Well, he has been finished off as well. And hey!
What? I just saw that too.
Well,
TSM just lost a man.
Yeah, am I seeing that right? Well,
I think you are, because I just saw 62 players remaining and I was like, wait a second, they didn't finish the AUTOBOTZ, but looks like we do have a few early skirmishes taking place here, John.
Yeah, this game is going to be quite interesting, to be honest. Skylightz Gaming and TSM losing 2 players as soon as the match started. Reckoning Esports, alright, so this is quite interesting, in fact, because AUTOBOTZ also, in fact, went for a wide split drop. And Reckoning Esports, after securing that knock, they do not know, they do not have all that information to commit for a push. So they are being cautious, they back off, they prioritize their own safety and their own looting time rather than just going for that early finish point. Which I have to say, looking at the bigger picture, does work out for them. The team has now regrouped successfully on the main island. Quite an easy finish for them to secure at this point. And from here on out, let's see what their rotation is going to look like. Because these lads right now are towards the southwestern edge of the map. And they have to move all the way towards the northeast.
They do indeed, and it looks like as far as the AUTOBOTZ are concerned, the Fox is going to be finally sent packing into its hole, and this is what I was kind of just going to bring up. Now, NIGMA Galaxy, really close to Reckoning, and I do believe Reckoning Esports are oblivious, even to this point, that, you know, they were actually under the keen watchful eye of Apollo and the boys. Fortunately for them, they decided to hold on to that trigger discipline, did not let a few shots loose, because have a look at that. Nexus is just traversing in the distance, willy-nilly, completely happy, just, you know, making sure he's made it to the main island along with his teammates. But it could have been a little bit chaotic had the other thing happened. But again, you know, you don't want to give your position away this early on until you can actually, you know, confirm your finish. So I do believe that was the right call coming in for NIGMA Galaxy. But, you know, as you did mention, the AUTOBOTZ, now we know they love heading to Primorsk every single time. And the thing is, when you do your homework, you kind of have an inkling as to how the team is going to be performing. I'm, of course, talking about the opposing teams because, you know, us humans, John, we're creatures of habit. If something works, why change it, right? So I guess the AUTOBOTZ, they might want to change their little maneuvering, their little rotations just a little bit, because I'm pretty sure they weren't expecting Reckoning lying in wait at the ferry pier.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think the Reckoning Esports right now, with the way they have positioned themselves, they are definitely looking to cut off AUTOBOTZ from the circle early on in the game and see if they can secure a few extra points because of that. On the other side, though, when we saw the map, did you see the way HYDRA official had positioned themselves? 3 players towards Kameshki, 1 extremely northern shoreline of the Stalber Hill, and then there was 1 lad just keeping an eye on the compounds of Yasnaya Poliana. It was secret from the side of HYDRA official. It is going to be quite interesting to see if they get challenged, because I do expect a few of the teams, especially TSM and maybe Hyderabad Hydras, to move up north and rotate through Severny, because that is going to be the ideal positioning for them. On the other side, they're talking about Yasnaya Poliana, complete city under the control of Esportswala right now. They're going to be feeling very comfortable for the next 10 minutes in the game.
Well, for the next 10 minutes, but I was wishing you had kept that one gentleman's position from HYDRA official secret and not let our viewers know, because I thought maybe you were building up to that, or maybe that's just how my mind works. Yes, he does have a good position, and of course, you know, he has all the lay of the land for his taking. He can retake off the game, but looks like Abu is going to be in a little bit of trouble. In fact, he does let loose a few shots, but it's going to be Scream who's going to be screaming with his Scar L, and, well, Enigma are going to be down 1 man. Now, Beast, I do believe he is going to smoke that buggy up. He does want to have a look and see what lies in that crate. But we did see a member of Enigma keeping a watchful eye, but looks like he's going to be on the back foot as his position has been given away. Is it going to be Deja Vu? Yes, it is. Another buggy goes down, and Evo is going to go down along with it.
Ooh, what did I just see? Did he just try to disengage his own teammates so he could take the finish with the vehicle?
I don't know, man.
Is that what he was trying to do?
Everybody wants to be the MVP, right?
Oh, true. I mean, it is going to be worth your while being
You've
the MVP
stolen
at
so
the end
many
of the
finishes from me when we play together too, Johnny. Come on.
See, that's why I understand what he was trying to do, right?
Get in the mind of the player.
Yep, just get your teammates crosshair off position, quickly drive over the opposition.
I won't lie, I've done that too.
Alright, but to be fair, that was a good push from Big
Oh, yeah.
Brother Esports. They realized the fact that Enigma Gaming, that 2-2 split, was not really in their favor for that particular fight. Avi was caught off guard first. Evo, he fired a few shots just to cover Avi, to allow him some cover fire to fall back towards his safe haven, but that whole decision to just provide unnecessary cover fire for a teammate that's standing out in the open, that was what backfired. And now Enigma Gaming, instead of being down just one player, they are down two.
They are going to be down two, and of course it's going to be Evo and Avi. Now, they've been instrumental in Enigma Gaming's success up until this point. In fact, they've been together for quite a long time. Now, that is something that definitely comes in handy in a game such as this, because at the end of the day, yes, you know, you have your individual prowesses and all that, but the essence of the game is that it is a team game. And, you know, the longer you play together, the better synergy you have. And now with that gone, well, let's see what Enigma is going to be coming up with, because Rex and Savathar, well, they have played together for some time. It's not just the same. Now, elsewhere, we haven't really seen any commotion taking place, but it looks like a few teams could be heading in a little bit of a collision course. There you have it. In fact, Team Soul are going to be laying down shots on Wexy from Skylightz Gaming.
Oh, this is going to be quite interesting now. Skylightz Gaming, they are also thinking about how they want to progress after this fight. These two teams, they are not quite close to the center of the circle. They are still towards the southwestern edge. So taking the route from Pochinki all the way towards Yasna or even Rozhok can be extremely tricky. So you have to think about the future right now. But let's see, OR Esports, Skylightz Gaming, they just abandoned the situation completely. They are escaping Pochinki super early and leaving the control entirely to Team Soul.
I thought that they'd take the fight because, you know, they are comfortable with the city of Pochinki. We've seen them battle it out, kill the last man, time in and time out. But for now, looks like Team Soul's aggression is something that they're going to be a bit wary of. But again, you know, they've got to make sure they make the best of each and every single game. Now, speaking of heaven-sent items, the Grotza is going to be dropping down, and if you get your hands on this bad boy, well, you can cut through opponents like a hot knife through butter, because, of course, if you have the highest DPS, man, you can melt your enemies away in an instant. And now, speaking of enemies, although Team Soul were looking for Skylightz Gaming, looks like they spotted another team in the distance as Revenant Esports are trying to traverse and make their way to the next circle, which again, as expected, has kind of imploded in on itself. And once again, the mansion and surrounding areas is going to be the center, but looks like Omega might just light from his vehicle and take a few shots. But for now, all he's doing is gathering as much information as he can.
Yeah, Omega and the rest of Team Soul right behind him, they have to be extremely careful. Reckoning Esports, they have taken the summit of the Potato Hill under their control, and Team Soul, they are falling in line to protect their IPL, but this could be extremely tricky. He sees two people, starts shooting, takes Nexus down, but Viru coming in with an important trade. Team Soul, will they be able to recover? I guess yes.
They are going to come in. In fact, Goblin is not letting his gun do all talking. He's going to be driving over the opposition with his vehicle, and LeBron is now going to be shooting in his direction. Akshat has been lost as far as Team Soul is concerned. Omega is down on his knees, and in the blink of an eye, Team Soul are now going to be at the receiving end of things. However, Adi, his position might just be known, but he knows exactly where Soul Goblin is. In fact, grenades are going to be exchanged from either end as Hector needs to patch himself up. Unfortunately for him, he was just a bit too high up, and well, LeBron is going to smack him down with his weapon. And then there was one, and as I say that, then there was no one, because Goblin was taken down by Adi on the other side. Wow, an early exit for Team Soul once again here, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm quite surprising, in fact, because again, one of the top contenders in the lobby right now, but we're going to come back to that as we do see Skylightz Gaming. They might have avoided the fight in Pachinki, but now they can't avoid the confrontation against the players of Team EXO, because if they fall back, then Revenant Esports is waiting for them on the high ground. And look at that, Fierce starting things off, trying to get a trade in for Sensei while he gets a revive, and Revenant Esports, as I said earlier, they will look for every single opportunity to pick these players apart. They do find a knock on Somraj and finish him off. Skylightz Gaming, the decision to show up towards this prison area, it has backfired upon them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they kind of were anticipating, or rather hoping against all odds, that, you know, it was kind of, well, not taken over by the opposing team, but as you mentioned, there is a team standing inside over there, but now they're going to be retaliating in kind as Vexy does get the better of one of the members from Team EXO. He needs to patch himself up because Fierce is getting a bit too close for comfort, and I do believe a grenade is going to be cooked. The grenade is going to be flung. Unfortunately, the grenade is going to be on the wrong side of that boulder.
Well, let's see.
I like that.
Vexy against Fierce. And the nades are getting thrown in the wrong direction, so...
Good misdirection.
Well, maybe, you never know. I mean, just trying to pull Vexy out of position, just trying to force him to make a blunder, or maybe just EXO, as you said, we're using it as a distraction to just force him back and fall back themselves. But AUTOBOTZ, instead of rolling out, they are rolling in towards the zone right now through these open fields, getting spotted out by Fierce as he is trying to clear the path for his team himself.
Oh, if only they could use those weapons, or those vehicles, I beg your pardon, as weapons themselves, just transform in the middle of driving. Well, unfortunately, we can't see that in BGMI yet. We might see that in the future, but elsewhere, what we can see is TSM taking the fight to HYDRA official. In fact, Dynamite, well, he's not going to be blown to smithereens, but in fact, Owace, with his M4, is going to make sure that he meets his maker. As we did just mention, the AUTOBOTZ, well, they're driving off into the sunset as Enigma Gaming, the two remaining members, are going to be looking on, but looks like the sunset was not there to last as hell. Well, he's been sent down to the depths of hell, and for now, the AUTOBOTZ are going to be survived by just one man. Question is, can he pull off a miracle and get those position points for himself? Because Mr. IGL, well, he's got his work cut out for him.
I like the fact that he decided to call himself Mr. IGL because he is the IGL of the team.
Smart choice.
Makes it quite easy for us to understand what role he plays.
The man with the brains. Looks like action's breaking out elsewhere as Hellgod, in fact, the other Hell in the game, is going to make quick work of LeBron. And wait a second, is that all she wrote for Reckoning? No, it isn't, because they still have two members alive here, Johnny. 5 finishes for themselves so far.
Also, I do want to talk about the circle, because now the circle is sticking to the western edge of the map, quite close to Yasnaya. The only compounds that are going to be in the zone, in the safe haven, are going to be the compounds towards the eastern edge of the city right now. Especially that corner hospital is going to be of the most importance for the teams that will look to play the edge. And right now, it's under the control of the squad of Esportswala. Everyone else is out in the open, just the ridges, small little squad houses left for them. And look at that, Ninja George just trying to hit those tap shots on the players of Big Brother Esports as they run back inside that building to protect themselves and heal up. But now TSM, their position is going to be compromised.
It is going to be compromised, but only in the fact that, you know, the opposing teams are going to have an idea. All right, they're going to be here in this sector of the map. They have these compounds. They can't really do anything as of right now because, well, those bullets, they can't just pierce all that concrete just yet. Now, OR Esports, I wonder if they are going to go for the treble because they are going to try and play it a little smart. I like how Atanki and Aditya are getting in the vehicles because Jelly has a little footing, a little secure position elsewhere as well. Atanki is going to make sure he lays down lead in Enigma Galaxy's position as MJ is going to be the intended target. Again, just making sure, buddy, that they keep the enemy at bay, take as much damage from the blue zone, and, well, secure their backs for just a little while. Now, the question is, OR Esports, are they going to waste time over here, or are they going to regroup with Jelly as soon as possible?
I think they need to move towards their IGL at this point, because otherwise they're going to be stuck out in the open. And, well, the gods of BGMI are also with the players of OR Esports at this point, because we did see the circle shift towards the southern side, towards Mansion, and Jelly, he's quite a lucky man. I was just looking at the map and it looks like Fierce just passed him by, completely not noticing the threat that was quite close to him. Had he taken out Jelly right there, maybe things would have been different, but we are going to see what the fate of OR Esports is going to be a couple of moments later in the match. For now, though, Team X are quite close to the players of TSM, as TSM has one job to do, and that is gatekeep everyone coming in from the northern side of the map.
Well, again, of course, it is going to be easier said than done, but it does look like Team Xbox are going to be just driving in the wake of Team FS Esports, who are going to be coming under a little bit of fire. Ninja Jod, in fact, rattling off the shots in his direction, but this time around, they're going to be coming straight in. In fact, Blaze OP's position is going to be compromised as 4 members are going to be there. Oasis is with him as well. They are going to be taking the fight straight at the enemy, and Oasis does get the better of Ultron as Juicy comes in and makes sure he skills the deal. No, he doesn't. Juicy goes down as well, but Doc is going to have to step up as he does take down Oasis, but it's going to be Blaze who's going to make sure he is the man of the moment. They lost Ninja for a second, they lost Oasis for a second, but man, this guy is blazing, as I do believe he just sent Team Xbox packing in the 14th position here. Wow.
Quite a surprising exit from, again, one of the strongest teams in the lobby. But hey, this is the BGMI showdown, and if you don't show up, you are going down. But let's see, Skylightz Gaming, well, it looks like they have failed to show up as well, as we do see 2 players crawling out in the open, just waiting to get finished off.
Looks like a lot of these teams are down to throw down in the showdown over here, because they are giving everything that they have, as Apollo does see some movement in the distance. In fact, Pokar is going to be lost because Enigma's going to come in and steal that finish from elsewhere. As Skylightz, well, they're going to be bidding us adieu in this game. Sayam, ooh, his position is a little bit icky, but no, it's going to be Smokes coming in from uDOG, making sure he obscures the vision of his opponent in the distance. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. uDOG, for now, buddy, is all by his lonesome. Have a look at the minimap. There you have it. The cavalry is going to be coming in full force. In fact, he's going to make sure he deploys enough smoke to make sure that his backside is secure as well. Now, Sayam is going to be a bit confused. I think he might believe that uDOG is going to be hiding behind that little rock in front of him, but it looks like a visual confirmation is going to come in, as Top Dog is going to get the better of Aru, as Paradox is going to try and expose OR Esports' white flag. There you go.
Oh, wow. That's the second one, by the way. Aru, uDOG, 2 key players for the side of OR Esports are down. XP, I don't see them coming back from this now.
1 man left. They're coming under fire. In fact, his position is going to be given away thanks to his vehicle, but now it looks like Revenants are going to be moving in for the finish. They are going to be a bit hungry as the zone is going to implode in. Question is, where are we going? It's going to be no man's land for now, and Team XO could capitalize on this little switch ASAP. Now, HYDRA, they have a little shack to the north as well. Question is it going to be helpful for them later on? Because right now, even though Big Brothers, they do have this compound, they are going to have to let go of it sooner rather than later. But the problem is Bajwa and Karan, well, they have a watchful eye on their movement.
Ooh. That nade just landed smack in the middle of these 2 lads, and well, the other one in the face of Bajwa, and he is going to be knocked out. Now it's up to Karan to survive and in fact give a revive to his teammate, and then both of the lads are going to look to move forwards towards the zone, but Big Brother Esports, they know what they have to do to close this fight out, as we do see Scream moving in, closes in towards the tree, a shot's being fired from the other side, he takes a lot of damage, and well, he is going to be knocked out from the cover fire that Upi was providing for his teammate, but hey, retaliation from Tango, as he is going to dance left and right and see find the knocks for his team. It's down to the final 1v1 between these 2 teams. Tango is moving forward, shooting in the wrong direction. Big Brother Esports, Hellgod in the backlines. Priority number 1 for both these teams right now is to get in the zone. And Tango, he starts to move forward. First shot's not connecting. He gets away.
He survived! How in God's great name did he survive? But for now, it's going to be a fight between the 2 Hydras, as they are going to be locking horns with one another. In fact, it is going to be a 2v2 situation for now. Hyderabad Hydras taking the fight straight to the official Hydra team. Now, grenades are going to be coming in. Smokes are going to be deployed. Ace Black, I do believe, is going to go in for the revive on Maxi. Now, Striker is going to patch himself up. Carry cannot be picked up. Striker goes out. He is thick. He gets the knockout on the opponent, but someone comes in from behind. The skips does make him skip a beat as he is going to put him down, which means Jackson now is going to be the last man standing. He does have a tremendous job ahead of him. That is a good grenade. If it finds its way, it could be problematic. However, there was a little door, if you have an idea of what the house looks like inside, that they were in cover. But now Jackson, he knows he's got to take the fight, or he might have to back out. But the thing is, it is not an option, because both these teams, but if you have a look at your minimap, both these teams are still in the circle, and well, it did look like Hydra official had the little advantage. But for now, it's going to be the Hydras from Hyderabad who are going to be taking the fight straight to Jackson's house.
Well, and it's just, oh, wow.
Or not. Maybe the grenades are going to do the thing.
That was a wonderful nade right there, and Hyderabad Hydras managing to secure that compound towards the northern edge of the map. Maybe a little too late, because the blue zone is already closing in, and I do expect the circle to move away from them. But hey, they're going to have a safe haven to recover, to recuperate after that fight, and have a few extra seconds for themselves. But on the other side, Team EXO against the players of NIGMA Galaxy. This fight, I feel like, is going to decide the winners of the game. And what just happened?
Wow! That was a beautiful grenade coming in from Sensei, and one big bang, and that is all she wrote for Enigma Galaxy, sent to a galaxy far, far away. And now Sensei is going to be averting all his attention to the Revenants himself. Therefore, he wants to make sure he sends the target to church, as Top Dog does seem like the last man standing, or rather down prone on his belly for his team, and he's going to try and make sure he gets as many position points as possible, because for now, buddy, he is not going to bat an eyelid. He is not going to move a muscle. He wants Team EXO to think that he is dead, as, whoa, 420 OP right on the other side of this hill. Immortal could be in a little bit of trouble, but no, he still hangs on to his grenade, cooks it a little bit too much, and now maybe we might see a few weapons coming out, but I think that's the right call over here, John. He moves back and waits for his teammates to come to him.
EXO just paying full respect to the players of FS.
Oh, yeah.
And again, just being extremely cautious with how they approach this fight. But FS, I feel like, aren't doing the same thing. They are too eager to push forward, too eager to push this race and take the fight against the players of EXO. This is going to be, again, one more important fight for EXO, just trying to redeem themselves from what happened in the last game. 8 finishes already secured. We do see a lot of damage. I believe on clutch, Explicit is going to be taken down from the rear as Hyderabad Hydras chime in from the other side. But EXO, again, the objective is quite clear. Clear the backlines first and then move forward. The only man that's stopping them was Top Dog, and well, he's going to be shown the exit from the game instantly. And well, now since the backlines are clear, EXO, the only objective is finish off FS, deal with Hyderabad Hydras in the game.
I like it. You've already basically chalked out their plan for them, but again, it could be possible that if EXO and Fierce, have a look at that, Punk and Fierce, I beg your pardon, they extend a bit to the left. That's when Hyderabad Striker could strike them where it hurts most. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be focusing on FS Esports. Clutch is going to be brought down. Striker's position is going to be given away, but luckily Hitman does have all that smoke cover to work with. Now, I like what he's doing over here. He is going to try and make sure he keeps an eye, or rather an ear, out for Team EXO as well, as they're going to try and inch their way into the circle, coming under heavy fire, and it's going to be Hitman who gets the better of Sensei in this early exchange.
Well, stepping out in the open, close to the ridge, and Hitman is going to find another one. Living up to the name he has chosen inside the game. Now 2 players from the side of EXO remaining, Immortal and Fierce. But will they be able to hold on to their position for the sake of their teammates and for the sake of the points that they would have secured had they won this game? They are trying to close and go for the revives on the other lads, but Sensei is going to be finished off. He bleeds out and, well, gets shown the exit. Bunk on the other side does get rescued, as Immortal has managed to secure position quite close to him. The revive is going to be successful. On the other side, Hyderabad Hydras, by the way, have one of their players knocked out as well. EXO, their numbers reduced to just 3 players left inside this match. Same goes for Team FS Esports. Enigma Gaming on the other side. You see the counter of 2 players remaining, but where are they?
I did notice that. They're going to be out of the distance right now, and looks like Agent 47, of course, Hitman. He is living up to his name, as you did mention early on. But now, Team EXO, they've had a little chance to recuperate, largely thanks to FS taking the fight straight to Hyderabad Hydras. Explicit in an explicit position is going to be taken down in one swell move. Looks like Fierce is going to be dealing a heavy blow as Hitman is brought down as well. The last man's position is given away. Clutch Finish's position is exactly known to Fez. He knows he's going for the revive. He wants to make sure he closes the distance, but Hyderabad Hydras from the distance are going to be laying down a few shots off his own. Now, this is the grenade that is going to be spelling trouble for FS Esports. It needs to be timed to perfection. It is going to be flung. This one is going to be a bit too on the side, but looks like that shrapnel does get the better of Hitman as he's brought down to his knees once again in clutch. He is the last man standing. Question is, can he live up to his name and pretty much thwart this ambitious assault coming in from Team EXO? But for now, they're going to be stopping in their tracks, picking up their people, and there you have it. That team has been wiped out, which means Hyderabad Hydras are now going to go up against the three-man Team EXO. And keep in mind, Enigma still in the fray with two. Make that one, because Savitar has been brought down to his bloody knees.
Well, Enigma Gaming, I have to say, have lived up to their name in this matchup because no one knew what they were doing up until now. Savitar, as you mentioned, has been taken out, but Rex is still standing. And Hyderabad Hydras as well, let's not forget, they won the first Erangel of the day. Nay, they dominated the first Erangel of the day, but Rex is going to deny them this one as Striker is going to be taken out. It's a 3v2 situation. EXO, the victory is all laid out for them. All they have to do is just go and seize it. And to do that, they have to take this open fight against Hyderabad Hydras, but Striker is going to be back on his feet, and now we are headed to a 3v3.
It is going to be a 3v3 situation. Two teams are remaining on our screens. Are Hyderabad Hydras going to get their second chicken dinner in the map of Erangel, or our Team EXO? Again, remember, this is just the second game of the day, and they have been playing phenomenally so far. Are they going to get a taste of that delicious chicken for themselves? Because for now, everyone is going to be hitting the deck. They're going to try and make sure they use all this tall cross to their advantage. In fact, Immortal, it is a risky move what he's thinking of right now. Now, he wants to go on the left flank on that little higher ground, but the problem is, yes, you might see the enemy, but the thing is, if you can see them, chances are, buddy, that they can see you too.
I mean, otherwise it would be just too fun to pick them off, right? That's what we would all want. But let's see, Hyderabad Hydras. The only problem I have with their position right now is the fact that they're all grouped up together. So if Immortal actually gets close enough, which he will be denied. I spoke too soon.
Again,
he could have actually taken them out.
Absolutely, because that is what he was actually trying for. But again, like I just said, you know, I mean, if you can see the enemy, chances are the enemy can see you too. Now, the thing for Hyderabad Hydras, they do have that makeshift fortification if they need it in the form of those two McLarens spot out over there. But looks like Punk's position is going to be given away. Maxi comes back to cover in the nick of time, hits the deck, bats himself up, because now it is going to be a 2v3 situation. This is going to go on that little rotation to the right. In fact, his position, I do believe, has been given away as Punk is not feeling lucky today. I'm sure Clint Eastwood would be a bit disappointed, as there you have it. Maxi's going to go in. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Hyderabad Hydras with their second chicken dinner of the day, and both of them, John, coming into the map of Erangel.
Well, I don't know what else I should have expected. This is the BGMI showdown after all. Day number 1, we're down 4 games and we already have 2 teams getting 2 chicken dinners each. OR Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. And hey, XP, both of them are from Group B. They're not going to be there in the next 2 matches.
Looks like finally it's going to be a chance for somebody else to come in and wrap up that little delicious chicken for themselves, because both these teams, they've played the entirety of the games for this day. Again, a wonderful effort coming in from Team X, so let's just give them the attention and the accolades they deserve, because once again, back-to-back second position finishes with a tremendous amount of finishes in the games as well is something that's going to help them. But again, you know, we're going to hold on to our facts and figures. We're going to discuss this after a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, welcome back once again. We did promise you it's going to be a short and sweet little break, and there we have it. We are back once again. Johnny is going to be joining me, or Super Johnny, I should rather say. But I still like calling you Varun. I don't know. I guess I'm old school, isn't it?
Yeah.
What up, John?
I'm just going to leave it at that.
I Super Johnny. I love your name, though. But again, I mean, talk about Super Johnny, talk about super gameplays. Two teams have pretty much been dictating the terms in the first 4 games.
Yeah.
One of them is ORA Esports, the other, the Hydras from Hyderabad.
And I mean, call it a coincidence that both the teams do represent Group B right now, so there is going to be a tight competition right there. And for the other lads, though, good news arrives in the fact that Group B is going to be done with their matches after the last game that happened. So the next rotation that we're going to have, it is going to be Group A going up against Group C. But we will have to wait to see if any one of, well, which of the teams will be getting the chicken dinner for now.
Interesting.
Cheers. Yeah.
Crowned the MVP in the last game. I mean, of course, he did play a fierce game, man. I mean, we did see him dishing out damage left, right, and center. 1,207 points of it, to be precise. 4 finishes coming in for himself, and well, just a little shy of that 6-point MVP rating. I'm sure he's only going to keep getting better and better. But let's see who's going to join him, because it is going to be Striker and Ace Black, the IGL himself from Hyderabad Hydras. 4 finishes and 5 respectively. And Savitar, again, we can't really count out Enigma ever, John, because they did lose 2 members pretty early on in the game. However, they did survive till the end, and looks like one of their players made it to the top players as well.
I mean, we have to say, Enigma Gaming, they weren't their usual selves in the terms of the aggression that we usually see from their games, but they were being quite smart. They realized, as you mentioned, losing out 2 players, they wouldn't be able to take those fights as much as they would have wanted to. So they chose to just play the survival game and get those placement points till the very end, which worked out quite nicely considering they made it to the top 3 out of nowhere. But looking at the highlights, this fight from Team Soul, again, a big questionable decision the way it all happened. And Revenant Esports, I think they're just going to be happy about the fact they got 4 points because of that.
Well, Goblin over here, you know, I'm pretty sure he should have been a little bit more aware of Ali's position, because if you remember, you know, he was driving around. I'm pretty sure as he drove past him, he would have realized, all right, this tree is occupied, this tree is no man's land. He should have focused on that before. But again, I love saying this, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. We're going to leave all the speculation for later. Now, Hyderabad Hydras over here, again, on your screen right now, coming under fire. I did kind of think that Enigma Gaming are going to come and stab them in the back, but unfortunately for them, they were caught by Team EXO at the other end.
You know what, I was also thinking the same thing, that Enigma is going to take on Hyderabad Hydras and then EXO could have capitalized, but again, just theories at this point of things that could have happened. But we know what the final result was. Hyderabad Hydras, the fates aligned. They were able to pick off Fierce first, that man who was going for a flank. Again, with 1 nade, he could have taken down the entire team, but he did not get close enough.
Immortal, I believe it was Immortal who went to that left flank. But again,
Immortal,
you know, again, the thing is, we are going to be commentating all these games for you, but we've been players in the past, and we do indulge in a lot of BGMI action from time to time. The moment he was just slinking his way, I knew what he was trying to do, right? Get that high ground. But the thing is, you know, if everybody has eagle vision nowadays, because you've got to spot the enemy in the distance, you know, between all that thicket and all those tall grass. And, well, if you can see him, they can see you. But for now, let's have a look and see what's happening with Hyderabad Hydras and our host.
Of course, बहुत सारे सवाल होने वाले हैं उनके पास और उनसे जानेंगे. But of course, welcome folks once again, and you guys seem to be loving the attention on the stage over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Who will not enjoy it being on the stage and getting 2 chicken dinners?
Oh, absolutely. I have to ask you this, right? 2 Erangel and 2 chicken dinners. Do you believe this is your strongest map after Miramar?
Actually, we were already strong in Miramar. So we actually, what people and what our audience and what our fans, everyone used to say is your weakest map is Erangel. So we are just focusing on Erangel, and we have proved them that Erangel is also a strongest map, and we'll also bounce back, and we'll prove our audience and our fans that we'll rock it.
Oh, of course, absolutely. And I did mention your rotations the last time you were here as well. And they seem so seamless. How do you make it happen?
Yeah, actually, in the first match, the rotation was so easy because we can loot at the very first of the match. But in the second match, we have to go to a drop. It took a lot of time for us, and the rotation also took a lot of time. So at a point of time, we were couldn't able to make the rotation properly. So at that time, my mindset was like just slam in and take them out. That was my call, and we did it properly, and we succeeded. Yeah.
Oh no, that's wonderful. But Striker, I have to come to you now. I have to ask you this. your utility usage has been so good. How do you make it happen? How do you practice something like this? Because it's not easy, especially with the heat of the match, right? In the heat of the moment. How do you get it right?
Actually, we were lacking in the usage of utilities. That's why our game was lagging. So it's time to use utilities more to make our game better. I think so. So that's why I'm practicing in training on some others.
You seem so calm outside the game, but inside the game you're a force to be reckoned with. But nonetheless, hopefully you get a lot more finishes, a lot more dinners, and I'll see you guys in a bit if you guys, of course, win one more match. So congratulations and good luck. But of course, our experts are waiting for us. So over to you, gentlemen.
Well, that was quite an interesting conversation right there between our host Mamba Senior and also the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But Arka, you have been sitting in the backlines and noticing quite a lot of details of this game. So what do you have to share with us now?
I mean, the rotations coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras is perfect.
Yeah.
And every single time in the final circle, they are the only team to come late into the circle rather than trying to contest it from the midst of it. I mean, I do understand that Team EXO at one point of time had a very, very good chance, but it's become an equation now. To take down the IGL is very difficult.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what the rankings of the teams are going to look like at the end of the day now, though, because at this point, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras and along with them ORA Esports, we're talking about the teams from Group B in particular. Their day is done. FS is included in this as well. Yep. So what the drop is going to look like. They've gotten 2 chicken dinners each, Hyderabad Hydras and ORA Esports. The performance was looking pretty solid. But whatever, as you mentioned, their IGLs wanted to do, now they have done it. Now it's just time for them to sit and watch. But on the other side, EXO, I'm actually quite impressed with them. As you mentioned, playing from the edge, playing from the center, two completely different things. Entering the circle late sometimes can actually be very tricky, especially in open situations like these. And holding a center sometimes can actually just be a lot easier for you. But this time, I think both our teams did in fact take a lot of fight, because EXO also had to deal with all that NIGMA Galaxy pressure that was coming in towards them. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side, I mean, the TSM fiasco that was there, they had to push through, but they did find an easier way through it. So it was quite a setup in this game, I have to say.
Now, look at the damage coming in from both of these teams,
yeah.
HH as well as Team EXO. And I would like to say this, you know, 2 different gameplays, as you correctly pointed out. One, how to hold the center and create that no-go area, because that's going to be the most important thing for you. If you allow your opponents to come a bit more closer, not creating that no-go area, you're going to be coming into the projectile of their throwables, and that could be the end of the story for you. We have been seeing that has been the losing key for most of these players, but ultimately, yes, now is the time for us to look at the overall points table, who are 80 points strong on top of the table, 44 position points, as well as 36 finish points. I'm not shocked.
Well, I don't think anyone is going to be shocked with those numbers. They have been doing quite incredible, but I want to stay focused on Team EXO, because again, it's that matches played counter right there. 2 matches only. They are almost sitting at the 50 marker with 2 consistent second place finishes, and also the difference that's there between I think ORA Esports and Team EXO in particular is EXO has always just been getting those finish points consistently, but on the other side, oh, this is going to be interesting. We do see a lot of the teams with 2 matches played, uDOG, NIGMA Galaxy, but then there's Team Seoul with 4 matches done and just 8 points secured. I mean, a lot's been going wrong, but it's just day 1.
Now, this is where I would like to bring in another team as well, Team INS, the most aggressive team, having an amazing lineup with no finishes whatsoever. I mean, that's a bit of a shocker for me, because when you have Kill, Clutch, or oh my god, name them, and it's gonna increase the firepower in your team, and still no finishes for yourself. Shows that, you know, it's always important for you to place yourself perfectly inside the circle. I've been telling this in the game of BGMI especially. It's not about what you hold in your hand. It's not about, you know, how many medkits you've got. It's about being at the right time, being at the right place at the right time. And that could grab you that winner chicken dinner, as most of these players are actually doing the same thing. And that common factor, I do believe you'll know it much better, because they're going to be taking that RP and getting themselves that Noctum Terror suit, Noctum Terror set. Oof. That night set is going to make sure that you look really good on the field.
Exactly, and for our viewers, if you guys are wondering what we are talking about right now, it's the amazing set that the players are using inside these matches right now. Looks pretty phenomenal. We do see the video whenever we come back from the break. That also looks pretty epic, and I think I'm gonna grab one myself after we're done with the day. But for now, at least, one thing that I do want to talk about is finally, for the first time in the day, we are gonna see a team other than a team from Group B win a game.
I mean, I wouldn't say, because two teams have decided that we're going to be holding the top of the table no matter what. As long as our enemy is my friend, the equation between OR and HH seems to be pretty clear. But yes, Team EXO catching up with just 2 games, 50-pointer. I mean, next map again is their forte. It's going to be the map of Miramar, where they can do wonders over here. Just in case they get another 20 or a 30-pointer, they'll be on the top of the table with just 3 matches played. And that shows that they are capable of becoming the champions yet again. All of these teams in the middle bracket who have not been in the limelight lately performing, that tells me that esports is going to be spreading more wings across the table.
We all know what the chant is going to be of the team that we see on our screens. After whenever Ash is done talking, they're just going to scream, OG! Because that's what they like to do. It's a little bit of an intimidation tactic, I feel, like just scaring everyone else on the stage. And, well, since we are on LAN, ladies and gentlemen, this works out quite nicely. And since these lads are done, I guess we are about to head into the game. Although, Arka, you and I were talking about this during the first Miramar, and you did mention your point about Team EXO. I have to say the competition is going to be there from Skylightz Gaming as well, because they are going to be involved in this one as well.
No, Skylightz Gaming, I feel that, you know, they're not able to spread their wings properly in the game. Every time they try to extend, it's like someone or the other plucks off a feather from it and make sure they're weaker when it comes to the final circles. I'm not telling they're not capable of swooping this up when it comes to the map of Miramar, but somewhere I feel they're going to be restricted mid-game itself, because everybody knows if they allow Skylightz Gaming to be alive in the final few circles, it's going to be impossible to defeat them in the final circle. So obviously, I'll be looking forward for something like this, but one other team I'm looking forward for is the team which is coming on our screens, Revenant, slowly picking up the pace. The graph is going up, even though there's a little bit of a, you know, a drop when it comes to the graph itself. They exactly know when to take fights, and probably this is the map for their redemption.
I mean, I completely agree with you on that. Paradox, again, has been quite an incredible player, has a very, very bright history right there, but this time with Revenant, it has been kind of a slow start, specifically in this tournament, but Revenant Esports is one of those teams that you can never count them out. You never know when they're just going to start hitting their shots all of a sudden, and then the consistency just builds up. But this Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 of the day is live on our screens right now. And, well, we do have the trajectory starting from Los Leones, game number 5, I'm sorry, the trajectory starting from Los Leones and going all the way towards, well, between Torre Amuda and Campo Militar. This is leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map, and unlike the map of Sanhok, Miramar is one of those maps where if the trajectory leans to one side of the map, then it just becomes very troublesome for you to land on the other side. So teams like INS, we're going to see, I believe, the other teams heading towards the western side. NIGMA Galaxy is going to be one of those. GodLike, the lads are going to be quite happy because they do like to go towards Hacienda, San Martin situation, and they're going to have some free targets in the early stage of the match. But let's see if they do actually intend to go for that early action.
When you speak about the side of Team INS, I want to bring in 2 names on the table who I strongly believe will be in the top 3 or the top 5. One is going to be INS, the other one could be Enigma Gaming, because both of them can become the loose cannons and probably take the fight into the faces of the enemies, because they need to put those pointers on the table, at least be in the middle bracket or the upper middle bracket by the end of day 1. It's a very, very short tournament altogether. It's unlikely that, you know, you're going to have some more days where you can re-strategize and come in over here, but that's a story for us to delay a bit. As towards the side of Los Leones, 2 of the big teams are locking horns. One is going to be Team EXO, and Big Brothers would want to come in and chime in with them.
Well, EXO, they're looking like monsters that you do not want to face right now. So let's see if this is going to work out for Big Brother Esports. well, they have taken the edge of the city for themselves. So I think they will have the opportunity to back away from the fight at any given point, but only if EXO allows them to. If EXO saw those parachutes pop up, and if they decide to just get some decent loot in the early stages and just instantly start pushing these buildings, then it can become quite tricky for either of these teams. On the other side, another team that is going to be in a very interesting and, I have to say this, quite a safe position is going to be uDOG India, because they are all the way towards Porto Palacio, which is just barely inside the circle, and they will have quite an easier time up until they reach Los Leones, or if they are moving up north, up until they reach Impala. Well, because from there on out, they can be cut off their rotations. They will have to think about where the other teams are going to be rotating from and all of that good stuff. But for now, at least, the early stages are going to be secured for the team.
Now, completely western side of the map, abandoned, is something which is a shocker for me. La Cabrera, Trailer Park, Ruins, El Pozo, Crater Fields, Monte Nuevo, Ladrillera, Valle de Mar. I mean, these are the places where you get so much of loot for yourself that you can actually then make a late rotation inside the circle, probably have the medkits if required, or take the fight into the faces of the enemies in the high grounds of Ladrillera. But ultimately, we all know when it comes to the game, it's all about you taking those early decisions which is going to favor you out, especially for the side of Miramar, because you need to be there at the dead center, the high ground when it comes to the map of Miramar, or else you might get taken on very, very early. We have seen that the teams which tend to go in for an early skirmish have not been successful 100%. Probably they might be getting losing a player, which we have not yet witnessed, but now is the time where people will start lose players early on in case they go in for an early skirmish.
I mean, this is one of those maps that punishes unnecessary aggression quite brutally, to be honest. Because if you make a lot of noise on Miramar, there is not a lot of places that you can immediately run for cover. Most of the times you're going to be out in the open, where we see Ultron actually, in fact, take a few shots on one of the players from Revenant Esports, and now he has finally decided to back off. On the other side, as Arka was talking about this previously, that the western part of the map was completely abandoned. It almost still is, because Skylightz Gaming, they did drop towards Hacienda del Patron and have now decided to move towards the city of El Pozo, where they usually do like to start their early game, in fact. But the tricky situation that will arise for them later is, how do they re-enter the circle? Because in order to get to those high ground cover positions with a lot of covers, they will have to take on a multitude of different teams. There's going to be 7C in there, where there's going to be Enigma Gaming blocking there, where Enigma Galaxy is smack in the middle of the center of the circle. So they're going to be feeling quite comfortable for themselves. But again, as we did talk about this, as soon as the game started, the Los Leones city is being ruled by Team EXO, and being shared, well, a part of it being shared with the players of Big Brothers, for now at least. But as soon as the circle moves away, all hell is going to break loose on both these squads, and they will have to take that fight. It is going to be completely unavoidable, but I want to see how long these two squads are just going to be the two squads. Oh, I want to see if he made it. We'll pretend he made it, and we saw it happen. What a cool jump, ladies and gentlemen. But on the other side, as I was talking about a little bit earlier, NIGMA Galaxy is going to, well, with the way they are moving around NIGMA Galaxy and Kinetic Esports, it looks like both the teams are thinking of moving in towards Los Leones. And there is a little bit of a clash between the two squads, as Max Cash has managed to spot out Apollo. The shots come in, and well, oh, barely misses out on the knock. Apollo getting behind that building, using the first aid kit to heal himself up, but the recovery is gonna look quite dire as his position has been compromised. INS in the back, Kinetic Esports in the front, nowhere left to go for this man unless they allow him freedom. That is, they let him go. And well, it looks like they have, because Kinetic Esports have went along their own merry way. INS, they do not want any part of this action, and well, from what I thought would be the first pick of the game, NIGMA Galaxy, they do survive, and we are yet to see the first blood of this match. Still 64 players remaining, 16 teams surviving. And this is where Miramar gets quite interesting, because sometimes up until the 12-minute, 13-minute marker, you do not see any of the players go down. And in the next 5 minutes, you see 20, 25 players getting picked off out of nowhere. It's just absolute chaos inside of this match. But hey, Ark, as we were talking about the western part of the map, global esports have moved towards Lakh, Skylightz Gaming went towards the El Pozo situation. What do you think? Like, was that a great decision from these squads, or is it going to backfire in the later stage of the game, because now they're going to be the furthest away from the zone?
Now, sticking together might not backfire, but if you're spread around too much, I do believe it's going to backfire when you're coming into the western side of the map. I would say that GE, in case they get detected by the side of Skylightz Gaming, who are hungry for finishes and also a winner chicken dinner for themselves, are making sure that they make the opponents pay or probably put them down as quickly as possible. But ultimately, Ladrillera is still going to be there, and we all know GE are always think out of the box when it comes to the map of Miramar. Somehow come into the top 5, by then have at least 5 finishes for themselves, and if required, one man will go for a heal battle, try to push a little more forward in the position points, get around 3 to 4 for them, more points for themselves. But let's see whether that's going to be the case, as they're going to be spreading around towards the side of Lakh. Probably it's going to be Manya who will be leading the fight from the front, or the rotations from the front, because Hacian the Del Petron is completely empty and nobody wants to get in over there. With the drop coming in towards the southern side of Los Leones, everybody would want to go inside the side of Los Leones, because this next circle will be happening over there.
Well, but let's see. This is, well, going to get quite intense between these two teams. Jonathan being spotted out, but Dreams deciding not to take that shot, protecting his position, protecting the information. But I think this is going to backfire, as Whiskey is going to go down any second now. And there it is, GodLike Esports finding not 1 but 2 pickups in this fight.
When you're hitting the Tiger, make sure you hit it right at the heart or probably at the skull. Do not let it breathe, because once it's going to turn around and look at you, and it might be taking 2 steps back, but that is for it to ready to get pouncing on you and finishing off. It's going to be Enigma on the other side, finding the wrath of the gods themselves, as Neo, Shadow and Zegor are going to stick together. Yet again, Johnny is going to be the free man, staying away from the team and taking the assault all alone and getting finishes after finishes. Look at that headshot against the side of Vixie. And this is the kind of confidence they wanted inside Johnny. And with such confidence surging through his spine, we can expect the side of GL to actually dominate in the lobby. 2 finishes strong is what they're looking, and also placing themselves inside the circle. I'll be waiting to see whether they'll be getting this winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, let's see. They do have a pretty decent position right now, but Enigma Galaxy on the other side, again losing one after the other. The Plaids getting picked off everywhere, and well, Big Brothers Esports have figured out a way of out of Los Leones, but it seems like Pradhan from Team Kinetic does spot out one of the lads, and Beast is going to be the first one to get dropped. He's going to get finished off with those tap shots coming in, and well, in fact, the vehicle gets blown up.
Now, this is the time where teams need to understand one thing, that everybody are prioritizing the center of the circle, deciding where the drop is coming in from. All right.
Yes.
And if you're trying to go in on a rotation with a solo man in a vehicle, when you know most of the teams are going to be in the center, I think that is going to be foolishness coming in from your side or your team, because there are no foolish teams. They're just foolish gameplays, right? So probably trying to correct that and make sure that, you live up to the expectations of your fan would be a better thing to do, as BB, after losing a player, would want to regroup as quickly as possible, as Xenope would want to lead the fight from here on, as Helgor is going to be following him up.
I mean, it is going to be quite interesting, but I would agree with you on the fact that, as you said, right now everyone is trying to just push for the center, which is in fact towards Picardo. Apart from one team, there's one team that will never approach the center first on Miramar, and that is the squad of Orangutan. They are still playing from that graveyard junkyard position, and they are going to hold that area for as long as it's possible for them to stay there. That is that one team that I know for a fact, like on Miramar, has been quite consistent, and I think I want to see how they in fact pull off their rotations. But for now, Big Brother Esports, it looks like they are going to be out for revenge, trying to close in on the players of Team Kinetic. which is going to be quite interesting considering it is going to be a 3v4 fight that they're going to be charging towards.
One thing which I observed over there, Joker, what was he trying to do? He was just trying to quick scope, practice on that. Continuously doing that, warming his finger up. That means he's getting prepared that every single time he finds somebody at the corners of the circle, all he's got is quick scope, put them down and get that finish for himself. Whereas the side of GE finally making it inside the circle is going to be Knuckle, as Ronnie this time is going to be coming in. Where are the other two players? Are they outside the circle? It looks like they will be, as Joker and his teammate will be coming and regrouping towards the side of Hasi and the Del Patron, with the next circle forming in towards the hills of Picaro. Enigma, no wonder they're going to be holding that with the side of 7 Seas, but Mount Nuevo is where any team would want to place themselves, because that's going to be rewarding them with a lot of finishes. Nobody backstabbing them. You're going to be pressing the triggers up front.
Yeah, I mean, but although right now I feel like Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be thinking, why didn't we not just stay on the edge? It could have been wonderful, because now they have to fall back all the way, try and take control of the summit with everyone else watching their position. On the other side, though, X-Park just taking a beating from the players of Orangutan, and well, Ultron, he goes for the spray, whiffs a few shots. AKOP tries to get in, and he's going to be dropped. Juicy with a nade is going to take out Trigger. Quite a wonderful recovery from Team X-Park, but will they be able to close this fight? WizGod, he's trying to run for his life around and around the silos. He's ghost, but how long will he survive? I don't think long enough. 3 players dropped. Ash is going to be the last man surviving for the side of Orangutan, and well, a team that I thought actually stood a chance of securing a lot of points in this map has been already almost finished off.
And it seems like everybody's strategy is to be specific. The teams who have been doing wonderfully well in the map of Miramar previously have become an open book altogether. Everybody knows which is their strongest link. They tend to put them out first, as Ash is going to be tucking his tail and running to cover and make sure that he'll be playing for placement points. AKOP is going to be cursing the movements coming in from west side. Like literally, he was trying to, hide himself behind a buggy, and after that what he does, he tries to get in through the window. Ultron doesn't miss that much, but when he was missing, it was a blessing in disguise, but still not able to capitalize on it. He gets punished, and after that, all he's going to do is bleed out and give away all those farming. In the map of Miramar, when you farm too much and you get taken down, it's just that you're gifting all your loot to the opponents.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, it is going to be quite easy for them to just take all that utility. That's going to be so crucial in the endgame scenarios, but Team X-Park have to give them props. A wonderful recovery. On the other side, EXO, finally the get-together happens. They do figure out where the lads from the side of Big Brother Esports are. And well, even though they have secured the opening knock, the trade does come in. Now, Big Brother's pinned out in the open, 2 down, and Scream, the last player surviving, is going to be blown to smithereens. Ooh, Punk. Just being an absolute punk, and Sensei just teaching the opposition a lesson why you should never stay grouped out in the open.
No, they have to be very, very careful, because there's another team coming in a bit more closer to them. This time it's got to be the side of INS. Now INS, as I said, is going to be one of those teams who need to put some finish points on the table, and they're going to be concentrating on that, as Crazy Soul is going to be pressing the trigger, not knowing where's the location of Sensei, is cooking up a grenade. If this lands to perfection, Crazy Soul will be saying goodbye from the lobby. Oh my goodness, at the nick of a time, he was able to fall back, and probably from here on, it's better to, come in together, re-strategize in a hard cover, because EXO is playing it way too differently in the map of Miramar. Sensei is not going to be going away from his teammates, but rather leading the fight from the front. As we all know, a good leader is somebody who leads by example.
Yeah, definitely, and Sensei has always been that man, a leader leading from the front lines, but let's see, will he be the one? Yes, he will be the one starting things off. Wonderful nade. Crazy Soul is going to be on his knees.
Hey, somewhere I feel that the nades have also got buffed, because the splash radius is enough to put down players no matter what hard cover they're standing behind. And ultimately, Team EXO, Sensei is finally going to be doing the talking with the Throwables and giving that opening where Fierce and Punk can actually capitalize on. Now they're going to be concentrating on finish off another squad altogether, as far away. Orangutan are going to say goodbye from the lobby on the 15th position, as more finishes are going to be raked up. It's going to be Hydras versus Enigma, whereas Team EXO are going to be persistent in putting down the side of Team INS. Crazy Soul trying to come in a bit more closer. They're going to let go of Crazy Soul, He's going to be luring out his teammates. They get that revival through, and that is where Team EXO is going to be butchering down the rest of the players of Team INS.
Well, they are trying to chase them out and finish them off. And even INS do realize, wait, I do see some vehicles moving up that hill, so INS is not the only team that EXO will have to chase. But Gil turns around, takes Sensei out. Now he has been spotted out as well. Loses a lot of HP in this kerfuffle, but will they be able to recover? Bonk! Oh my goodness, barely any HP, and he still managed to find the opening. Fierce, he's going to look to finish things off, finish off INS, and well, make sure that his team gets 4 extra points.
INS again bidding goodbye from the lobby with 0 finishes and the 13th position. And this is good for us to say that if Team EXO decides to take someone down, it's not going to be easy for them to escape the wrath of Team EXO itself, with Sensei leading them as GodLike will now try to take down the side of Team Enigma. With the high grounds, Enigma had been playing it really safe. Now they'll be concentrating to put down the gods. Now, lately, everybody knows how to slay the gods, right? So they'll be looking forward to do so, make themselves known, because recently in the previous unofficial event coming in, the Masters Series, where it was Global who slayed the dragons and got themselves a final laugh, I'll be looking forward to see who can replicate them, because it's going to be hard for you to re-strategize against the gods. Once they furiate, they're going to make sure that they put down everybody else in the lobby. As Punk continues his assault, it's going to be R Esports next getting taken down. The confirmation against Rockstar is going to be making them 3 men standing and 1 man weaker.
Well, but let's see if the 3 lads just can pull themselves together and find their way out of the situation. It is going to look quite dire for them, at least for now, though. Team GodLike again out in the open, trying to find their way towards the edge of the circle. Jonathan this time leading the charge for a change, and up against the players of Team. Take that shot. Take it. Shoot. Press the button. No!
This is called trigger discipline, my friend. This is what is called trigger discipline. For those people who are watching, we want to bring you into this game, because ultimately placing your crosshairs is one thing, maintaining your recoil is the other. But trigger discipline, it comes down to that, you know, and you have to be good at it. X-Park trying to spread around and making sure they're not sticking to one another. They're going to be paying a hefty price, as Punk is going to be cooking up grenades. Now, the throwables of Sensei might have run out, but that doesn't mean his teammates have not done the farming. As Fierce is going to be coming in from the other side, being as fierce as possible, as the damage is already been done. Pradhan trying to retaliate, won't be able to do so, as the final nail in the coffin is going to be hit. That's goodbye for the side of Team Kinetic from the lobby.
Yeah, there are 11 teams remaining right now. X-Park already has 11 finishes to their name. What happened to these lads? Are they that upset about finishing second in the last 2 matches? They're just destroying every single team they come up against right now, and I think the next in line is going to be our Esports. On the other side, though, we do see GodLike losing a lot of players, being sandwiched between X-Park and also the players of Revenant Esports. And as I said, our Esports, they're going to be done for. Last player remaining does get finished off, as Team EXO increase their finish number by 1. It's 12 now. Jonathan is going to try and hold his position in this dip. And Siam is moving forward. Does see Z-God. Does Revenant Esports not know that Mavi is there in this situation as well?
No, I don't think so. I think they're a bit oblivious right now. Jonathan trying to take a little bit of a brunt of the blue. He knew that the blue zone is going to eat him up, so he's going to be healing up to his fullest potential. But his divided attention is something which has always been hindering his performance. And finally, Siam is going to be lured out with that molly coming in, but it's going to be late, as somewhere from far, far away, another team is going to be coming in, chiming it out and putting an end for the side of GL. It's going to be Team EXO versus the side of 7C. Can the Seas bring in a tsunami into the faces of Team EXO and put an end for them, as Fierce is going to be concentrating against the side of Team uDOG. So this is for the first time Team EXO have become a patty in the sandwich.
Well, but they do wiggle out one way or the other, as we did see Sensei get a revive and run back out of the situation. Now uDOG Crazy is going to have to be careful, because it is the fiercest player from the side of EXO, Fierce, that he is going to be up against. Sensei in the backlines, and uDOG, they are dealing with the players of Global Esports on the other side as well. Split between 2 fights, but hey, 7C Esports, they do show up to shut down the contention from the side of EXO. Fierce is going to be finished off, and Sarang is the man who gets that point for his team.
Now 7C, we did point out this point that, you know, if Skylightz Gaming, I'm so sorry, if 7C is going to have all 4 men standing in the final circle, it's going to be unstoppable. They're going to be unstoppable force who might take that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, as ultimately uDOG have got 4 finishes for themselves. With all the commotion coming in from their side, their location is going to be compromised, and the team which is going to be coming towards them is going to be the side of Skylightz, as they'll be pushing forward Vexy and Samurai. Both of them still over here. Things can actually go wrong.
Well, things can definitely go quite wrong, but look at that. I think HYDRA official are going to be happy about the fact that, well, things are going wrong for the other teams. They just get control of the circle. They do have 1 man inside, 1 team up north. That's going to be Skylightz Gaming. And if they do manage to deal with Skylightz Gaming, then it should be an easy GG for them. They can, in fact, close out the game and this game with a winner-winner chicken dinner. Although Skylightz Gaming is definitely not one of the easy teams to fight against, especially in the late stages of the game. Punk from the side of EXO, last player remaining against Spray God. Should be an easy finish, and oh man, I was wrong. All right,
nice.
He gets it.
I just love the way Spray got to, play that fight. He came out, he did the damage, and he understood the retaliation was coming in, and immediately went into hiding, faking that he might go in for a healing. And as soon as he heard the opponents were still not fighting, that is where, since he knew the location, came out in the open, put him down, and got another finish for themselves, as 7C might lose a player at this point of time, as Sarang has extended too much against the side of Enigma.
Yeah.
I did say we can expect the side of Enigma to be there in the final circles, and I'm not shocked over here, as 7C would want to put an end for them outside the circle, because gatekeeping Enigma is going to be the side of 7C.
Well, let's see. 7C, they're going to be definitely feeling a lot of pressure right now, though, because as you mentioned, they are going to try to gatekeep Enigma Gaming, but they have to worry about uDOG as well. That is right behind them. They do find the pick on Savitar, and Rex runs out in the open, ends up giving up his point to the lads of 7C Esports. And ladies and gentlemen, we are finally down to the top 4 teams of this match. 15 players still alive. uDOG crazy. This match has been quite interesting for this side as well. Their rotations were so well interesting, because they did rotate from the west when the circle was east. They were following the western edge of the circle out for so long, going super wide, and now finally it pays off as they managed to make it into the top 4. Utility exchange between the 2 sides. Aladdin and Madman just trying to keep the lads of uDOG on the other side of the ridge, so that they can set up this push and take control of this edge of the circle.
Now, 7C, I want everybody to start looking at Spray God crosshairs, because this man can do wonders with the 3x and the 4x. If somebody has to run recoil control, probably they can start or end up from the side of Spray God himself. Now, he's going to be falling back. He's burnt out all his resources when it comes to throwables. Now we'll be waiting it out, as Storm from far away will be giving out information. Madman will have a divided attention, obviously looking towards the side of Team Hydras, who will also be pushing in and trying to eliminate the side of 7Cs. Let's see whether it's going to be the case, as Empire and Crazy Soul still are going to be making sure that they grab all the attention of 7Cs, which could backfire against them in moments to come. As Skylightz Gaming on the other side, even though, they have 4 men standing, 1 bleeding it out, they're just going to keep it as safe as possible. They don't want any kind of commotions over here. So, let's see when they're going to be coming in and striking, as Spray God is going to be hit with a grenade. Luckily, he was super boosted that he won't be getting taken down.
Yeah, just barely managed to survive, and quite lucky, in fact, because had he gone down, maybe HYDRA Esports could have pushed up in their direction. But let's see, still just being cautious, trying to peek that ridge. But while all this is happening, Arka, that one team that we do see in the distance, Skylightz Gaming, they're keeping their sweet distance from all of this action. They're playing with their own time, and finally they do decide to show themselves, taking out one of the lads from the side of uDOG. Storm is going to be finished off. Pukar dropping crazy as well. 1 more point secured by Skylightz Gaming. 7C Esports feeling the heat from the players of HYDRA official, and down to 3 we go. 9 players still alive. uDOG with the last player, Empire, who's left to hide. Well, Somraj, this can backfire. He just left the man on the flank, and he can in fact be the game changer and hand the chicken to the players of HYDRA Esports. Well, he gets finished off now finally.
No. uDOG is going to be hitting the deck, and this is where Skylightz Gaming they were wanting this. You called it, right? And
Yeah.
finally, this could be the game for Skylightz Gaming as they're going to be pushing in. Look at them take the real estate for themselves. Look at them converging in all different directions as Puka is going to do the damage with the UMP and the FPP coming in at the right time to make sure they put the final nail in the coffin, and Dynamite will be walking in right into their crosshairs, and that's going to be winner chicken dinner coming in from the side of Skylightz Gaming. When people were trying to doubt on their performance, this is where they proved all of those tongues wrong, and I'm looking forward to see whether they can dominate more when it comes to the map of Miramar and then try to take an average in every other map.
Well, definitely. Skylightz Gaming has been a consistent team. Let's not forget, winning the first official tournament of the year, just starting off strong right off the bat, and they will always be one of the top contenders. But as you mentioned, that question in the end, will they keep the momentum going? That is something that we have seen them struggle with, especially in the recent days. So I think only the next game will tell. So far during the day, they have been quite decent. I'm not going to lie. I mean, they have been quite decent. This Miramar was just absolutely brilliant because they went all the way towards the El Pozo situation. Arka, as you so rightfully pointed out in the early stages, that the western part of the map was completely empty. Skylightz Gaming used that opportunity to their advantage and closed out the game quite nicely. But we have a lot more to discuss right after this break.
Watch it, earn it.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the BGMI Showdown, where we know or we don't know what's going down. In fact, because Skylightz Gaming out of nowhere walked away with an amazing winner chicken dinner in the last game. This your boy Super Johnny, joined by Arka right next to me. And Arka, we were just talking about it's an impressive finish from Skylightz Gaming.
Yeah, agreed on that point, right? We have been saying this, if you don't take down Skylightz Gaming in the beginning of the game, in the final circles, they are going to make sure, you know, that they scoop away the win for themselves. But again, we're going to be looking at the MVP. Obviously, it's going to be coming in from the dominating team of the map itself. That's going to be EXO Punk coming in with 7 finishes, 897 damage. I mean, if they had survived a little more better, probably they could have given a competition for the side of Skylightz Gaming.
Yeah, EXO, it just feels like at this point are here to make a statement, because the way they've been playing in the last 3 matches of theirs, they've just been hyper aggressive, just taking those fights one after the other. And we do see that from Punk in this game, but he's going to be followed up by the lad from Skylightz Gaming, Pukar, with 5 finishes and 837 damage. So Skylightz Gaming, they were a little bit more opportunistic rather than just running blindly into those fights, and they played those fights correctly as well. EXO at one point, I think it was the reason, the aggression was the reason that they were taken out. Had they just taken a step back, we would have seen EXO walk away with the win.
No, every single time we have seen EXO play that out, it's just that they got third-party, they got taken down.
Yeah.
If they had not got third-party, probably the chances of them surviving, at least with 2 to 3 men, would have been much more better. But this projectile coming in from the side of Sensa and the splash radius connecting right next to the tree was the beginning of the end for several teams, as GodLike on the other side. Even though they've lost Neo, even they played phenomenally well when it comes to this game and picking those finishes.
I mean, GodLike has and in fact will always be a very strong team when it comes down to those raw 4v4 situations. There is very little that you can do to stop them. The amount of firepower that the team has, it is just incredible. And this was, I think, as you mentioned, SprayGod played it out quite nicely, but let's be fair, he almost messed it up as well. One extra shot right there and he was out.
I mean, see, before he could just come in and take the rest of the fight, he did take down a lot of players from the offense. But ultimately, you know, it was hard for him to take the final fight as the lone man standing. But ultimately, that is when Skylightz Gaming started to spread their wings. They knew that this is the time for us to strike, and they did strike hard. I mean, literally, this was the last man standing Dynamite, and he couldn't understand which crosshair to concentrate on, because ultimately it was a rain of bullets coming into his faces. All he had to do was suffice for it and say goodbye from the lobby. But you know, the rotation coming in from the side of Team EXO, that is what I'll be looking out for, because ultimately the way they have taken the fight to every single doorstep, knocking at their doorsteps and saying "Hasta la vista, baby."
It was quite phenomenal, and I wonder what the Iceman himself, if he's going to be the one joining our host for the interview, what he's going to have to say about that, because we all know Somraj. He's a man of few words, and he is all about making those statements like they did in the previous match. In fact, it's going to be quite interesting. And also, I have to say this, because we were talking about this quite a lot during the rotations as well of the game, but we'll come back to this right after this interview.
Of course, इंतजार तो कर ही रहा हूँ. मेरे साथ पुकार जुड़ने वाला है, मेरे साथ वेक्स भी जुड़ने वाला है. Of course, बहुत शानदार मैच था, no doubt about that. But पुकार, आपके पास आऊँगा सबसे पहले यहाँ पे. The way you guys have been playing has been wonderful. यहाँ पे BGIS पे आप जीते तो obviously the world knows about this. But मैं एक player के impact के बारे में जानना चाहता हूँ. How much of an impact has Gamla Boy made on the team?
गमला बॉय का अभी रोल चेंज हो गया पहले से, जो बीजेएस में था. तो मतलब वो पहले जैसा इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा है, लेकिन बीजेएस में जो इस टाइम बैक था वैसा अभी वो नहीं दिखा पा रहे हैं. लेकिन हम उसको ऐसा भी ट्रेन कर रहे हैं कि वो और भी अच्छा खेले.
अब यहाँ पे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा, देखिए बीजीएस की बात कर ही रहे थे, वहाँ पे मीरामर में आपने बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन दिखाया था, कंसिस्टेंट थे. यहाँ पे ऑफ कोर्स आपने चिकन डिनर भी निकाला है. इज दिस टर्निंग आउट टू बी योर स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट मैप?
हाँ, मीरामार तो हमारा शुरुआत से स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ही है. उसमें हमारी जो स्ट्रैटेजी होती है वो ज़्यादा हम इजीली एग्जीक्यूट कर पाते हैं, और हमको थोड़ा मैप नॉलेज भी मीरामार का पर्टिकुलरली ज़्यादा है, तो वो फ़ायदेमंद रहता है हमारे लिए.
अब मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि आखिरी जो जोन से 2-3 वहाँ पे एक्सो वाज एब्सोल्युटली फीलिंग इट, बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेशन दिखा रहे थे. मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि आपने फिनिश फीड देके अपना अप्रोच चेंज किया था?
नहीं, हम तो नॉर्मल अपना खेल रहे थे, और जैसे ही जोन शिफ्ट लिया तो हमने डिसाइड कर लिया था कि राइट वाली टीम को तो मारना ही पड़ेगा, जो कि uDOG. तो उसने हमने उनको मारा और अपना जोन ले लिया.
ऑफ कोर्स, लेकिन यहाँ पे दर्शकों को पता नहीं है, बर्थडे बॉय खेल रहा है इनके साथ. एक आपको लगता है कि आपके लकी फैक्टर थे वो आज?
ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं, बट हाँ गमला बॉय आज खुश तो है, तो उसका मतलब वो गेम में भी बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है आज बर्थडे, इसलिए तो अभी देखते हैं एक और मैच में क्या करता है।
Of course, wonderful thing. जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं चैट में, प्लीज गाइस गमला बॉय को हैप्पी बर्थडे विश कर दो, स्पैम कर दो हल्का सा, ऑफ कोर्स कि उसका भी दिन बन जाए। एंड वी आर ऑल सेलिब्रेटिंग दिस एंटायर थिंग ओवर हियर, बट ऑफ कोर्स हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स इंतजार कर रहे हैं, तो चलते हैं उनके पास।
Well, there you have it. Mamba Senior has said it. I mean, of course, happy birthday, Gamla Boy. And looks like it is kind of helping them out just a little bit. So, of course, spam some love in the chat down below. My name, of course, is Angus Singh Chehal. I go by the experiment. We are back once again with the sun himself, Arca. Boy, what a game down in Miramar. And like you said, they finally spread their wings and they did fly high, grabbing that chicken dinner for themselves.
Let's not forget the limelight in the first half of the game was taken by the side of Team EXO. Like literally,
oh, they're playing good.
What they were doing, they knew that it's going to be hard for them to compete for that minimum. Look at the amount of finishes they've got. 12 finishes with just 4 possession points. They're like, we might not be getting those position points of being in the top 3, but our finishes is going to make sure that we are there.
Man, speaking of firing on all cylinders, these boys are doing just that. They are consistent with their finishes, and well, not a good position point for them this time. However, 16 is nothing to be shy from, and walking away with those points is definitely going to help them, making sure they secure the position on the overall leaderboard. Now, a few big names did kind of fall a little short early on. Again, before we get to that, let's have a look at Skylightz Gaming as we pit them head-to-head up against HYDRA official. Now, the finishes aren't going to be too much of a difference over here, and if you think about it, the damage dealt was a lot higher as far as HYDRA official is concerned, but this is where you're going to come in with your favorite line. Well, they weren't clinical.
Obviously, right? I mean, for people who watch BGMI, they need to understand this. It's not about you going bonkers, you know, spraying down enemies and making sure that you are the aggressors. It's about you playing it as clinical as possible. Make sure every time you press the trigger that it does do a damage to the opponents in such a way that either they get knocked out or finished off, because that is the only way for you to take the fight into the faces of the enemies. I know the big man is going to be agreeing on that. As we step into the damage graph coming in, it was one team doing the talking with the guns, with a lot of aggression being shown, but ultimately going down with just 40% of that, you know, win amongst it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to concur with you, but again, Team EXO had a good time in this game. C Esports also went around dishing a lot of damage in all directions, making sure that they secured 7 finishes for themselves. In fact, that last little skirmish I do believe they had with uDOG was something that did lead to their demise, because, you know, they left that fight off for a bit too long. Both sides were being a little hesitant in just going over that little rise and, you know, taking the fight straight to the enemy. But unfortunately, from behind, well, someone else came in and put those final tuck nails in their coffins. But again, Skylightz Gaming, I mean, they needed a win. They needed something because, you know, they were the winners of our first official tournament, right? The India series. And they haven't really shown a lot, but for now, they are going to show us that they are going to be jumping 7 positions, nestling themselves in the 4th spot with 40 points, while OR Esports still hold on to their lead with 80 to their names. Hyderabad Hydras in 2nd with 71. And, well, Team EXO with one more game in hand. Looks like they are in prime position, Arca, to topple not just Hyderabad Hydras, but the Giants in the form of OR Esports as well.
Now 15 points is what they need to end up on a very good note in the first day of this tournament itself. But again, this is where we start to speak about the teams on the bottom. It's going to be AUTOBOTZ I'm concerned about, because they've played 4 matches, and Orangutan, Revenant and the side of Kinetic as well as 7Cs will have another game to go. Probably they can topple down Reckoning Esports to the bottom or at the 16th position, but we're still not done, right? We have another slide to go where we might witness the team in the very bottom. And let me remind you, Team INS being the aggressors, well known for their aggression and the finish points they can pick up, are going home with 0 finishes until now, and with just 2 position points which they've gained in just 1 game.
Well, we did call Team INS the loose cannons back in the Pro Series. Looks like they need to hone in their targets just a little bit and have a bit more precision this time around. But let's see if they are going to come back, because you've got to keep in mind, you know, each and every team is going to play 4 games a day. I'm going to hold on to my point and come back, because, again, just have a look at HYDRA and uDOG. We did mention uDOG India moments ago. But if you have a look at them compared head-to-head, well, Hydra official are definitely going to be a lot stronger as far as damage dealt is concerned. And, well, those finishes and total points kind of speak for themselves as well. Not a lot of difference in the points, just 1 point separates both these teams. But again, they are making a lot of noise out there in the games here, Arca. However, you know, the thing is, once you get someone down, you do have to finish them to secure that point for yourselves. They aren't just able to follow through with that.
Because someone else is already in the backline stealing all those hard work. And I would say this, you know, in the game of BGMI, if you're assaulting from up front and you have not cleared off your backlines, somebody is going to reap benefits out of the hard work you have placed. But yes, the final game is going to be coming on our screens. It's going to be the map of Erangel, the moment where, you know, you can expect the side of Team EXO to be on the top of the table, whereas the others will be crossing their fingers to put them down, as it's been 2 chicken dinners for 2 different teams. One is going to be Hyderabad Hydras and OR Esports continuously conquering, but it's going to be Skylightz Gaming finally spreading their wings in the map of Miramar. Can we expect them to pick up the second one as well, and, you know, be a tight competition between these 3 teams when it comes to the league stages?
I mean, you know, you love patterns, right? I know that about you. You love certain numbers, the way that they show up. So I'm pretty sure you want to make sure that Skylightz do get that second chicken dinner, because then everything will just be right in this world. You know what I mean? 3 teams coming in and basically taking all the accolades on day one. Now, for our viewers, just to remind you, we do have 3 days of league action. Now, the thing is, each team is going to play 4 games every single day, which means, barring a few teams that are going to be playing now, a few of these teams, in fact, have already played 1/3 of their matches. Now, this is when the pressure starts mounting, because tomorrow is going to be a monumental day indeed. But before that, we still have one more game in store for you. It is going to be Group A, going up against Group C. I mean, Arca said maybe Skylightz might just get that double chicken dinner. But before we get into all the death, destruction, carnage on the map of Erangel, let's have a look and see if you can spot your favorite players as Ronnie over there, making short turbans all right. And, well, the AirPods are definitely in his air. The fan is going to be positioned just right, because you got to make sure your hands are nice and cool.
Now, Team EXO on the other side, the aggressive team who played it really strong in the previous game, would also want to, you know, come in and chime in over here. But let's not forget that beautiful suit out there. I mean, what do you have to say about that? Because every single player is owning it, and also with that emotions they're trying to play around over there. Doesn't this game bring out even the fun element amongst all the seriousness?
It does, but it also, I kind of like these behind-the-scene camera shots, because we did just have a look at a little pop that was laid down by the gentleman on our screen. So we have an idea as to what's going to happen up north in Kameshki. But of course, you know, the thing is, from the darkness, you know, emerges a hero, right? And, well, that is what all these lovely gentlemen are wearing in the game. Have a look at that, along with the cloak. We're, of course, talking about the Nocturne set over here, which each and every single person playing on this grand stage in the showdown does have for themselves. And guess what? All of you lovely people watching at home can grab one for yourselves as well. You might not be at the showdown yet, but at least you can spread some terror in your games, and all you have to do is grab yourselves that Royal Pass. And, well, Arca, I think you and I are going to have to do that soon as well.
I got myself the one yesterday.
I thought you were going to wait for me.
I mean, I just couldn't, because it was so good. Trust me, guys, once you get that RP and you wear that suit and go out in the open, ooh, you feel like you're owning the game. And let's see who's going to be owning this map, as it's going to be the final map to be played over here, as the flight path starts off from the side of Yasnaya, ending towards the side of Hospital. I'm getting a little bit of a deja vu moment where we can expect Gordon to be going in for an early skirmish, but the seriousness on the face of Johnny when it was a close-up, that shows that this time the gods will be playing it way too seriously.
Well, the best thing for them in this situation is the fact that TSM are going to be sitting this game out, because they are part of Group B, and they aren't really going to have any opposition in Western Georgia right at the beginning. But for now, we did have a look at Revenant's screen before the game was underway. We have an idea that they're going to rotate around Kameshki. In fact, they're going to stick to that scenic, beautiful road right to the north of the map and come out somewhere in Severny. Well, depending on what the circle is going to be like. But for now, as all the teams and all the players are going to be dropping down from the skies above, we are going to be anticipating some early skirmishes once again, because somehow looks like the meta has been flipped. Because, you know, a lot of these teams, right, they do want to drop down on those loot-heavy places and positions. But the thing is, somebody else has the same idea. So you do see a couple of vehicle manslaughters early on, a couple of shots fired. But this is nice. I like this. The circle is going to have a bit of an eastern trend to it, with Milta in the center of all the action to come.
Now, this is where Team EXO are going to be thanking their stars, because ultimately they're going to be in the epicenter of the circle with ample amount of loot and having a chance to just watch out for other teams to chime it out, where they're going to be holding their very compounds and waiting for the final circles to be forming in towards the side of Milta. Let's see what the other teams will be planning out.
Well, we are going to have to wait and find out as to what the game plan is going to be. But as expected, Revenants are going to be dropping down in Kameshki with no opposition for miles around them, which means they have all the time in the world to loot up to their heart's content. However, you did just kind of mention that, Team EXO are going to be a happy bunch of people in Milta because, well, that is where they love dropping down every single time we see the map of Erangel. But the thing is, a few teams, they might be closing in as well, because we've seen that, most of the teams, most of the players in the tournament so far do give that little extra precedence to the center of the circle. And to be honest with you, who can really blame them, right? Because once you're in the center, it's a lot easier for you to maneuver in and out in any direction. But the thing is, there's also a con, because everyone's attention is going to be directly at the center as well. So, it's like a dangerous game that they're playing, right? It's a dangerous gamble. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But for now, it does kind of seem like no one's going to be firing any shots early on here, Arca.
Now, as you were mentioning, right, it's going to be both a boon and a bane to be holding the center of the circle. But ultimately, what I feel is the team to be thinking out of the box when there's a lot of commotion to the dead center. That is where things can change, with the total number of finishes until now, or the total points coming in from the side of GL. Holding the 6th position. I would want to see what they're going to bring on the table, as the team closest to them is going to be the side of Team INS. But something which shocks me right now is nobody dared go towards the side of military base area or the southern island, where Novo Repnoi would have given them maximum amount of farming for themselves, that kind of firepower, and then trying to, probably traverse through the waterways where you can come into a side of Vilipovka, Milta Power, when nobody could be tagging you. That could have gained a lot of position points for either of these teams. It's good for us to say sitting over here, and we all know how tough it is in the game.
Oh yeah, but of course, in proper fashion, you and I shall debate this point, my friend. Because the thing is, like a lot of the teams, you got to keep a couple of things in mind. A, the flight path was way up to the north, right? So the thing is, even if they do drive down to Novo Repnoi, the thing is, Enigma Galaxy is going to be playing this game. So that whole waterway exit strategy that you did kind of mention is going to be a little tricky and just a little bit inconspicuous, because they might just see something moving around in the water and just, well, that could be game over for whichever team went forth. And also, chances are, I mean, let's be honest over here, the circle is probably going to be shifting up to the north, maybe, just maybe around that Lion King Rock, as I like calling it, just south of Prison. So again, making sure that you already have a strong foothold on the main island at this stage is not going to be a bad idea. But again, we do have our loose cannons in this game. And of course, I'm talking about INS, because it looks like Joker and the boys, they're going to take that chance. They, in fact, are heading to the military base itself from the Western Bridge, just east of Ferry Pair, for all of you who are new to the map of Erangel, which is kind of silly as I say it out loud, because, of course, this is the crowd favorite map of all time. But they are going to be heading down south. Let's see if it's going to be working out in their favor. But you did also mention that a lot of teams aren't really going to be heading towards Milta. Looks like sooner or later we might just have some commotion down there, because from one end, Big Brothers are going to be closing in, and from the north, Enigma Galaxy might just take the fight straight to Team EXO.
Now, this is where I would like to make my point. You spoke about Enigma Galaxy holding the side of Milta Power, right? So when somebody's trying to traverse through the waterways, obviously they're not going to do it in the first circle. They're going to allow the blue to take over the side of Milta Power and then try to traverse their way inside. I mean, I'm just speculating things over here. So no offense intended, but coming back to what we were speaking about.
No, I like it. However, now, again, you made a point, but the problem is, buddy, Milta Power is pretty much in the circle right now.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? Nobody would check their backlines when
Of course,
a team.
I'm just
Tell me the
playing with you.
chances of some team going towards the side of Milta Power,
Hmm.
finishing their looting, and wanting to look into the waters.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the chances are next to
All right,
10%.
let me repeat myself. I'm just messing with you over here, Arka. But yeah, I do get your point. You're
Your
absolutely right.
seriousness sometimes. Oh, come on.
No,
But
again,
still,
we just
you know,
mentioned that
we'll
before
be
the game.
heading right back into the game, right? Because I would want to point out for the side of Team INS taking that rotation
Oh, yeah.
and trying to go across. And someone else is also trying to take the same path. Least to they realize that is not the path less traveled. As on the other side, we can expect the side of Team INS to gatekeep them and pick up 4 finishes for themselves, because ultimately the hungry wolves are going to be the side of Team INS, not only for the position points but also for the finish points when it comes to the overall points table.
Well, that is going to be every single team wanting to make sure they get as many points as possible. But again, just coming back to that Milta Power thing. So, of course, we said before the start of the game, now most teams are going to try and be in the center of the circle. There you have it. Enigma Galaxy's going to be moving in just south of prison on that little hilly terrain around the lumberyard. And of course, I do hear a few shots fired. Looks like INS could be taking a fight up against uDOG. But for now, Enigma are the ones who are going to be on our screen. And it looks like Team Kinetic are going to be moving in for a few finishes for themselves. Now, if shots were fired on our screen right now around this vicinity, I'm pretty sure both teams are definitely going to be aware of one another's position. And, well, just to add to my point, Enigma Gaming, they do love dropping down at the shelter, right? And those little areas around it. So I'm pretty sure if Team Kinetic have done their homework, they should be really, really careful that someone could be around. But I do believe we might have had a few shots down south as INS's Crazy Soul did the right thing. 4 members of uDOG India against him, and he decided to hold on to his trigger discipline.
Now, trigger discipline, it all comes down to that yet again. But ultimately, it's going to be Kinetic, where Enigma are going to be in the hiding with a man disadvantage, with the split coming in from their side. All they want to do is gain as much information as possible and make sure that they don't get taken down. But Rex, I believe, is extending too much over this, small ridge where he's got a support for himself. Wait, I'm going to hold on to my thoughts, because ultimately the sniper coming into play, coming in from the side of Punk, will be putting down someone, but also will be bringing a big smile on my co-caster's face. He was once a sniper. Because
Massive
ultimately,
smile.
This is where I would like to bring in. Do you know that the AMR coming in is the next big thing? Because ultimately an AMR damage is so good that 3 bullets will be able to explode a vehicle, and 1 bullet, no matter where it strikes on the body of a player, can knock them down. If you were to play,
it's going to blow you to
hold this in your hand?
smithereens. Absolutely, buddy. I mean, that's the only weapon I'll be running around with, because all I have to do is just get a guy's toe, and, well, he's going to be down on his knees. But again, commotion is going to be taking place on our screens. This is the calm before the storm, because everyone seems to be heading in the same direction. And speaking of good guns coming in from the heavens above, the Mark 14, a versatile weapon at range and up close and personal. And speaking about up close and personal, Punk with that M4 laying down shots in BB's direction. In fact, it was BB's OP who was brought down by Punk just moments ago with that M24. Question is, are we going to see a repeat of this happening again? As Sensei is right up at the enemy's faces. Scream is going to be screaming, because, oh my goodness, that was so close. Sensei got in that Lamborghini in the nick of time, because otherwise looks like Hellgod would have taken his head clean off his shoulders. Woo!
I would say that,
replay.
that was one from the movies, right? Literally.
That was scripted.
Oh, yes, obviously, right? I just hope it was. But ultimately, that was one moment which is going to be the highlights for a really long time, as Johnny far away is tagged off way too much. He's going to be getting into hard covers and healing himself, and there's going to be somebody following him up, making sure that they put an end for the weakest link for the side of GL. But it's not going to be easy for them, as it's going to be Z-God grabbing all the attention, and Top Dog is going to be in his visibility, and ultimately GL is going to be retaliating, making sure they put a man down, with Top Dog getting run over. Could this be the moment where GOD can put an end for the side of Revenants?
Well, GodLike are going to be chasing the Revenants right now. They're going to make sure that they pay for their mistakes, as Jonathan is going to be patching himself up. And have a look at that. Now, Paradox, he kind of overextended. He's going to be coming back. This is where Jonathan can get him a bit off guard. In fact, it's going to be Sayam who's going to be laying down lead atop the roof. He is going to be the fiddler up top as he makes sure GodLike are going to be down one man. As Neo, well, he's going to be going back to his teammates. Now, Shadow's position has been given away, but oh my goodness,
no.
a beautiful grenade coming in from Jonathan is going to rock your screens and that building. As Sayam is now going to be out of the equation for now, as looks like, well, his teammates are going to be vying to make sure they can make something out of the situation. Paradox, again, keep in mind, he did kind of think that, you know, they're going to be going away. That might have been the right call, but now they are in this. It is a do-or-die situation. Two members up against now a four-man GodLike.
Now Johnny on the other side trying to hook up grenades, making sure he gets all the attention as Shadow is going to be rushing in. The new IGL knows how to take it close range, but least did he expect that Seagull will be lofting a grenade just to make sure that it gives him the right kind of support. And Johnny, look at his face as he says, whoa, just like you, as he finishes and puts the final nail in the coffin. GodLike are going to having 4 finishes strong, but one thing which has been catching my eyes from the get-go is Jonathan's name. He's changed it from GODL to GXDL. I mean, does that give us something different when it comes to his gameplay? Was it something, you know, superstitious behind it? Let's see, as moments will be coming on our screens.
He obviously definitely has the X factor from a long time, so that definitely could not be the reason, but he has added a 16 as well. Maybe it's a lucky number. Let's see if it's going to be helpful later on. But for now, Team GodLike, they were close to losing one, as an M24 is going to go off once again, but this time Punk did not see the whites of the enemy's eyes, and looks like it's not going to be a headshot. Another shot just whizzing past the helmet over there, as far as uDOG Crazy is concerned, and finally one of them is going to hit him somewhere in his elbow.
Crazy would have been like every single time that bullet passed by, the heartbeat would have been like thrice or twice.
It definitely
and
could
he'll
have
be
been.
like, wait, where is this coming in from? But ultimately, you know, yeah, the sound of M24 is so loud, you'll get to know. But Nakul is going to be doing the talking with that M4 as well as the 4X. Now it's time for them to decide which scope to hold on to, as the circle will be bringing all of them closer to one another. Lipovka is where the drop is. That deadly MK14 is far away. Skylightz Gaming, Vexy finally comes into action and he gets the confirmation. No Somrush is going to be chiming in with him, putting the second player down. I want to see how many finishes can they pick up, as they've already got one for themselves.
Well, they do have one finish for themselves right now, and as expected, all the action is going to be taking place around the prison and the surrounding hills, as Team Kinetic are going to be coming under fire once again. For now, we're going to be focusing on Joker, as he is going to be lying prone. In fact, Manya is going to be taken down by Z-God from the other side, as it looks like Canary is going to be singing that sweet song of death, as he's going to be in a fight elsewhere. Now, of course, massive fights are going to be breaking out. We're going to try and get you all the action on our screens, because BB is going to be going up against Team EXO. In fact, they are going to be trading a couple of knocks over here. In fact, they're going to be trading some hot potatoes as well. Sensei, you better move before you get knocked down, and he does so in the nick of time.
Now this is where Punk was detected, and he was not gone down on his knees, as Vexy will be confirming probably the final one standing from the side of KE. That's far away, as Sensei is going to be retaliating and putting down Scream. This could be the moment where Team EXO can come in and dominate, as Immortal is going to be putting in some throwables. Those smokes being deployed from the side of BB to restrict the opponent's size could be a disadvantage, and EXO can actually move in through those smokes, get in a bit more up close and personal, and put on the side of Team BB. But ultimately, that's going to be delayed, as both of them are a little tired. They just want to make sure that, you know, they re-strategize and probably find an off angle altogether. It's going to be the circle coming in. At the end, I'm going to make sure the legend on the other side of the mic is going to praise me for the rotation which I told him. It's going to be shots continuing over here. Xenopi will be receiving some, as it's going to be Enigma Galaxy from the other side chiming in, with BB becoming the patty in the sandwich.
Now, here's the thing. Now, the thing is, for Enigma Galaxy, it's going to be a short-lived little moment of triumph, because from behind, HYDRA official are going to be coming in, and they might just take the fight to them. But for now, Team EXO's little push on towards Big Brothers is going to be thwarted by by them, but oh, lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, the circle is going to be shifting up north, which means Lipovka is finally going to be in action after so many days. As Sensei with a beautiful grenade is going to make sure he gets the better of Hellgod. Now, this is the moment Team EXO, they need to charge in, because otherwise they charge in or they actually skedaddle out of there, because, you know, you don't want to waste too much time out in the blue zone. Elsewhere, looks like Vexy is going to take the fight to Joker, but for now, Punk is going to go on that little bit of flank. He gets the better of Zen OP once again, as Beast, I do believe now, is going to be the last man standing. The problem for him is his position has been given away. Grenades are going to be exchanged, but in goes Punk. He is feeling lucky. He does have that M4. He does fire the shots, and with that, Big Brother are going to bid us adieu in the 15th position. However, now, Team EXO, they're going to make their way in the circle, as in the circle, GE are still struggling with the Orangutan boys.
Now this is where Trigger is going to be lofting those grenades, probably not to take down the enemy, but as a defensive maneuver, not allowing them to get up close and personal, because it's important for you to keep them at bay to take those fights. But Trigger on the other side will now go in and see that he gets an off angle against the opponents. But Ronnie is going to be persistent, as Neo is going to be putting down Spray Guard down and under. The domination is going to be coming from Neo from far, far away with the divided attention of Skylightz. I do believe it's going to be hard for them to survive from here on.
Well, it could be hard indeed, but the thing is, for now, Global Esports, they are in a good position. They have this massive warehouse to work with, and if they are careful, if they in fact have a few more vehicles on this side, well, they have the getaways planned as well. Elsewhere, Godlike coming under fire as the loose cannons, INS. Joker is going to be opening up, and looks like his teammate Clutch Guard is going to get the better of Madman from 7C Esports. And in fact, we are going to be switching over to the fight right now. It looks like Aladdin is going to be making a run for it, because, well, you might want to run away and live to fight another day, as he is going to try and be a little bit of a diversion, as Neo was just a bit too slow on the trigger as he just whizzed past him. But for now, INS, they are looking good. Godlike eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, in the 14th position. A good 6 finishes for themselves, but Team INS, Crazy Soul and the boys, they are looking a bit cray-cray, as Madman, well, he's going to be bleeding all by his lonesome, because his teammate does not have the genie and the lamp just yet. But from behind, Team X-Pac making their move.
The amount of smokes being thrown in from the side of Team INS just to make sure that they give the cover for his teammate to regroup was really good, as Joker will be waiting it out. He's just going to taunt the enemies and make sure that he puts in aggression, brings out the composure completely shattered, as Hydras would be concentrating on the side of Enigma or trying to hold the shorelines over here, trying to gatekeep them. But ultimately, the water is what Hydras would want to come in from, and that is how Dynamite will be trying to swim his way, as a good grenade comes in from the side of Dreams, putting him down. Can he make him go to sleep completely and live up to the name of Dreams, as the wall-up grenade comes into perfection into the faces of the enemies, and Hydras are going to be looking one more player weaker.
Now the thing is, Hydra are doing something quite unique. Now they've only got 2 members. Oh, if you just had a look, the screen just went a bit to the left. Dynamite is way out of the water. He's out for a little swim. He's going to probably be making sure that, you know, in case they don't make it by land, at least they might still have one man making sure he racks up all those finish points for later, as Jackson is going to try and see the position, but Dreams is going to be living a dream himself right now. In fact, quite the contrary to what we saw in the last tournament, as another grenade is going to be flung. It is going to be good. It is going to go boom, and there you have it. Jackson down onto his knees, which means now Hydra official are going to be survived by that one man. The thing is, he's not here. In fact, I doubt that Enigma Galaxy have any idea that, you know, their backs are now pretty much secure, because, well, Dynamite is far out at sea, while Team EXO, they're closing in on Skylightz Gaming.
Now, this is where, you know, Team X-Pac is going to start their rotation, trying to hold the shorelines itself and make sure they take their assault, as Sensei gets taken on from the side of Enigma. Manya on the other side will be finding the side of Team X. So a lot of these fights will be giving up the best of the best, as it's going to be Skylightz Gaming finally one man down. 7 finishes strong is what they're looking. The revival will be coming on through, and also they're going to be holding this only small shack which is inside the circle. Probably it's good for us to say that you know, they'll be trying to gatekeep the side of Team INS from making it inside the circle, pick up those 4 finishes and making sure that they take their fight forward, as Team EXO on the other side to the dead center of the circle is what they'll be concentrating and taking some finishes for themselves.
But the problem is, right now, they're going to be surrounded by the enemy because look at this. Rexy is going to be laying down all the late 9's position, and in fact, Pokar is going to be taken down courtesy of INS's Joker. Now, the thing is, they do have that shack to work for them, but uDOG are going to be so dangerously close that he could be a thorn in their side. In fact, he could be the Storm if he does bring his A game forward right now, as Clutchguard is going to be spotted in the distance, and Samraj is going to make sure he suppresses the enemy as Rexy is going to be coming in and regrouping with his teammates. Now, on the other side, on the beachfront, looks like Team X-Park are in a world of trouble. In fact, the orangutans are going to be heading straight for the water as well. I do believe they just lobbed their vehicles directly into the sea, and Ash is going to have to pay a heavy price because, well, Enigma Gaming's Rex did see that coming. But for now, on our screens, Clutchguard, the new member of Team INS, is going to make sure he has a little bit of smoke cover for himself before he takes on a team. And have a look at that. Dynamite from HYDRA still alive and kicking.
Everybody wants to be the one with the waters. You know, they want to start becoming the fishes, but ultimately they have to realize this. There's Enigma inside the waters who's watching them up close. If this location is going to be compromised, then the story can be way too different, but it doesn't look like anybody knows about it apart from Ronnie, who's in the water. Savitar has a view over him. He's going to be get shot from far away. Dynamite will slowly be making it inside the circle. Still nobody knows about his location, but Ronnie, look at him there, step out, and Rex on the other side from the waters is going to be singing the final notes, putting an end for him, and Trigger is going to be watching it very silently inside the waters as Rexy and probably knows the location of Trigger as well as Rex.
Well, I've got to tell you one thing. I love the fact that these cars, you know, they don't let the water come in because, well, Trigger was being shot at by Rex. He does make sure the DP28 is going to do all the singing. And, well, speaking of singing, let's have a look and see if Skylightz Gaming are going to do what we kind of hope they do. But the thing is, they only have two members alive and kicking, Rexy and the birthday boy himself, Gamla Boy. Now, the only problem is they're going to be surrounded by the enemy because at one end you have INS and looks like Team XO could be coming and hitting them hard because look at that. They're just going to be driving right past the position of Skylightz Gaming. And once again, Arca, although uDOG India just have that one man standing, question is he going to bring in the storm? Because for now, Gamla Boy is letting his car do all the talking and oh my goodness, he's out of ammunition.
That's not gonna bother much because ultimately he's done the damage and Team XO would be looking forward to capitalize on this with the grenade coming in. The splash radius is gonna be enough to put an end for them as Clutchguard's grenade is gonna say goodbye for the side of Skylightz Gaming from the lobby with 8 finishes when they were on the verge of picking up this winner chicken dinner. It's just that they gave out their location and said goodbye, but the story still doesn't end over here. Team XO, who were the aggressors of the previous game, wants to play it safe this time. They not only have the shorelines under their control, but also will be making sure that they are holding the dead center of the circle, gatekeeping everybody in the corners.
I love this. Even though Storm knew that, you know, his chances of survival are going to be dwindling. That's a massive grenade. Joker, you might want to move aside. Good job, buddy. Even though Storm knew that, you know, everything was done for him, he was just written off. He still got up, took a few shots at the enemy, brought one of them down before going down himself. And of course, Skylightz, as you mentioned earlier, still had a good game. 10 finishes for themselves is going to be a phenomenal outing, especially since, you know, they have gone on in the 7th position, which means they do have a few more points for themselves. Now, Joker, I'm pretty sure he's had an idea that someone's been pummeling them with bullets from Rex's position, but that grenade is going to be good too. In fact, Punk was dangerously close to being blown to smithereens, but now Joker is going to focus on Fierce. A couple of grenades are going to be lobbed. In fact, the Molotov is going to get the better of Fierce, and all that smoke, he could not see that the floor was indeed lava.
Now, Immortal on the other side is surviving with just a mere of HP. If somebody detects him and puts him out, then it's going to be the end of the story for the side of Team XO. He's trying to retaliate over here. Healing himself yet again is the only way for him to take the fight against the side of Enigma Galaxy. But ultimately, another grenade is going to be cooked in from the side of Vexy. If we count the number of grenades which has come in to finish off squads, I believe the final map will have the maximum amount of it, as Crazy Soul will be trying to look into the waters where both of these players, that's going to be Dynamite as well as Rex, even though they're close to one another, they do not want to press those triggers because ultimately once they do it, as which Dynamite does do it, his location is going to be compromised and Joker will be peppering down the final fish in the waters to make sure that they own the waters as well as the land with the man advantage for themselves.
Well, looks like HYDRA's gamble has paid off because Dynamite single-handedly made sure that they are going to be walking away with the minimum of 10 points as far as positions go, because, well, his position definitely has been given away, and Crazy Soul has an idea that someone is going to be lurking in the murky waters just offshore, and, well, Joker's going to make sure he has enough cover for himself. Now, the only problem for Dynamite, let's be honest over here, is he is going to have to basically come to land at some point or the other. Now, until or unless he comes out, whips his weapon out, and has pristine, accurate shots laid down range, well, it could be problematic for him, but looks like that is all she wrote, as Crazy Soul is going to make sure he sends him to meet his maker. And now, finally, Team INS, the team at the bottom of the table before this game did commence. They are making a statement here, Arca, and ClutchGod almost got knocked off his feet.
Now you shouldn't miss against the side of ClutchGod, and the example will be coming on our screens. He's going to be healing up, and then the way he's going to be retaliating against the side of Vexy. That is going to be a lesson which Vexy is going to learn, as ultimately he's going to be jumping, getting that compromise, location compromise, you know, putting him down. The final nail in the coffin is going to be Apollo. If ClutchGod puts him down, they're going to be regretting as to why the trigger was not pressed completely, as Crazy Soul from far away is going to be giving him the right kind of cover fire. He knows the location of the final player, but they want to end it with a boom, and that is why both the players are going to be kept throwing in some throwables over here, but Apollo is going to be fried as the final bullet is going to be going through his skulls. Look at INS rejoicing because they needed this win to bring that, you know, game on mode.
You go, Joker. I mean, this guy is never shy from basically expressing himself, whether he's on camera or off. Of course, he is going to give a little bit of a... And there you have it, a few hugs coming in for his team. Now, have a look at that in the overall standings, buddy. A team that was once in the 24th position just jumped up to the 8th spot. Now, this was the last game on day one. Of course, the boys are going to be happy. Gil's going to be a happy boy. Joker's going to be a happy boy. In fact, all the team are going to be pretty happy right now because, you know, we were just kind of writing them off right now. We were thinking, in fact, at the beginning of this game, Arca, I did say maybe the loose cannons need to just focus a little bit more, pay a little bit extra attention. And, well, Joker, ClutchGod, Gil, Crazy Soul, and Shane are definitely doing that right now.
Yes, I think they've oiled up the cannon properly. I mean, that's all I want to say, because we all know how a cannon works, right? Put oil in properly and make sure that you fill in the gunpowder, put that big ball inside, and make sure that you aim it at the right position. And I believe they would have done it. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us to take a short break. That means you have to share it among your friends so that they can come and witness a huge change in the overall points table. See you guys on the other side.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, welcome back once again to the showdown, the battle of pretty much the gods, the demigods walking amongst us as far as BGMI is concerned, because we're going to basically settle that little dispute, Arca, who in fact is the best team in India, because we have a few champions who are going head-to-head and only one is going to be crowned the king as far as Season 1 is concerned. But again, what a day of BGMI action. We've had a few ups, we've had a few downs, but what do you take out of this entirety of the day?
And now this is where I would like to be praised by the legend himself. So, time for me to shine. Let me get myself prepared. I told you the best rotation would be from one corner. And you told the no otherwise, but one team which did take that rotation.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it was good for us to see, but yeah, we have to give credits to the man who actually took the limelight for himself. 10 finishes with just 1,105 damage to be given. Is going to be Rex coming in from the side of Enigma. Clutch God is going to be happy to accompany his teammate Joker when it comes to the top 4 players over here, because 7 plus 4 will make it 11, and 11 finishes strong with just 2 men shows that they did conquer in the final circles.
Good map there, Arca, and of course they're going to be joined by Team Exo's Punk as well. He was one of my favorites, largely due to the fact that he likes carrying that big, bad, bolt action rifle on his back, the M24. In fact, we did see a couple of headshots coming in as well. But again, that was the end of day 1. Now stay tuned, because, well, we are going to show you a few more facts and a few more figures. But before that, let's just have a look and see what exactly took place in the last game on day 1 of the showdown.
Now, this is where things started off with uDOG, trying to put down Rockstar. But ultimately, yeah, we're speaking about Punk. There were moments where he outshined the whole team to be the lone man out there to do the damage, not only over here, but with that M24 every single time we saw him press that trigger and the bullet passing through the opponent's skulls. Oh, that was really good.
That was beautiful. Now, as far as sounds go, I love the M24. I like the suppressed M24 a lot better, but when that big bad gun went boom, and of course Dream over here with his precision throws as far as grenades are concerned was doing wonders as well. Now, Orangutan, I like the fact that they did take the fight straight to Global Esports, which just moments before, by the way, we said we're in a good position, but I guess I'm going to be biting my tongue after all. Now, Rex, Team Xbox, they went in the water. Another team comes in the water, and all he did was just cast them by surprise. They were like, wait a second, I didn't know that the water had sharks over here, because he was like that. He was shooting at them from down below.
I mean, how many finishes did he get sitting inside the water? Like literally 7 to 8 finishes, and that's one way to go fishing. I mean, go inside the waters and, catch the fish by its throat. But ultimately, he got taken down with the rotation coming in from the side of Dynamite. But we were speaking about the MVP itself, right? One of those MVPs is going to be Punk. The way he went into the doors of the opponents, especially the fight against the side of BB, if I'm not wrong, where they were taking a fight from uphill. All he did was knocking at the doors with the bullets and continuously spraying to take down another player. That's one of the ways for you to knock at the door of an enemy's doorstep.
I like that. Of course, he might have been asking, knock, knock, who's there? Are you feeling lucky, Punk? That's what he would have been saying. But now let's have a look and see how your favorite teams did as far as the last game is concerned. And yes, this is not a typo. Team INS did come in and get that chicken dinner for themselves in the last game. In fact, they did it in style. 13 finishes, 28 points, which did in fact propel them from the 24th to the 8th position. But we're going to have a look at the overall rankings in a little while. Enigma Gaming, not a bad outing for themselves as well. 11 finishes, 10 of which were courtesy just one man, the Rex himself.
Now, because of which he'll be holding the 2nd spot, but the 3rd one coming in for the side of Enigma Galaxy. Even though, Team Xbox did try to find the balance between the placement points and the possession points, it's just that they went on too early. But having a 3rd position for them, they're going to be happy as the head-to-head between the side of Team INS and Enigma Galaxy, where both of them almost, were on the same note, but ultimately it was INS spreading around, extending a little more and grabbing the maximum amount of finishes in this game.
They did indeed, and of course 13 compared to 4 is quite a gap over there, and you are going to be happy because it was kind of clinical as far as the damage dealt is concerned, but also it's their positioning, it's their rotation, right? Now they did come down from the south, and they still only fired when they knew that they had an idea of where everyone was, because it kind of seemed like Crazy Soul was in a battle of his own, Joker was doing his own thing, but of course all the damage graph on your screens right now is going to let you have a look and see who did what, but looks like Skylightz again in the thick and thin of all the action, because, well, they do love dropping on the Lipovka side. well, they had a fair chunk of it, 2,023 points to be exact. However, they only managed to secure 8 finishes.
Yeah, reaping only 40% benefits of all the hard work they did. I feel a little disappointed because ultimately the equation could have come in, right? You know, 3 teams would have taken 2 winner chicken dinner for themselves, but ultimately INS were worthy of it because every single fight they took, they proved to us they required, and they were in want for that winner chicken dinner, which they did gain up at the end of the day. But now is where we enter the overall points table, and Team OR are gonna retaining the top spot. And with just 3 points difference, ultimately, it was Team EXO who will be holding the 2nd position for themselves. And the Hyderabad Hydras will be dropping 1. But yes, even they have played pretty much well when it comes to the overall points table.
Oh, they're going to be happy, but the best jump right now, the biggest jump, in fact, is going to be your 8th position team, Team INS, 30 points for themselves. And, well, they just hopped, skipped, and jumped over 16 teams to make it the first page as far as the overall rankings are concerned. Now, of course, if some are going to be climbing up the ladder, well, others are going to have to fall down as, well, you do have a look. FS Esports are going to be bidding us adieu from page 1. They're going to be in the 10th position with 28 points for themselves. But again, Arca, it is just 4 games down, right? We still have another 8 games for each and every single team to make it or break it. And, well, 1 game can basically dictate whether your fortunes are in your favor or not, because for teams like Big Brother, Team Soul Global, they still have a chance.
Now this is where, you know, INS have given us an example, right? 1 good game is all it requires for you to get back into the fight and make sure that, you know, the confidence doesn't lose out from here on. But I feel that Team Soul is trying to experiment over here, probably looking forward for the Invitational, which is going to be coming in from the global side, trying to spread around and try to prepare themselves for that. But ultimately, Big Brother Esports need to wake up before, you know, the ray of hope becomes so small that they'll forget that their light was shining over the island team. Xbox as well. You know, I would say that they have so much more in store with the best of the IGLs coming in from their side, but all of it is just, you know, for us to speculate behind the desk.
Well, let's just have a look at the outperformers of this day because, you know, you are going to be better at something than the others because Punk, he's going to be ending with 15 finishes for himself. Fierce has a tremendous amount of damage under his belt, 3,050 to be precise. Pokar from Skylightz, well, he does dish out a lot of damage, but he also knows how to patch himself up. 1866 points of healing for himself. But again, let's just have a look and see how the day went past. We were kind of hoping for a Skylightz double, but it is Hyderabad Hydras winning 2 games in Erangel, OR Esports with a back-to-back chicken dinner in Miramar and Sanhok, and, well, Team INS finally getting a taste of that delicious chicken for themselves.
Now look at the healings coming in the final game as well as the map of Erangel. Only in the map of Erangel are we able to witness some healings coming in, except for the side of OR in the map of Miramar, who did, you know, stand up for it. But ultimately, it's good for us to say that every single team out there have got a really good outing, especially the undergods themselves is what I would like to say, because most of them over here are champions, right? The 4 teams out there are the champions. It's good for us to say that the rest of them have taken it seriously and would want to be the champions of the champions, because Showdown is all about bringing the best show out there in the game of BGMI.
Absolutely, and of course, you know, we've always had so many teams, so many tournaments that have taken place in the past, and, you know, every single team does make it to the top, so the question always is going to be on everyone's mind. But yeah, but those guys won that tournament. No, but these guys won this one. But now we're going to be throwing all those questions out because we're just settling this dispute for all you lovely people out there, because this is the showdown, and only one team is going to be crowned the kings or queens of India. But again, that was day 1 for you. We're going to be bidding you adieu, but let's have a look at what's going to happen on the other side, because an interview is going on for you guys.
जुड़ेंगे जोकर क्लच गॉड, आपके पास सबसे पहले आना चाहता हूँ। पहली 3 गेम्स आपके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा शेकी थी, कमबैक के बारे में बताइए, मेंटली कैसे बाउंस बैक किया आपने?
तो पहले 3 गेम्स में हम लोग के पास जोन था, हम लोग के सामने ही बना था। इनफैक्ट फर्स्ट गेम में तो हम लोग सारी गेम में चिकन मार सकते थे, बट हुआ क्या कि हम लोग जोन के लिए बहुत जल्दी ये कर दे रहे थे, बैक क्लियर नहीं कर रहे थे, तो उस वजह से थोड़ा शेकी था। बट हम लोग को वैसा था कि समझ में आ गया था, तीनों गेम से वही समझ में आ रहा था कि हम लोग पहले जा रहे हैं। लास्ट गेम में वही सोचा कि आराम से फाइट लेते हुए जाएंगे, बैक क्लियर करेंगे, उसके बाद खेलेंगे। तो उतना कॉन्फिडेंस तो लो नहीं हुआ था, बाकी तो लास्ट गेम में अच्छा ही चल गया।
ऑफ कोर्स, लेकिन मैं जोकर आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, क्लच गॉड और गिल की बात करें, गॉडल से आए हैं, सिनर्जी किस तरीके से बिल्ड करें, बिकॉज जब लाइनअप चेंज होता है तो आसान नहीं होता है सिनर्जी बिल्ड करना।
अभी सिनर्जी के ऊपर वैसे मैं फोकस कर ही नहीं रहा हूँ टीम का, क्योंकि हमारे पास में टाइम है ही नहीं इतना। हम फोकस अभी यही कर रहे हैं कि क्लच गॉड और गिल जिस हिसाब से ऐड हुए हैं, उनका जो पर्सनल उनका जो सोलो गेम है जो इतने टाइम से वो खेल के बिल्ड किए है खुद पे, तो हम उसके हिसाब से ही खेल रहे हैं कि मैं इन लोगों को खिलवाऊँ ही ऐसा कि इनका सोलो गेम ज़्यादा वर्कआउट करे, क्योंकि सिनर्जी के अंदर सबको ही पता है टाइम बहुत लगता है, तो उसके ऊपर टाइम मैं अभी वेस्ट नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि इवेंट बहुत बड़ा है।
कॉस इवेंट बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा है, लेकिन बात करें अनुभव के बारे में, बात करें इवेंट्स के बारे में, हिस्ट्री के बारे में एक सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। आप इस सर्किट के अंदर बहुत लंबे समय से है, आपने कंपटीशन को, सीन को किस तरीके से इवॉल्व करते हुए देखा है?
स्टार्टिंग से थोड़ा यही था कि टाइम के साथ साथ कंपटीशन बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन अभी जस्ट पास्ट 5 मंथ से जब से मैं मेरी टीम लेके अभी आया हूँ, अच्छा खेल रहा हूँ, अच्छा सारी चीज़ें समझ में आ रही है, तो मेरे को एक ही चीज़ समझ में है कि कंपटीशन कहीं ना कहीं आपके दिमाग में होता है। अगर आप दूसरे प्लेयर्स के ऊपर देखना ही छोड़ दो तो ऑब्वियस ही बात है आपसे बेटर कोई खेल ही नहीं पाएगा। जस्ट खुद पे और खुद के ऊपर ही फोकस रखो तो ऑब्वियस ही बात है आपको कंपटीशन कभी फील ही नहीं होगा। यही हुआ कि हम 3 मैच स्टार्टिंग के बहुत ख़राब खेले, लेकिन हमें पता था कि हमारे जो प्रॉब्लम्स थे इतने ज़्यादा नहीं थे, बेसिक मिस्टेक्स हो रही थी, उन बेसिक मिस्टेक्स पे फोकस करेंगे तो ऑब्वियस ही बात है गेम निकाल लेंगे, और कर दिया कमबैक।
यार कमबैक कर जरूर दिया, लेकिन यहाँ पे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा, आपने 16 पोजीशन जंप करी है, बॉटम ऑफ द स्कोर बोर्ड, यहाँ पे आप टॉप 8 के अंदर आ गए, कैसा महसूस हो रहा है? वेयर डू यू सी योरसेल्फ एट द एंड ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट?
एंड ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट ऑब्वियसली जीतना है और क्या। और 16 पोजीशन, वैसे पॉइंट्स टेबल आई गेस मैंने देखा था ज़्यादा, आज तो डे 1 है तो उतना बाउंस करना मतलब इजी था, क्योंकि ज़्यादा पोजीशन और प्लेसमेंट सारे ले नहीं पा रहे थे। तो अभी बस कल और परसों के दिन है, क्वालिफायर्स ओवर होंगे, अभी तो एग्रेसिव खेलना है बस। अभी तो मोमेंटम अपना आया है, और बेटर अब से कल से देखने मिलेगा खेलने का।
कॉस और बेटर खेलने मिलेगा, लेकिन जितने भी दर्शक देख रहे हैं उनको मैं बताना चाहूँगा, जितने भी सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स है आप उनको फॉलो जरूर करिएगा, BGMI ऑफिशियल, लेकिन यहाँ पे BGMI Esports ऑफिशियल, सॉरी अबाउट दैट, लेकिन यहाँ पे जितने भी दर्शक देख रहे हैं उनको याद दिलाना चाहूँगा, वापस एक और बार कल सेम जगह पे सेम टाइम पे मिलेंगे शाम के 4 बजे। अगर भूल जाओगे अलार्म सेट कर लेना, बट अंटिल टुमारो इट्स गुड नाइट एंड गुड बाय, सी यू टुमारो।
Watch it, earn it.